Alrighty. Let's make sure everything is set up. Hear how this sounds? Good. Pause that. And here we are. Hello everyone, my name's Kay and welcome back to more Master Detective Archives Raincode. Last time, beat Case 3, got to find our friends again, and learned that Vivia can actually see Shinigami and knows about the Book of Death. So yeah. We got our sub back though. He also pulled out a knife upon learning that the Book of Death is Yuma's, I think. So I'm very scared that he's about to kill somebody. Even though it's supposed to be his chapter to be a partner, so... let's just go back to the agency. Oh, hey.
Yeah.
So the secret lab we were searching for is in Amaterasu headquarters.
Say,
I have a bad feeling about this, Master. Yeah, I do too, honestly. There is no way this ends well for us. I am still curious about what the abandoned building that Halara went to. Because Halara definitely went somewhere. Hey, Yako.
I'm back.
Oh.
Was that a letter?
What's wrong?
I guess even Fuzzheads have pen pals.
His hair has nothing to do with the letter.
There's still some time before the meetup. Maybe
How's the investigation going?
It's going alright.
Seeing your gloomy face, I guess I shouldn't have to ask. There's no need to rush it. And good job, Karumi. Now that you're here, why don't you make yourself at home?
Thank you. If you don't mind.
Guess you're just part of the group now.
It might be the last time you see them.
The last time. I'm about to go someplace very dangerous. After all, it's a secret lab inside of Amaterasu Corporation. Chief Yako helped me so much. And now, I might not ever see him again.
Yeah?
What's wrong, Yuma? You look awfully tired. Hey, you better not have gotten mixed up in some strange trouble again, got it?
Depends.
No, that's not it.
Well, not yet.
You sure? Oh, alright. You made the same face when we first met at the Amaterasu Express. Things were completely crazy back then. Frankly, I'm surprised you even survived.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
For everything.
So, did you get any of your memories back since then?
Nope.
No, not at all.
I see. Well,
Well-
don't worry about it. You can live without your past memories.
Actually, that's not completely true. There was that one scene. There was basically no details of it, instead of only being able to see silhouettes, but it seemed like Yuma was with someone else, and they walked past number one, and number one had the Book of Death. That's pretty much all that there was to the scene. There's not really anything else that was of note.
Sometimes you're better off forgetting them altogether.
What was past Yuma like?
Is your past like that, Chief Yako?
Yeah, how about you?
Yeah, most of it. The things I want to forget, things that I can't forget.
Right. I have zero interest in Fuzzheads' past.
Well, thankfully, you're not the one who can draw here right now.
I was wondering, do you have some kind of forte?
He mentioned he didn't.
Huh? Me? I don't got a forte at all. I'm no master detective, just a regular one. I trained at the WDO when I was younger, but I never managed to attain my own forte. But to be clear, that's the norm. Halara and Fubuki are pretty exceptional. My
Yeah.
colleagues who couldn't become master detectives gave up on their entire detective careers.
You never gave up?
It's my pride as a failure. Besides, there's something I want to protect in this town.
Oh?
What's that?
Oh, is it a lover?
You're fairly close, but that's not exactly it.
Is it family?
To me, this town is my life. My bitter past, my fun memories, they're all right here.
Oh.
I just wanted to protect the happiness I found within arm's reach.
Aw.
But it wasn't easy. It was too much for me to handle on my own. And as a result, I lost everything. I was an empty shell until you all came along.
Yako.
Please, help me save this city.
Truly a sincere play.
So that's what he was feeling when he said that. I think I finally understand the weight of those words. I wonder how much the chief has lost in this place.
Yeah.
Compared to that, my memories seem insignificant.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, a detective grows stronger the more he is lost. In that sense, you have a lot of potential, Yuma.
No, I'm just...
Hey, hang on, don't get me wrong here. I'm worried day and night you'll get us dragged into even more trouble.
Well, that's correct.
Sorry.
Please don't get in over your head.
No promises. Groovy.
I know I may be overstepping my bounds by saying I'm worried about you.
No, it's okay.
Wow, it's even more romantic now.
You got me.
That's not even...
Huh? What's wrong?
Nothing at all.
Hey, come on. If something's bothering you, talk to me about it, okay? I'm still chief of the detective agency that's overseeing you.
Understood. Thank you.
Even if you wanted to, there's nothing you can say to him now. Especially after he told you to stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chief.
Master, I think it's time.
Yeah. Chief Yako?
What's up?
I've just remembered something, so can I go investigate it?
Right now? Why don't you wait until tomorrow?
Yes, I gotta check it right now. I'm sorry, but I have to go.
Bye. Well,
Hey! Hold on! Karubi too? What's going on?
you were here the whole time?
Oh, you scared me! Vivia, were you there the whole time?
That's what I want to know.
Oh, Chief. Good morning.
I didn't even realize you were here. What?
Good morning. Do you even know what time it is?
It's also very weird seeing you stand up.
Where did he go?
Oh no, don't say
You mean
anything.
Yuma? He ran out, saying there's something he wants to investigate.
I see. Like a thunderbolt in spring, the pale blue blink in the far-off night sky. Soon, a storm will arrive.
Vivia, I'm not a bad person, I swear.
Huh?
He is dangerous.
Vivia, you're scaring me.
What did you say?
Oh, it's nothing. I just want to stay asleep. I want to die someday.
Seek help.
Wait,
Just
you're going
don't seek
back
me.
To sleep? You've got to be kidding me.
Eh? What's that letter? What would I even do if I'm in the research facility?
Yuma!
Yo.
Please, come back safely.
I will, I
Take
will.
care.
It makes me worried how she said that so solemnly. I feel like a soldier going to war.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing. Hey, this could be even worse than the battlefield.
I'm worried that you might be right.
We should head to Comic Station and meet up with Makoto.
I can just fast travel. I was about to say, that's going to be the quicker option, isn't it? I'm still curious to see how is Vivia gonna tie into all this. Vivia, he is scary. Because he's got a knife. Alright, Makoto, where the hell are you?
He's still not here?
Makoto?
Maybe he's waiting in a car. Let's check around the roundabout area.
I think he is. Because I don't
Maybe
remember...
he's in that car.
Hello? He is! I had a feeling. I know I should do side quests, but man, I've gone into that mood again where I'm stuck on wanting to do story stuff. I'm going to regret this probably, but I gotta know. Let me go. I said let me go. Alright, Makoto.
Hi, I'm here. You're right on time.
You're able to drive? With that mask on?
Oh, this car? Of course, it's made by Amaterasu Corporation.
Is it self-driving?
Want to do a test drive?
I don't have a license.
No. I don't have a license.
What
Exactly.
A coincidence. Neither do I.
What do you mean you don't have a license?
Huh?
Come on, get in. I'll take you to the secret lab now.
What? You don't have a license!
I'm having a lot of doubts right now.
I am too! This man doesn't know how to drive. Here goes nothing. And if we fail this, we're immensely screwed. Into the enemy's fort.
You seem nervous.
Of course I am.
I don't blame you. You're heading into the heart of enemy territory right now.
Yes. How am I supposed to hide? This is a bad idea all around. Why did we agree to this? How do we escape?
This is the security area. It uses biometric authentication, so it's difficult to slip past.
So I'm
Of course,
screwed!
everything will be fine because I'm here.
Are you sure? Oh. Interesting. I wonder what you look like under that mask. You were lying to
From
me.
here on, we'll be inside Amaterasu headquarters. Are you ready?
Nope.
Yes.
Here goes. Into the heart. What exactly are we even doing here? I mean, yes, we're probably using it to just find out more about Amaterasu, but... Or just the homunculi research, but still. Oh my goodness. Why does this give me Final Fantasy VII feels? Also, that does remind me that I remember seeing someone talk on another video say how...
We managed to get inside. Welcome to Amaterasu Corporation.
Say how the giant building looks like, you know, Shinra or whatever. Or maybe they didn't explicitly say that, but they say Final Fantasy VII like, and now I think about it, yeah. Giant building. Oh, dearie dear.
Be more bold. If you look like that, people will only suspect you.
Sir.
What a cyber-futuristic lobby! It's nothing like Fuzzy.
Le Cafe!
But there's something unsettling about it. It feels so... sterile.
Yeah?
I totally get you. I could really use some blood and guts, and a headless corpse or two wouldn't hurt.
You have some peculiar
No,
decoration
you totally
designs.
Don't get me. Didn't the receptionist seem really suspicious of me?
With a face like that, it can't be helped.
Bro,
My
I'm
face?
tiny. Give me a
How about you
mask.
pretend you're my secretary. Yes, you're here as my able-bodied secretary.
I am small.
Now stand up straight. You are supposed to be here.
I don't know if I can change so suddenly.
I was about to say, you asked the wrong person to follow. Remember, if I get found, I'm screwed. Like, very, very screwed. Is this it? Restricted area.
The secret lab is deep underground. Regular employees are not given access to it.
Okay.
That should do it.
This is making me nervous.
This is making me stressed.
Who knew you could get inside so easily? Everything is almost a bit too easy here.
Yeah.
My puffiness is all pins and needles.
For once, we're actually in agreement, Shinigami.
I can't imagine he's plotting anything. Besides, I may as well take back whatever information I can get.
I mean, I guess. I mean, if he really wanted to kill me, he could just easily do it right now. I mean, he's also the CEO. There's not really much I get the feeling that anyone could say against him. So if he really wanted to kill me, then I get the feeling he would have done it a long time ago. For example, when he first saved us. The thing is, he does seem to know Yuma, based off the first interaction. When Yuma left him to go search for the others, he mentioned something about how that's the only reaction that I got. So it seems like Makoto knows Yuma's past self, but was expecting to see the past self, instead got new Yuma.
But what good will it do you if you die?
I don't know.
Then again, I could just take over your corpse and walk all the way back to the agency in your place.
Why is it that I was actually thinking that? I honestly, I was thinking that, like, couldn't you just take over my corpse and become new Yuma?
Well, if that happens, I'm counting on you.
By the way, if there's something you want to ask, go ahead now. There won't be time to talk once we arrive at the lab.
What do you mean?
Oh, then what should I ask about?
All right, let's start with number one here.
Mr. Makoto, you're really the CEO of Amaterasu Corporation, right?
I mean, it makes sense if he was able to get such easy access here.
Please, it's just Makoto. You really still doubt me?
No.
You saw us move past security.
Yeah, but...
Do you have a problem with the way I look? Would you prefer I was an old man with a comb over?
I'm good.
I suppose I could make a mask like that.
Do you have multiple masks?
Please, don't. Just stay the way you are.
You sure? I have other masks, so let me know if you have any requests.
You do have other masks. Interesting.
By the way, this mask is modeled after a god worshipped by the Bora Bora tribe, who live near the equator.
I don't know if I can trust you on that, because you've already lied about your story about why you have the mask on. Who knows? You could also be lying about what the mask is.
When did you first become CEO here?
There we go. That's a better question.
I think it was about 3 years ago.
Interesting. 3 years ago, huh? The same amount... That 3 years ago is also when the rain started in the city. The infinite rain.
I haven't always lived in Kanai Ward. I just happened to come here for work at Amaterasu Corporation.
And something happened to make you the CEO?
Just one small accomplishment, and then, before I knew it, I was chosen to be CEO.
Small accomplishment? What did you do?
Is that true? It sounds like you have your head in the clouds.
Of course it's true.
Well, do you mind telling me what the small accomplishment is?
Then what was the small accomplishment you mentioned? It must have been significant enough for you to be chosen.
Yeah.
I can't discuss the details of my work. Even if I told you, it's too specialized for you to understand.
I get the feeling that's a lie, but sure.
Honestly, I'm surprised you aren't from Kanai Ward. I I thought you were born and raised here.
That also is true, honestly. I would have thought, with the way he seems to care about the city.
Well, if you stay in one spot for 3 years, you grow attached to it.
Fair enough.
They say even couples who have fallen in love usually break up within the first 3 years.
What should I ask about?
Alright. I want to know more about the Peacekeepers.
Are
What's
there
your
any
relationship?
peacekeepers at the secret lab?
Of course. They're
Ah.
everywhere.
You're kidding!
However, due to confidentiality issues, we have regulations in place minimizing the number of staff there.
Couldn't you order them to withdraw? Is that possible?
It seems like there's some... It seems the power balance doesn't allow that, though.
It's not so easy. To deal with the peacekeepers, you must deal with their leader.
Yomi Hellsmile, who has also killed his right hand. As far as I know, his right hand should just be a block of meat on his right hand now.
Yomi, right? But considering your positions, don't you outrank him?
That's technically true, right?
Maybe to the outside world, but in truth, we're not so different.
Pity.
What's your relationship with him?
That I do want to know. He doesn't seem to hate you, but he doesn't seem to like you either. He just seems... Well, I don't know if he dislikes you. It seems like... I don't know.
You could say we both fought for the top spot in Amaterasu. That's the easiest way to put it.
So... rivals? Maybe?
Fought for the top?
That's what it sounds like to me. Like some sort of rival situation in a way.
At the time, Yomi was so elite. It was assumed he'd be the next CEO.
Really?
No one expected I would overtake him and gain that title for myself.
Which must have been the small accomplishment that allowed you to overcome him.
But in the end, you were chosen.
I never purposely aimed for the top, but there was something I had to do as the CEO.
You had to?
What was it?
It's a long story, so I'll save it for another day.
Alright.
In any case, I was officially appointed as CEO. So that's the post I hold now.
Okay.
Yomi believes I cheated to get my way here.
Hmm.
Ever since then, he's hated my guts and has grown more heavy-handed over time. The previous CEO died in an accident. But my guess is that actually...
Yomi killed them?
You think Yomi is responsible?
That's just a guess, mind you.
It could happen. I would not doubt it in the slightest, honestly. Of course, you need evidence to start proving that. But I would easily believe it.
I think he could do something like that.
Yeah.
Regardless, his resentment seems justified.
I don't know what he's thinking. But the fact remains that he's spreading fear throughout the whole city.
That much is true.
For the sake of Kanai Ward's future, I cannot allow him to run free.
He says it's for Kanai Ward's future, but it's probably just for himself. This is just a fight for power. It'd be a nice show if more corpses pile up.
The WDO getting involved now certainly complicates things.
Yeah?
It's complicated enough already. You're the only one who hasn't noticed yet, Master.
I know
I
this.
thought I knew, but I get the feeling the worst is yet to come.
That's also the other worrying thing.
Although, I have no idea what form worst will take.
The death of someone important, destruction of some place, I don't know.
What should I ask about?
Also, stop punching the air. Anyways, let's get to the actual thing that we should probably be asking about. What is the secret lab?
What sort of place is the secret lab?
It's literally a lab that's secret.
Thank you.
That doesn't answer my question.
With any organization, state-of-the-art research is kept top secret, and only the senior executives are given access.
So why the hell are you letting me in here?
All companies keep their research secret to protect their profits.
That's true, but...
We have especially advanced research machinery, even by Amaterasu standards. This is where our world-leading products are created.
So what are you developing here?
I can't tell you that, but feel free to look with your own eyes and imagine for yourself.
Alright.
Perhaps I'll give you a hint. Our head of research is Dr. Weska, a specialist in weapons development.
A specialist in weapon development? That is already very scary thought.
Weapons development?
The crudest, yet most delicate research in the entire world. It's a lot to worry about.
Yeah, and you have a big old smile on your face, I bet.
What do you mean?
Well, this is just a rumor, but someone in Amaterasu Corporation is working behind the scenes with Dr. Weska.
Really?
I don't know what they're plotting, but if this rumor is true, they must be dealt with eventually. Whether as CEO of Amaterasu, or as someone who loves this city.
Which is why you brought me here as part of your inspection.
Very good. You're a sharp one.
So he purposely brought you here so no one would suspect his real motive?
Interesting.
He's obviously using you as a scapegoat in case something happens. This guy's dangerous.
I don't think he's revealed his true motive yet. And I won't end up as some sacrificial lamb.
We still got another chapter after this, after all. At least I'm pretty sure we do. Alright. Are we almost down to the Earth's core at this point? Because I swear we've been going down for an hour at this point.
We're here.
Finally.
There's that face again. Did you forget? Right now, you're my able secretary. Don't look so worried.
Fine.
Or should I lend you an extra mask? It'll be perfect for hiding your face.
You know what? If other people won't get suspicious about the mask itself, then sure.
No,
Then let's go.
Alright, what are we looking at? Oh god, there are peacekeepers everywhere.
That's odd.
Oh?
The gate was left open. Under normal security circumstances, there wouldn't be so many peacekeepers.
Well, this is already bad.
Did they find out about me?
If so, you'd already be captured. They wouldn't even let you off the elevator.
Oh.
For now, let's ask them what's up.
Alright.
Hey, wait!
Bro! I'm leaving! Screw this! Ah, fine.
Hi there. What happened?
Chief Executive!
Okay, so he's definitely the chief, considering how other people...
Regret to inform you that 2 peacekeepers on guard duty at the gate were knocked out by someone.
Oh.
Is it an intruder?
I never have seen him angry before, I don't think.
Yes, that appears to be the case.
Great, so someone else is broken in, so I think there's even bigger issues here.
So we have a guest. Who would have thought there'd be an intruder right now?
Pretty interesting timing, don't you think?
Intruder?
The timing is too perfect. It's like they were waiting for you, Master.
Yeah.
Huh?
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, crap!
Am I seeing things? The tacky piece of trash that loves looking down on citizens from on high is actually strutting around on the ground. And with the fucking detective who moonlights as a terrorist to boot.
Hey, you idiot, you told
That's
me I'd
even
be
more
fine!
impossible than a chance meeting between an umbrella and a sewing machine on an operating table!
What the hell are you talking about?
This is bad. Why is he, of all people, here?
This is the worst timing. Master, you are the world champion of getting into trouble.
I still believe this is your fault!
Hi, Yomi. You came at the right time. We have an emergency. An intruder has gotten past the gate.
You don't need to tell me what I already know, you masked freak.
It sounds like you already know about the intruder. So, you received an alert and decided to pay a visit? Seeing you personally take care of things is a rare sight.
Of course I'm here. This is an important base for us.
Makoto, is this the Peacekeepers, like, main headquarters that you just brought me into?
Well, do you have any ideas regarding this intruder?
I'm not required by duty or cosmic law to tell you a damn thing. Go back to the clouds and read poetry in the bath.
I'll help.
What?
As CEO, I offer my full support to the Peacekeepers' investigation.
What, like some sort of truce?
Is now the time to fight among ourselves?
Fine. I'll accept your peace offer.
Hi!
You think I'd really say that? I don't need your help! You don't seem to understand the situation you're in. You really are a special kind of stupid. I have power, numbers, and charisma that far surpass yours in every way. You are in no position to order around the great Yomi.
I'll admit, I have no power, numbers, or charisma. But what about here?
Eh?
You talk a lot of trash, empty-headed balloon boy.
How about I catch this intruder before you do?
Oh.
You catch the intruder? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with Fink the slaughter artist.
I'm sorry, the who?
Fink the slaughter artist. The famous hitman?
A famous hitman?
Who's this new character now?
Yeah, I was about to say.
He said hitman.
So this was an assassination attempt is what it sounds like.
What? Were you acting all tough for no reason? You sure are a brainless executive.
Yomi, are you just gonna ignore me? If so, please continue doing so.
We've been looking into this for days already.
Okay. Damn. Let me see. Dr. Wesker must pay for his sins with his life. My blade shall be his atonement.
It's a death threat. Dr. Wesker is...
A target.
Isn't that the head of the lab he mentioned?
Yeah.
So a hitman's out to get him?
Oh boy.
This thing was sent to the Peacekeepers and the lab itself a few days ago.
So he's in danger is what
The
we're
slaughter
hearing.
artist signed the envelope in big letters. He craves attention like a schoolgirl with a new haircut.
So get the feeling I can already tell what's gonna happen here. You're gonna be the... Yomi here is probably gonna end up being the phantom that we fight in the mystery labyrinth. And the slaughter artist here is the criminal we're trying to find out.
It doesn't matter who he is. The moment he steps into this lab, he'll be caught in my trap. Sorry, but we'll be the ones to handle this hitman.
Keep talking, you clown. Your words are just as empty as your head. We, the Peacekeepers, are gonna catch the hitman. We're the keepers of order, and we'll show him who's
Don't look at
boss.
me. Don't look at me.
You best be careful not to stand in my way. It'd ruin my shoes to stomp on a pile of shit.
Okay, he for some reason actually ignored me.
Are you sure you can catch the hitman first?
Huh? It's not my job to catch him. It's yours, detective.
Bro, why are you throwing this on me?
I knew it.
There. Don't look at me like that.
Then again, I get the feeling that by doing this, they might actually have to let me go, even if they see me, considering I'm not supposed to be here. So,
As a result, you weren't taken by the Peacekeepers, and we also gained information about the intruder.
yeah, I get the feeling that we're gonna have to basically go along with this if we're going to want to get out of here safely, which, oh well, I am curious about this hitman anyways.
We've killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
Fair enough.
Maybe, but
On top of that, you can peruse the lab freely now. So it's more like a 3-base hit sending all the runners home.
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
was that his goal during the short exchange with Yomi?
If so, then it worked out wonderfully somehow.
If so, he's not just any regular person. I understand why you think he's creepy.
He's pretty smart despite his way of acting.
It's probably best to stay on his good side. Although, I don't think befriending him is smart either.
I think we're currently on good footing with him then.
In other words, as I keep on saying, you should just run away.
No, that would get us
too
more
late for
suspicious.
that.
Now, let's go inside the lab like we originally planned.
Alright.
It's planned, huh?
Matarasu Lab.
So this is the secret lab. Let's keep up with Makoto.
You're going so fast. Wait. Wouldn't the hitman have to be
I should
somebody...
try something way more suspicious, like corpses stored in a vat of chemicals and stuff.
I don't know if it's Resident Evil. Maybe they do have that, though. Maybe it's somewhere else.
See? It's not some suspicious lab. There aren't any immortal monsters in sight.
Bro, I just started walking
I
around.
Can't tell yet.
I was about to say, we just started walking around.
Yuma, I'm sure you want to look around the lab, but let's prioritize this issue with Dr. Weska.
Alright, let's do it.
Right. If he's been targeted by the hitman, it'd be better to find him first and take him into our custody.
Well then, let's hurry. Dr. Weska should be in the critical lab up ahead.
Dr. Uska. I get the impression we're gonna find him in a pool of his own blood, aren't we?
Was that a robot? I think I've seen it somewhere else.
Wasn't there one at the beginning of the game?
Isn't that the one they advertise a lot on posters around town and those big digital billboards?
Oh, it's a toy robot for children. It's being developed here.
It's cute.
You make them here? Toy robots, I mean.
It may be a toy, but it's quite advanced. State-of-the-art technology shouldn't be just for adults.
I mean, I guess.
In fact, I even have one. It's quite nice.
He looked like Fren.
The camera affixed to its head can connect to a device's display, and it can also be remote controlled.
So what you're saying is, it can be a spy camera.
It even features an interactive mic and can carry a load of up to 100 kilograms. It's advertised to withstand play with your rowdiest kids, and as being tough enough for an elephant to stand on.
Shall we keep going?
I was about to say, let's just keep moving.
Right.
Who knows? In the short amount of time we've talked about a robot, the guy could have died. Imagine if the robot just turned to look at the camera.
Here it is. Let's go inside.
Yes.
Alrighty.
This is the front chamber of the critical lab. You can consider it an entrance.
Is it the only entrance?
Dr. Weska's critical lab is sealed with especially tough security. Anyone who tries to enter carelessly would be in grave danger, including myself. So, in order to meet the doctor, we must first contact him on the intercom.
Hello? Are you alive?
Who dares disturb the thoughts within my sacred brain cells?
You do not look like anything I would have thought.
Dr. Weska, it's me, the CEO of Amaterasu Corporation.
Who the hell are you? I refuse to speak with any disrespectful hoodlums. Either take off your mask or present someone whose mouth I can view.
You heard him. Yuma, can you take my place?
Why me?
Huh? Me? Why doesn't he just take off his mask? This doctor guy seems like the stubborn type. I doubt I'll be good at dealing with him.
The only humans you're good at dealing with are young girls. Right, Master?
Shut up.
My name is Yuma Cocohead. I've come here today after being advised by Mr. Makoto.
Speak what you must in under 10 words.
Oh, for God's
sure.
sakes.
You're being targeted by a hitman. You need to get somewhere safe.
You're being targeted by a hitman. You need to get some... That's more than 10!
You've exceeded your word limit. Game over. Don't come back.
Gosh dang it!
Hold on!
See how difficult he is? He's a great researcher, but I can't say the same for his personality. People say he's been in this lab for months now without seeing anyone.
Months?
It's like the Heavenly Rock cave legend.
What?
However, there's only one way to get him out, and it's not some passionate dance. It's this.
What the hell are you doing?
Huh?
You're a persistent bugger. What's the meaning of this? Do you wish to become a test subject for a new weapon?
No.
As I mentioned, a hitman is...
I know that already. I received a threatening note a few days ago.
Huh? So you received one too?
I received a report from my subordinate. I didn't see anything of the sort myself.
Why didn't you run away then? You'd be better protected somewhere safe.
What a foolish question. What place is possibly safer than here? The security system was instilled with my genius.
That still seems like a great way of getting yourself killed, buddy.
Whether it's a hitman or the CEO, anyone who dares enter without my permission will be turned into a test subject.
What exactly are you testing?
And now that you've been enlightened, quit wasting my precious time.
It appears he won't budge. Such a shame. I wanted to ask him a few things too.
Well, on the bright side, he seems to be alive, right?
Sorry.
It's not your fault. He didn't even talk to me. He appears to despise me. Maybe it's because I keep trying to investigate his research.
Do you not know what he's doing either?
So having you introduce me wouldn't have made a difference in the first place.
Probably not. But I thought you'd like the chance to speak with the doctor. He is the head of Amaterasu Corp's research facilities. If there was any sort of questionable research, he would know.
Unfortunately, he's not gonna say anything.
Questionable research? He's referring to the homunculi. Isn't there some way we can reach the doctor?
I doubt he'd answer the intercom again, and it's impossible to get past his security. You can attempt to force your way in, but you'd be risking your life.
I'm good.
The security is that tough?
You could say it's impregnable. You could even call it murderous. Intruders will be immediately killed.
God.
Killed?
It's not so much a security system as a boom kill device.
It's a security system so perfect that even the devil would avoid it. Even though this is the heart of Amaterasu Corporation, I still think it's a bit excessive. Oh, if you want, I could explain what the security is like around here.
Sure.
Yes, please. Tell me about the security system.
First off, we're in what's known as the front chamber. It's like an entrance to the critical lab.
Yeah.
You see that automatic door there? It's not actually locked. You can come and go freely through it.
Really?
Once you get past that door, you will need to proceed through 3 chambers before arriving at the doctor's lab.
Again, excessive.
The 3 chambers are, in order, the airlock, the toxic gas chamber, and the panel chamber.
What in God's name do you mean?
Toxic gas chamber. Sounds dangerous already.
It is. Anyway, let's go in order. After the front chamber
hey, we get to look at
is
it.
the airlock.
Okay.
The airlock isn't particularly dangerous. As the name suggests, it's a room that seals out air. It features a large decontamination device set up on a wall.
Oh,
This prevents gas from the toxic gas chamber from leaking out.
makes sense.
If an intruder broke in or there was an accident originating from the toxic gas chamber, everything beyond it would remain safe thanks to the airlock.
So it's a room to stop the toxic gas.
Once you get past the airlock, you
Oh,
arrive at
God.
the toxic gas chamber in question. It was supposed to use sleeping gas in the original design, but Dr. Weska decided to upgrade it.
Why?
If anyone enters while the security system is active, the whole room immediately fills with fatal toxic gas. The gas is comprised of bacterial aerosols, so regular gas masks are ineffective against it.
Oh, great.
Even if you hold your breath, it penetrates the skin. There are no effective treatments for it in existence.
Why?
Isn't it dangerous to weaponize such a deadly gas?
Oh, there's no need to worry about that. This gas is one of the doctor's failures.
What do you mean it's a failure?
It's only effective in an airtight room. It is easily dispersed outdoors.
Oh, really? Interesting. It's only effective in an airtight room. So what you're saying is, if it was anywhere else, this wouldn't really do anything, and maybe at most make someone sick.
I see.
How curious.
By the way, it takes time for the toxins to spread throughout your body, so it will not be a quick death. However, you will absolutely die within 30 minutes. No one can escape that fate. The time lag is another reason why it's considered a failure. But as a security system, it's unmatched in offensive and defensive capabilities.
What the hell was it originally supposed to be?
Anyone who wanted to force their way through would need a spacesuit.
He claims the gas will absolutely kill anyone. That's terrifying.
I'm about to say, I don't like
It's not
that.
cute like me at all.
And next, we have the third room, the panel chamber.
Are those lasers?
It consists of 9 panels in a 3x3 layout. It functions as a key to open the door. The 9 panels are set in a special sequence by the doctor. Stepping on them in the correct order unlocks the door.
Does stepping in the wrong order kill you?
Only the doctor knows the order. Its key is sealed within his memories. Supposedly, even computers cannot analyze it. Also, stepping on the wrong panel will cause an intruder to be shocked at high voltages.
Ah, how pleasant.
What, high voltages?
An intruder would be burnt to a crisp before realizing they'd messed up.
It's totally out to boom kill you.
At this point, is the reason the doctor doesn't come out truly because he just doesn't want to, or is it because he literally can't? Because if he messes up one thing, he dies.
It was originally designed to emit a light shock, but the doctor modified it to be deadly.
Why?
Why go to such lengths?
According to the doctor, this string of security protocols is not meant to kill intruders.
I refuse to believe that.
It's more like a deterrent. This display of excessive force would cause anyone to give up on breaking in. But there is a strong aura of malice here. I guess you could say that's another deterrent.
It's true. If anyone knew about the obstacles, they would never even try to enter here.
Exactly.
And also note there's a second decontamination device in the panel chamber that's identical to the one in the airlock.
I figured, yeah.
Of course, this is to prevent the toxic gas from leaking into the lab itself.
Makes sense.
Once the 9 panels are cleared, all that is left is to flip the switch. Doing so opens the final door, beyond which is the doctor's lab.
There's a washing machine in there.
Speaking of, how does the doctor get in and out of the lab?
Within the lab is a button that fully disarms all security measures. The doctor just presses it whenever he leaves. But he's remained in the lab for months. He seems focused solely on his research and hasn't set a foot outside. There's a toilet and shower, as well as plenty of food and water. Security is perfect, and since he's never interrupted, it must feel like heaven to him.
Yeah.
Even so, it doesn't seem healthy to be holed up in there for months. Did something trigger that?
It's normal for a researcher to be immersed in his own research, but it is worrisome. We won't know the details until we speak to him directly. From what I've heard, he was part of a big project that was canceled in the past. He's shut himself in here ever since.
Really?
A big project?
Could it be homunculi?
Could it be the homunculus research?
Yeah.
Anyway, as I've just explained, getting through the security here is impossible.
I don't want to try, I'm gonna be real with
If you
you.
wish to meet the doctor, you must get him to press the disarming button. In the end, we must communicate with him, which you appear to be better at than I am.
That's not true. But I guess I have to do it.
Also, if I annoy him anymore, I'm gonna become his test subject, so, oh no. Hi.
I knew you'd be here.
Hi.
Yomi, Dr. Weska is safe. I've confirmed it just now. The security system is active, so I doubt the hitman can even get close to him.
So, you talked smack about finding that hitman before we do. How's it going?
As of right now, no luck.
You can drop the phony act, masked freak.
I don't think he's lying.
My underlings searched all around the lab, but no intruder has been found. Which means there was no hitman from the get-go. Isn't that right, you executive of massive fraud?
So what are you trying to imply? That this was like planned by him?
Huh?
I know you're the one who made up that death threat, Makoto Kabutsuchi.
Really?
What are you plotting? Why are you even here?
You seem to have a misunderstanding. There's no doubt someone's been here before us. Besides, what would I gain from such a plot? I just want to have a little chat with Dr. Weska.
What business do you have with Dr. Weska? Don't pretend you're just here to talk about the weather!
It's always raining here!
I want to see if he needs my help with anything. I have a duty to watch over Amaterasu and Kanai Ward as a whole.
What? What have you ever done for Kanai Ward? All you do is look down on it from on high. The peaceful order you see when you gaze upon it is thanks to my righteous justice. I'm the one guiding these lazy fools. I brought civilization to this place.
Oh dear.
I don't need you messing with the proper order of my city! Hey, tell Mr. CEO that he doesn't belong here. Politely escort him out. Make sure he can still talk, though.
Makoto?
There are plenty of things I need to ask him.
Makoto!
What a coincidence. I was hoping to have a nice chat with you two.
What about me? Uh-oh, God.
It's alright, don't worry. We're just going to talk for a bit. I'll be right back.
Oh, God. Not good.
Hey,
Hey,
what even are you?
I don't know.
Huh?
You're not a citizen of Kanai Ward, nor are you a detective. What
I-
point is there in your existence?
Huh?
Not that I care about small fries like you anyway. Just lock him up somewhere.
No. No, stop!
Shinigami, what do I do?
Jeez, you are always begging for help.
What do you expect?
I must admit, seeing you so pitiful is nice. I'm gonna stare at you for a while.
Don't say that! Help me!
It's not like there's anything I can do in this situation anyway.
Please, wait!
Help. Ow. I'm screwed.
Hey, open up! Please, hear me out!
Shut up and stay put!
I'm screwed.
Here we are again, huh? I'm growing bored of this, Master.
Seriously, why does this keep happening to me? It's like some evil spirit is haunting me.
What? That's impossible. Although, you do have an adorable partner here. Oh, there you go, sighing again. Keep it up and something bad'll happen.
I hope a meteor crashes down on me.
Is it time to switch out? Oh, it's that late already? The guy inside? Beats me. He seems to have quieted down. Anyway, you can take it from here.
Ah! Oh, God. Hey. Hey.
What are you doing? Am I gonna be tortured? Please, wait. I don't know anything, honest.
Stand up.
I'm scared.
Your sentence has been decided. You will be put to death.
Oh, great.
Death?
Wow, you got the death penalty just for tagging along? I don't want you to die, Master!
Then do something!
However, I will give you one chance. If you wish to escape your fate, say the name of the girl you like.
The fuck?
Huh?
Come on. That's enough fooling around.
Wait.
Won't you let me have a bit more fun?
Yeah! What? That's Suhiko! And that's Yako? What the hell?
Suhiko? And Chief Yako?
How the hell did you guys get here?
Took you long enough to notice, Yuma. If you're this dense, no wonder you got caught.
How the hell did you guys know I was here?
You used your disguise!
I wouldn't really call it a disguise. This is more like a change of clothes for me.
So who is the girl you like anyway, Master?
Never mind that now.
Yeah.
Anyway, what are you doing here, Yuma?
That's what I want to know. Why are you two here?
First off, you need to calm down, Yuma. Tell me what you're doing here.
Well, I was investigating that secret lab and...
This, that, and the other thing, and then this, and that, and that. And that's all.
And that's what happened.
I see. So that masked CEO had a hand in things. No wonder you were all fidgety when you came back to the agency.
So that's probably why you knew to come look for me.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
I was told not to do it.
I'm sure you had no choice. Oh, that's nothing to be proud of, mind you. It's not some stranger with a sweet whisper that has your back when it matters. It's your friends, right? Don't misjudge these matters. Think carefully about who really cares.
Hey, now's not the time to give a lecture. Why are all old men like this?
I'm not that old.
Master sure is an expert at getting into trouble. You're also an expert at crying out for help.
Shut up.
I wonder why these two are here.
Yeah, why are you two here?
So, why are you two here?
Oh, this was delivered to us after you left the agency.
Eh? Dr. Huesca must pay for his sins with his life. My blade shall be as a atonement. Why did you guys get the
It's the
message?
hitman's death threat. why was this sent to the detective agency?
Yeah.
It's me. But this Dr. Weska guy is famous among Amaterasu's staff.
It makes sense why he himself would get the message, as well as probably Amaterasu itself, like the corporation, and I guess by extension the Peacekeepers. But why the hell would we get it?
Also, I remembered he shut himself up inside their headquarters.
Unless I'm worried.
So we came here to the headquarters and saw the Peacekeepers director head inside looking all irritated. Which was our cue that something must have happened.
And that's where I came in. I hid myself among the other peacekeepers and followed them inside to what happened to be the secret lab itself.
What about the others?
I
Where are
heard
they?
Some careless detective got captured, so we came to help.
Thank you. You really saved me.
Thanks to this letter, we were able to find the secret lab.
But this Fink the slaughter artist guy, is he scattering death threats all over town?
Is it all for Weska?
Doesn't that just make it harder to kill the target? The Peacekeepers have ramped up their security.
Yeah.
You'll never understand what these wacky named psychos are thinking. Maybe he prefers having a challenge or something.
I don't know what the hitman is plotting, but there's only one thing we need to do. We must take Dr. Weska into custody as soon as possible and extract information about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. If they really are researching homunculi, then he would know.
Yeah.
But from what Yuma said, this mission won't be that simple.
Yeah. We have to go through every death trap.
The masked man is meeting the doctor for a reason, and the Peacekeeper director is after him too. On top of that, some first-rate hitman's gunning for him.
The fight over Dr. Weska is taking shape. Our competition's quite the lineup.
Yeah.
We can outsmart them all.
Let's hope we
The Nocturnal
can.
Detective Agency has been pressed in on all sides. So it's about time to show them what we're made of.
Now you're actually getting
Oh,
pumped?
Chief, you're usually so pessimistic. I like what I'm hearing. All right, let's do this!
Yeah, let's.
Nice! I love this totally gung-ho attitude. It's super stupid. Not that I mind one bit.
Whatever.
Yuma, you want to put on a disguise?
Oop.
I'll match your preference and make you look like a lady peacekeeper.
Just make me a male, for God's
I have
sakes.
a preference.
Oh, wait, I had to hide my bag on the way here. I need to get it first.
What?
Let's go.
For the first time, I think Fuzzhead and the Shorty Detective are kinda cool.
Oh, it's so good to see you guys.
Uh,
I was surprised when I heard you got caught, but my man got it through without a scratch.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming to help me, Tetsuhiko. Don't mention it. That's what bros are for. I love that we've just become bro friends.
All right.
All right, let's show them what detectives are made of.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go. And here I was worried we were truly and utterly screwed. Why would we get a card for our Weska? Alright, so... Oh dear.
Whoa! What's going on?
This is not part of the plan.
A blackout?
I despise both extremely dark and bright places. Please make it just right.
Hang on. Calm down. Don't move about carelessly.
There we go.
lights came back.
There is a lot that could have happened in such a short amount of time, don't you think?
Has been disrupted. We are now switching to backup power.
What happened?
Review all systems and report any errors.
I get the feeling that those systems that are supposed to protect the doctor are now off, aren't they?
A high-tech place like this? Guess it's not as great as it's made to look.
I don't think that's usual.
No. Maybe it was
Planned.
Could it have been the hitman?
Check on that doctor
security
now.
system protecting the lab shut down during the blackout.
He could have run through in that time, couldn't he?
This is bad. The doctor is in danger.
Let's head to the critical lab right away. We need to protect the doctor.
Yuma, take us there.
Got it.
Right.
Wait. That blackout should have caused a commotion. If we leave now, The Peacekeepers will see us.
Well, don't you have disguises?
I knew it. This place is crawling with them.
What do we do?
I'll draw their attention to buy some time. In the meantime, you two hurry to that doctor.
Huh? You?
What? You're worried I can't do it? I might not have a forte, but I do have my detective experience backing me up. I'm
Don't
chief
die.
of the Nocturnal Detective Agency. Leave this to me.
Wow! Buzzhead looks so cool now!
Okay, good luck.
Stay safe, buddy.
Wait 3 minutes after I leave the room. I'll get their attention by then. You guys use that opportunity to secure custody of the doctor. I'm counting on you both. See you later. There's the hitman! I saw him go this way!
There we go. Alright, I think it's our turn, Jessica.
Actually, aren't we the ones doing the more dangerous thing?
That's not true. I'm sure it's also dangerous for the chief to be a decoy.
Well, I guess just being here is dangerous either way.
I was about to say... Are the others here? Like, is Halara, Fubuki, and Vivia? Although I don't know if I want Vivia here.
There's no time for a disguise. Let's hurry to the doctor.
Right.
Let's do it. I don't exactly know if I want Vivia here, to be honest with you.
The hallway is darker than before.
I think it's due to the backup power. The doctor's lab is this way.
There's no time for a detour. Let's hurry.
Come on.
I love the atmosphere in this gloomy lab.
It's not supposed to be gloomy.
A monster's gonna jump out!
I hope Chief Yako is okay.
I do too. The way you're running does not tell me you're...
Someone's still on guard here.
Yeah.
Please, hear us out. We thought the doctor would be in danger, so we...
Hey,
I no
Fubuki.
longer have to fear getting lost. I am in your care.
Hey, Fubuki. Stop levitating my hand.
Oh, Yuma. Has your amnesia deteriorated to the point that you have forgotten me?
Fubuki?
Princess, things have gotten complicated. So you can take that off now.
Oh, I forgot.
In that case, Halara's probably also here. Hey.
How about now, Yuma? Does my face look familiar?
Of course it does.
Fubuki, you're here too.
Yes, I am a detective and adventurer. The chance to explore dangerous places gets me excited.
That's going to get you killed, but whatever.
But because everyone is disguised, I cannot tell who is who.
So that does mean everyone is here. So
That's how
Halara.
you got lost.
As usual, she is such a troublemaker.
Hey, we don't have any time to waste. Let's hurry to the doctor.
I guess you're coming along too.
Let's try calling him on the intercom.
I hope he's all right.
Doc? Oh, hey, he's alive.
Doctor!
What? You again? Stop calling me.
Thank goodness. Dr. Huesca, you're still all right.
What are you talking about? The hitman hasn't arrived yet. When will he show up?
Do you want him to appear?
Don't tell me this so-called first-rate hitman was captured by peacekeepers.
No, the hitman hasn't been caught yet. Anyway, there was a blackout earlier. Is your security system all right?
This critical lab operates on a separate power system that obviously includes its security measures.
Well, we didn't know that. So that means even if the power went out, you would be safe.
I can even review the log on the computer itself. Yes, security didn't drop for even a second. It's a baseless worry.
Sheesh. Seems like he stayed safe, but man, this old guy sure is annoying.
Yes.
Old guy? Annoying? I can see you, you pathetic tiny weakling.
What? You calling me a weakling?
Oh, dear.
Dare you? Calm down, Desuhiko.
By the way, who is that woman behind you?
Why are you curious?
She's another detective like us. She's here to protect you.
A detective woman? Protecting me?
Don't get weird.
That is right. I shall do my best to protect you.
This might be our chance, Princess. That dirty old man has a new look in his eye.
Don't do this.
Let's call the geezer out of his hiding place with a honey trap. Ooh, Tell him, I will serve you with all my heart.
Stop!
Sure, leave it to me.
Fubuki, don't do this!
He says he will serve you with all his heart. Yeah?
Hey, that's not what I meant.
I am running low on supplies, so I suppose it's time. If you detectives will protect me.
Whoa, she's super effective.
Dr. Huesca, I'll come get you. Can you shut off the security on your end?
Huh? Wait. What the?
Uh-oh.
Dr. Huesca? What's wrong?
Wait. Who are you?
Not good.
Help! Somebody come help me!
Doctor? Doctor!
Hey,
He's dead.
What just happened? Did he say, who are you? Was he attacked by the hitman?
But the security system is still active. No one could possibly reach him.
And we can't go
Doctor was
in.
definitely just attacked by someone.
Yeah, but we can't go in.
We have to go help him.
You idiot! Don't do this!
Fubuki, stop! There are toxic gas and high voltage traps inside.
Toxic gas?
Yes!
High voltage?
Why is that the part that concerns you?
There are some dangerous security devices up ahead.
But at this rate, Dr. Dirty Geezer will...
Well, at least you know his name.
That's not his name. But what are we supposed to do? We can't help him.
What do we do? Should we take a gamble and rush in?
No!
Before you get yourself killed, how about you use your brain first, like a detective should?
But I don't know what to do.
That's why you gotta think. There must be some way.
You're telling me to think, but I have no idea. To bypass security and protect the doctor, I should...
I don't know. Sound the alarm.
I know! We should sound the alarm and wait for the doctor to appear.
Hold on. If you do that, the peacekeepers will rush over here. And if the doctor was attacked, he may not be in any condition to move.
Right. There must be another way. To bypass security...
Shinigami, do something.
Oh yeah!
He got...
Well... Hey, Shinigami. Can you pass through the walls and look at what's going on?
Sort of, but I can't move too far from you. Well, if you force your way into the third room, I bet I could check on that doctor guy.
The toxic gas would kill me, though.
Hey, Yuma, if you've got a bright idea, tell us about it.
Sorry.
Use a toy.
I know. Maybe we can use that.
Oh, actually, no, that makes
Use
sense.
what? This lab has been developing a toy robot. Toxic gas wouldn't affect it.
I saw one in the other room. You're totally right. It's worth a shot.
Yeah, let's go get that robot.
Oh, hold on. If we all leave this place, isn't there a chance the intruder could escape? He could even get away with the doctor.
And shall I remain here and keep watch?
Are
you sure, Fubuki?
Yes. If someone shows up, I can just turn back time.
Don't forget, please.
I guess there's that. Well, we should leave her here then. She's better at this than us anyway.
You can
Assuming she can't forget. Assuming she doesn't forget.
Let's go get that robot.
Good.
This feels like a bad idea letting Fubuki be the one to stay here, but... we don't exactly have too many better options, I don't think.
Master, you gotta hurry!
I know this!
This way, this way!
Where's that toy? Where's that toy?
Master, maybe it's here. The sign reads Robot Lab.
Give me that robot. I need that robot. We need that robot.
What the? More peacekeepers? When will you leave me alone?
I need that robot.
All that commotion going on in the blackout too. I can't concentrate on my research.
Give me that robot.
That's not it. We're not peacekeepers. We're detectives. There's something we'd like help with.
And that's all.
That's what happened.
Really? Dr. Weska?
Can we borrow your robot?
Let me think about it.
I really need him to decide quickly.
More supposed to wait a little, so how about we kill some time check?
Monitor seems to be showing a report sent from Amapal.
But
We have absolutely no idea what it means. You probably have to be a researcher here to understand it.
This place.
I think they might be testing robots in here.
How else would you check if they can handle high voltages and toxic gas?
I don't think that's what they're testing for. They don't have lungs, right? Huh. No, Peacekeeper. Whoever you are, don't interfere with my research.
Sorry.
aw,
He's a textbook example of a focused intellectual. Yeah, it's not wired like that, right, Master?
Shut up. Amapal. Behold, a friend for a new era by Amaterasu Corporation. The remote-controlled robot with a camera, Amapal. It can withstand even the roughest play with your rowdy's children. It's tough enough for even an elephant to stand on.
Do you understand the benefits this experiment will impart in society if it proves successful?
Of course we do. If it's successful, you get to finish your work. And then enjoy romantic dinner with me. Isn't that the benefit you're talking about?
Hey!
Suhiko, I think we should let her focus.
If you don't understand, and kindly keep your mouth shut. She's not having it. Of course she's not. Give me that. Yucko.
Oh!
The shelf has a bunch of files filled with research reports.
I get it.
All this research makes a toy robot.
It shows how much passion was put into Amapal.
Damn.
Damn it, we're in a hurry. He just needs to make a decision already.
Oh!
We can't rush him.
Damn it!
Hey, don't mess with Amapal without permission.
Sorry.
So it's called Amapal. Is the robot really as amazing as you describe it?
An amateur like yourself cannot fathom it. Amapal is a fusion of all the state-of-the-art technology in our lab. Some researchers are even considering implementing it as part of militarized weapon technology.
Oh.
But investing state-of-the-art technology into a toy is the epitome of peaceful civilization, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah, I can see
May
it.
be true, but there are other things to worry about right now.
Anyways, I need you to make a decision, Boyle.
Are you close with Dr. Weska?
No way. He's not close with anyone. But there isn't a single person at Amaterasu Corporation who doesn't know about him. He's famous in a variety of ways. To be quite blunt, we don't get along. His research is sanctimonious and unethical. He'd sacrifice others for the sake of his
And you got a
research
mushroom.
without hesitation. Where most people falter, he's remorseless. I heard he shut himself in the critical lab, and honestly, I wouldn't care if he remained there the rest of his life.
I understand this, and I can't exactly say I blame you, but at the same time...
That old guy is really hated around these parts. Although, I totally get it.
I get it, too, but still, I kind of need your help.
Looks like I don't have a choice.
Please.
I'm obligated to help, even if it's Dr. Weska.
Thank
All right,
you.
I'll lend you Amapal. That is the purpose of science, after all.
You're a good man.
This is such a big help. Thank you.
Listen carefully. You can control Amapal through this tablet.
Gotcha.
A display will appear, with the camera's feed from behind Amapal's eyes. Observe through here, while moving Amapal with the controller. Bumping into walls won't hurt it, so there's no need to be overly careful.
All right, I'll give it a try.
Also, regarding Amapal's arms, for child safety purposes, the ends of his arms are ball-shaped.
So he can't pick up stuff.
It is unable to grab anything, but has enough strength to flip a switch. But it won't respond to any other commands while retracting or extending the arms, so keep that in mind.
So we just need him to turn off the
For example,
stuff.
until the arms fully retract, it cannot move or turn its head.
Weird.
This prevents the arm wires from tangling up, keeping children from getting too adventurous while playing.
Alright.
That's everything. Any questions?
None.
No, I think I got it.
Thanks, bro.
Amapal is built to be tough. Obviously, the elephant thing is an exaggeration for advertisements, but its load capacity is 100 kilograms. That being said, I don't know if it can survive high voltages.
Oh.
Oh,
Still, human life takes priority. Please return it to me once you're done.
I will. Thank you so
Our
much,
other
sir.
Pal units are broken right now, so it's the only one that's functioning.
Understood. We will be sure to return Amapel to you.
Come on, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Welcome back.
Look at my new friend.
Robot. Did you decide on a name yet?
Ama.
Sure. Anyway, did anything strange happen, Fubuki?
No. I kept watch the whole time, but no one entered or left the room.
Which means the doctor and the intruder are both still inside.
Unless the intruder found some other secret way of getting in.
Let's check the intercom again. Let's check the intercom again to see if the doctor's
Doc? That's not a good sign.
Still no answer.
He's not just ignoring us, right? It's reasonable to suspect something happened.
Yeah?
We still might make it in time. Let's use the robot to investigate the situation in the lab.
It's your turn, bro.
So that's the toxic gas chamber over there. They sure made this extremely dangerous.
It was supposed to be sleep gas, but then the doctor decided to be an idiot.
Yuma, don't go too far in. If you open that door by accident, the whole place will be filled with toxic gas. Leave Amapal here, and let's head back.
Yep.
Right. We'll leave the rest to Amapal.
You got this, bro.
Okay, switching it on now.
Come on, bro. Bro. Where is my bro? How long is it gonna take for this to load? Bro. Game?
Oh, hey, the screen lit up. So this is what Amapal sees.
Give me, like, a minute or two. I need to do something real quick. Get back over here. Apologies, I just had to turn on laundry.
It's like the cockpit of a mecha.
A toy mecha.
Did it break already? I thought it was state of the art.
No, it's all right. It's stabilized.
Help.
Scared me for a second. Okay, let's get to the doctor.
Shinigami's tutorial corner.
Oh no. Make noise.
Master, does controlling a robot get you going?
What?
This part seems important.
Whoa, what's going on? Oh, it's just Amapal. Don't scare me like that. It sounds like a toy.
It is a toy.
Well, it is a toy.
Hey, Master, can you play any instruments? Like the piano, trumpet, or guitar?
Thank you,
I'm not
Amapal.
sure. I don't think I can, but maybe I could before I lost my memory.
A detective should at least be able to play the violin.
Wee woo.
Though you should work on your deduction skills first.
Ugh. Even through the screen, it feels awful to be traveling through toxic gas.
I'm beginning to feel sick.
Yuma, let's hurry up and get out of here.
Yeah.
Wee woo.
As expected, I don't see anyone. Guess no one's here.
Okay, how is this one supposed to work?
Detected. Commencing decontamination. The door will be locked until decontamination is complete.
The door's been locked.
Uh-oh. No! Amapal!
Key and latch somewhere?
it appears that the system won't let it open until the toxic gas has been removed.
At least it's safe in that regard.
Well, if the door opened before then, the toxic gas would leak out.
Thank you, Amapal.
Decontamination complete.
Looks like it's done. The next issue is the floor panels with high voltage currents.
If you step on them in the right order, the door unlocks, right?
Yeah, step on them in the wrong order, and this thing gets shocked to death.
But only the doctor knows the combination. And if you fail, it will shock you at a high voltage.
There must be a hint somewhere. This kind of thing usually has some suspicious notes around to help you solve it. Crap. What do we do?
There are only 9 panels, so why not just try your luck at it?
But if Amapal is electrocuted, we'll be completely helpless.
Well, we do have,
I can't just go in blindly.
Then you better think of something, you know, like a detective would.
Still, is there a way to step on the panels in the right order without making a mistake? No, wait, that's it! We might be able to do it using that!
Fubuki, it's your time to shine.
I know! What about Fubuki's forte?
What is it, Yuma? Did you figure out the panel sequence?
No matter how hard I think about it, I'll never figure out the correct order.
But you...
That's why we have to just take a chance.
But if you fail, you should be electrocuted, right?
Well, no.
Yeah. Regarding failing, doesn't this remind you of last time?
What happened again?
You remember the bomb threat with the Resistance? We were in a similar situation. But thanks to your forte, we managed to get through it.
Oh, you flatter me.
That's why I need your help again, Fubuki. If we don't know the correct order for the panels, then we just need to try every single one. If I mess up, I need you to use your forte to go back to the time before we stepped on a panel.
Oh, I see. That's a brute force sort of method. Great job coming up with that.
Let's hold hands, Fubuki. I'll measure the timing.
All I need to do is hold your hand?
Yes. Please stay by my side so you don't get lost.
Yuma, it looks tricky to control with one hand. Want me to do it for you?
No, it's all right. It's easier to match the timing if I control it myself.
Oh man! Just switch with me! I can't be the only one doing nothing!
Bro, fine.
I leave it up to you.
Alright.
I don't know the right answer, so, we'll just have to try all of them. Leave it to me. Lady Luck is mad in love with me after all. Just you watch. I'll get it done in one shot without having to use Fubuki's powers.
And it's Chuck.
Alright, that was the right one.
You have to turn back time.
I don't know the right answer, so, we'll just have to try all of them. Leave it to me. Just you watch.
Hold on.
You've already failed, Burrow.
Hey, I was just about to start.
You were just about to step on the wrong panel.
Huh? You rewound time and came back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Amapal can't withstand the high voltage.
Seriously? Oh, guess luck isn't on my side today.
Hey, it's fine.
I'll let you handle the controls for Amapal. It'll be easier for you that way.
Right, got it.
Please try not to make more mistakes. Since we are sharing my power, the strain is not too bad on my body. But still...
I understand.
I wonder which route this might be a little tough for you, Master.
Blow us up blue on correct and red on incorrect. Except the right one to be fried. You have to start over.
Oh, guess that was the right one.
So, up. Left.
Looks
Up,
like that
left,
was the right
up.
one.
Ah, go back, go back, go back!
Did you come?
Yeah, we figured it'll strain Fubuki if we fail too much.
Alright, that was the right one.
You did it!
Ah!
It's all right.
Hang in there, Fubuki. Do not pass out on me.
Thank goodness. This was the right one.
Whoa! Don't surprise me like that, Master!
Sorry. I didn't think you'd be that surprised.
Okay.
What do you take me for? Don't make me haunt you!
You
Wait.
already do.
Nice work, Master! You figured
I'm
out the
alive!
control room.
We did it. We actually made it.
I'm sorry, Fubuki.
Thank goodness.
Great job, Princess! From my perspective, it looks like you two went straight through without making a mistake.
That is not what happened.
Looks like this is it, my man. Hurry up and hit that switch.
We just need to stretch Amapal's arm out to that switch.
Boop. I'm a pal punch. Oh boy.
We're in a hurry, but this door is moving so slowly.
We also have to go around the door, you know.
Yuma, that should be good enough. Hurry up and move Amapel through that crack in the door.
Oh yeah. Didn't the researcher mention when an arm's extended, no other controls will function? I guess I need to pull back the arm first.
Now we can move again. Hurry, Yuma.
Come on! Doctor! Wait! What? No!
Whoa, what's going on? Amapel fell over.
Maybe somebody pushed it over.
Huh? But who?
Damn it!
Huh?
Hey, is that?
Yeah.
Is that the doctor?
Yeah, he's dead.
A part of me already expected it. But I still did what I saw with my own eyes.
Not good.
Although no one could supposedly enter this lab, Dr. Weska lay dead in a bloody mess. I tried my best to assess the situation as a cold chill went through my whole body.
But we can't get in.
A chill of fear itself. Something impossible had happened. I felt afraid beholding that fact.
How do we get in?
Yuma, hurry and get Amapel back up to check the surroundings. We can't see anything while it's down.
I'm trying.
Surprise me!
Oh, wait. Amapel can get back up.
It's back. Take.
There it is.
My man.
Disarming security can wait. What about us? What? Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
Doctor.
That looks like a blade in his back.
Yeah?
No, he's already dead.
Seriously?
Deadly seriously. He's dead as a doornail.
Yes.
But how? What happened to the doctor?
Who pushed over the robot?
We can't say for sure that he's dead yet.
Come on, he's dead.
He's dead.
Yuma, use Amapel to disarm all the security. We'll go check it ourselves. I'm kinda scared, so I'll be staying behind.
Of course you will.
Now's not the time to say that.
How about we disarm the security for now? The button should be around here somewhere.
Yeah.
Hurry. Amapel rush! Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
That's the button.
On.
all security systems. Activation has been recorded in the log.
Oh, great. Come on. And watch Yomi try and pin this on us. We're the first ones on the scene, so of course you knew. Although, I am worried.
All security systems have been disabled. The status of every room is safe.
Let's go.
Looks like the security has been disarmed.
Let's go, Yuma.
Be careful, Master. There's a high chance someone's hiding inside.
Come on. Hurry.
There is no more toxic gas, right?
The floor panels have been deactivated. Let's run on through.
Doc. That's not good. It's really bad, actually.
Dr. Weska. It's no use. He's dead.
Damn! Why does it have to be such a bloody mess? Murder cases aren't my specialty.
You've done with this before. Come on.
Why is there so much bloodshed in this town?
I don't know.
It's been a while since we came to this city, but I still do not believe I shall ever get used to this. Aw, how pitiful. The detectives can't keep it together. Master, show off your investigative leadership here. After all, your corpse discovery rate is the best in the biz. You too, Master? But you've already seen a ton of corpses.
That doesn't make it right.
Fubuki's right. I'll never get used to seeing this. The body's still warm. He must have been killed only recently. Who killed the doctor? No, before we even ask about who, how? The security system was still active before we arrived. Amapal proved it. How did the culprit get past the security and make it all the way here? And where did the culprit go? No one seems to be hiding nearby. And we didn't come across anyone on our way over here. The culprit just disappeared. It's impossible. It's a completely impossible crime.
The security has been disarmed.
What's going on?
This is bad. It's the Peacekeepers.
Oh, great. Now we're going to be suspected. And here's Hell himself.
They're already here.
Run away!
What's going on here? Why is a member of our city dead? And why are these outsiders acting like they own the place? What is this disgusting chaos?
Please, hear us out.
So you did this?
No.
No! By the time we got here, he was already...
Are you a natural-born criminal? Or are you death itself, visiting us from the other side?
Yuma, should I turn back time? If we were holding hands, maybe...
Don't move. Any suspicious movement, and I'll execute you right here, right now. You had to serve a combined sentence of 150 years. So I might as well give you the death penalty instead!
Wait!
Turn yourselves in and I'll give you a chance to share your excuses. Also, I'll host a little party where you'll want to cough up all you know about the others and where they're hiding.
So, you're gonna torture us?
Who can say? We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, we humbly invite you to the jail suite. Take them away.
Shinigami, let's go into the mystery labyrinth.
Huh? For the doctor's killer? You can't! It's too early! There isn't a single solution key yet. If you enter the mystery labyrinth now, you won't be able to get out!
But we have to!
Are you sure? In the end, the only difference is either dying here or in the mystery labyrinth.
If I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather...
No, stop!
Yako!
What's going on?
That was Chief Yako's voice.
Huh? Did the chief just scream?
No!
Maybe he found the hitman.
No!
Then...
Hurry!
Tetsuhiko!
Tetsuhiko, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yuma! Find Chief Yako. If we catch the hitman, we can prove our innocence. Hurry!
Come on, Fubuki!
Chief.
Huh? What? No!
Chief.
Yako! What? What? No!
Yako! Chief, are you all right? Chief Yako!
The hitman.
No!
Fink. The slaughter artist.
Please.
What do I do? I need to help you!
Leave me here.
No!
Just seek the truth.
What are you saying? I won't leave you behind!
It's too late.
Huh?
What?
Fuzzhead is going to die soon.
What are you talking about? He can't die!
This wound is deep. It's fatal.
No!
Even if you administered first aid now, he has no chance of surviving.
No! Fubuki.
I would never lie about someone's death.
No, that can't be.
No. I don't.
What's going on here?
Why is he dead?
Treat his wound immediately. At this rate, Chief Yako will...
So it all comes to an end with some internal strife.
Shut up!
Huh?
After an internal struggle, Yako Furio was killed by his own people. A pitiful, fitting end for an unjust life.
Fuck off.
Hey, arrest this fucker we caught red-handed.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Bastard.
Please, save Chief Yako. Just a chance. Please give him a chance to live.
Should we?
To hell with him. He's gonna die either way.
Bastard.
Please wait. If you treat him now, he might...
Shut up! Why the hell would I help worms like you? I was planning on judging you myself, but you went ahead and got yourself killed.
Monster.
How am I supposed to deal with my pent-up justice? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all!
Stop!
Stop!
Chief?
Even the second time.
The second time? Then that means...
Fubuki did try and go back.
I am sorry. I rewound time, but it was too late.
Damn it.
If only I was strong enough to turn back time even further, I could save Chief Yako.
But...
Those responsible for killing the doctor and that piece of trash are under arrest. This case is closed.
Fuck you.
We're done here. Take them away.
What are you gonna do, Master?
There's nothing I can do.
Master, snap out of it! At this rate, everyone's gonna get arrested! Master!
There's nothing I can do. What do you want me to do, Shinigami? Huh? What?
A coin.
Halara!
Who's there?
Vivia!
There's more
Thank
than
you!
I thought. Hey, Alara, how much must I pay for you to handle my share?
At this level, 100 Xian per head.
100 Xian. With the numbers here, that's enough for an entire book. What a waste. I guess I'll do it myself.
What? Vivia?
Your detectives.
Alara! Vivia! You're late!
Let me tell you one thing. That coin belongs to me. You'll be returning it.
What the? Vivia? What? Vivia? How the? Thank you. Oh, thank you, Fubuki. What was Vivia doing? Yako. I don't care about the doctor at this point. Just why Yako?
I am completely useless. The chief
No.
ended up like that. And there was not a thing I could do for him.
Yako.
Is everyone safe?
Also, Vivia, how the hell can you fight like that?
Everyone. Except the chief.
He's gone.
How is he?
He's unconscious. His pulse is weak.
Oh.
Damn. How did this happen to the chief? Yuma, did you see anything?
I saw a man in a cape.
Yeah. I passed a suspicious man when I went into the hallway. But by then, the chief was already... The chief said it was the hitman, Fink the slaughter artist. Then, he fell unconscious.
So, it's confirmed the hitman got to him. Damn it all! Why attack our chief?
I couldn't even pursue him. I let the hitman get away. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
No, you were right to not pursue him. If you had, you might not be alive right now.
You're probably right about that, unfortunately.
But...
Save your regrets for later. Right now, we must consider our next move.
I was about to say...
Even now, I won't allow time to be wasted.
How did things end up like this? I should talk with the others about what to do next.
Vivia.
Vivia, I didn't know you were here at the lab too.
I also didn't know you could fight like that.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice. Chief's orders.
Well, thank God you were here.
Although, I do feel a sense of wonder at the idea of a secret lab. I fully intended to take a lazy look around the place, but I wasn't given the chance to relax. I was dragged around by Halara and forced to search all over. Jeez. No one will leave me alone.
Master, I get the feeling that he's...
Huh? What is it?
Nothing. Maybe it's just my imagination.
There's no way, right? There's no way he's... No.
Seriously, what?
I don't want to believe that. I don't. Yasuhiko?
I'm glad you're safe. I can't handle seeing anyone else covered in blood.
Tetsuhiko, are you alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll manage. Someone punched me in the face during that scuffle earlier. They damaged my precious moneymaker. Damn it!
Probably Yomi.
So, what do we do now? We can't stay here for too long.
Right.
Fubuki?
Fubuki, are you alright?
Yes, I will be well once I rest a bit. However, my inexperience resulted in the chief...
It's not your fault. That really is, honestly, an awful ability. I mean, yes, it's incredible how useful it could be, but at the same time, it makes you start to realize just... Could you save someone if you could just do a little more? Just a few more seconds?
It's not your fault. You tried your best to help. I was bewildered and confused, and you brought me all the way here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm the one who's still inexperienced. He was right there. I couldn't do anything to help him. How can I call myself a detective when I can't even save a friend?
There! Right now you're still a trainee anyway!
Shut up. Now's not the time.
Sorry.
Halara?
Halara, what brought you here?
I was preparing to sneak into that restricted area we discussed, but just as I was about to leave, the chief told me about the death threat. So I headed to Amaterasu with everyone else and snuck into the lab. After that, the chief told Vivi and I to investigate the area. I didn't think it would end up this way. We should have stayed together as a group.
What's the chief's condition?
We've provided first aid, but...
Will he survive?
I'm sorry. I don't know the right lie to tell you at this time.
So, the chief...
In any case, it's only a matter of time at this rate. We must get him out of here as soon as possible. But that's no easy task. We took out some of the peacekeepers, but many are still around. And Yomi managed to disappear. I wonder if he took advantage of the confusion and ran away. It's unlike him to quietly retreat. He'll return here soon with many more of his underlings.
Of course you will.
Then we need to leave this facility right away!
The gate to the lab has been sealed off. Thanks to that, we can't even leave the building. The elevator to the ground level has been disabled too. We have no place to run.
No place to run?
Chief, please.
Please stay strong. Chief.
He's still breathing, but he's lost a lot of blood. This is what death looks like. It's the same as every other victim you've seen.
No.
It's not the same. I won't let it be the same.
Hey, you got a minute?
What?
We can't stay here forever. We have to take a chance and try busting through the front gates.
We can't.
I can't agree to that. Wagering on a bet you have no chance of winning is the same as throwing the match.
So you'd rather keep waiting until peacekeepers break down the door? Oh, right. We can use Fubuki's thing.
Huh? Mine? Really? I am not sure it is worthy of showing off yet.
I've no clue where your head's at, but I'm talking about your thing! Your forte! If we use that, we can get through the gate without being spotted by the peacekeepers. Even if they catch us, you can just turn back time.
Impossible. The gate can't be unlocked except from the outside. A peacekeeper has to make a call on the intercom to get them to open it. They
Great.
would never let us through. That won't change no matter how many times you try.
Then what about Desuhiko's disguise forte? If he looks like a peacekeeper, maybe he can get us through the gate.
I thought about that too, but my bag is outside the gate.
Great!
The shorty detective is so useless. He can never help when we need him most.
Maybe we have no choice but to force our way through.
Don't rush to conclusions. The roulette has yet to stop. Until it does, we must consider the best course of action.
The best course? I don't know.
We're completely stuck. So this is where I finally die.
I won't let that happen. I will never let it happen again.
How did it end up like this? We just happened to appear at the scene of the doctor's murder.
Yes, that's it!
Huh?
The peacekeepers made up their minds that we're responsible for killing Dr. Weska. They don't think the hitman even existed in the first place.
So what? Proving that doesn't help us in this situation at all.
But what if we proved our innocence? What if we could prove this was done by the hitman? The peacekeepers would have no reason to apprehend us.
Maybe, but still.
It's better than just sitting around.
Proving our innocence.
Don't tell me you're gonna catch that hitman and turn him over to the peacekeepers.
here's the thing. If we're trapped in here, then so is the hitman.
That's impossible. He's probably already escaped by now.
If we're underground, then there's no way. The only way out is up.
Then we gotta investigate it. We have to investigate the doctor's lab and gather evidence of the hitman's crime.
That's crazy talk. How do you plan on investigating under these circumstances? Besides, proving our innocence doesn't guarantee the Peacekeepers will suddenly let us go. This facility is already restricted. They could make up any reason they want to arrest us. You've seen how they act for a while now.
That may be true, but we're detectives, aren't we? We have to stand up to them the only way we can. When all hope seems lost, that's exactly the moment to fight back as detectives. We must obtain the truth and use it against the Peacekeepers.
I agree with Yuma.
Laura!
It's true. Detectives should use the truth as their weapon of choice. I didn't expect to hear that from you, Yuma. You sure have grown.
Thank you.
How do we even investigate? The place is crawling with Peacekeepers outside this room.
Still, it's not impossible. We have someone with the best forte for this situation.
Yeah?
Could it be Vivia?
Vivia? What is your forte? The best forte for this kind of situation?
Vivia, will you tell me about your forte?
Please.
I just remembered. I heard rumors about him back at the WDO.
Rumors?
Vivia Twilight can supposedly solve crimes in his sleep.
What?
In
Huh?
his sleep?
It's not a big deal. My condition lets me do detective work while sleeping.
Eh?
Kinda like how some people sneeze differently than others. In my case...
Oh, just get to the point. We're running out of time. Can you or can't you do this investigation?
Oh, the point? Well, the point is, at the end of the rainbow is an ancient battlefield.
That's not the point!
Can I punch you just this once?
Get him, tiny man! You and I are on the exact same page right now.
If I skip too much, you won't understand. Reading the first and final page of a novel won't give you any notion about the story.
I don't want to hear about some story. Tell us about your forte!
I'll explain.
Thank you.
His forte is spectral projection. He
Oh.
can control his own ethereal self.
Oh.
Ethereal self. I suppose I should call it a soul or a ghost. He is not confined by the laws of physics.
Oh, you mean that he can move around his soul, so he can move around without having... Oh, that is quite the ability.
Which means he can pass through walls and floors. And all the while, other people cannot see him.
What the hell kind of ability is that?
You can turn yourself into a ghost?
So you can investigate without being seen by the Peacekeepers.
And we can borrow that.
I won't do...
Huh?
Hey, now's not the time to back down. I'm not asking you to read the room or whatever, but at least do something for your friends here.
You think I don't care about my friends? I've made my decision because I care for all of you. You're all determined to fight. But don't you think it'd be better to do as the Peacekeepers say in this case?
What the hell are you talking about?
You may be able to get Chief Yako medical attention in exchange for surrendering. Don't you think that's the highest chance of survival out of all our options?
Surrender? Oh, you gotta be kidding. Don't you have any pride as a detective?
Not at all.
Vivia.
Whoa, that sure was blunt.
Clinging to pride is why conflict will never vanish from this world. I hate conflict. I'd rather live in a quiet and peaceful world. Butterflies cross the lake, and snowy flowers conceal the moon. I simply wish to sleep soundly.
That's the joke. Thank you for the follow.
Is it such a crime to hold this small wish?
If no one else is willing to say it, then I will warn you. It's a sin to waste such a talent given to you.
Just let me hold your hand, Vivia. How about I use your ability for you?
You are skilled as a detective. However, you lack the willpower to make use of it. Why is that? Are you afraid of something? Or perhaps you are laughing at the rest of us?
I'm happy to hear you have such high regard for me, Halara. But you're simply overestimating me. I didn't become a detective because I wanted to be. And as to whether or not I'm afraid, I would say that I may be. When you desire something, you're afraid of losing it. And yet, why does everyone continue to have desires? Is the truth even worth it?
It's no use. I thought he was incomprehensible, but he's actually completely bonkers. Look at the chief! He's dying here! Doesn't it hurt your soul even a little? I can't believe you'd go and spout all this nonsense right now!
I apologize if I've offended you. Don't worry, I'll stop talking. As usual, I'll simply go to a dark place, out of sight, out of mind.
Master, you gotta stop him!
Vivia, please, wait. I don't understand what you're saying, but I know we need your help right now. If you say you won't cooperate with the investigation, I don't mind. But in exchange...
Let me hold your hand.
Will you please hold hands with me?
Are you trying to make up? I don't remember us fighting to begin with.
No.
I just want to borrow your power.
Ah, this is your coalescence, is it?
Yeah.
You knew and were just plain dumb?
Well, if it's just holding hands, I don't mind. I have no reason to decline.
Shinigami?
What is this sensation? I knew it already, but this guy is strange.
Strange? Yeah, he is kind of a weird person.
Yeah, but he also was able to know about the Book of Death.
That's not what I meant.
So, you can now use spectral projection? If so, I must warn you. When using my forte, your body will act as though you're asleep. You better lay down before you begin.
Oh. I think we have to lay down together then. Yeah, I was about to say.
You'll be defenseless while using it, so be careful. Though everyone is here, so you don't have to worry. Also, your ghost form doesn't mean you're completely safe from harm.
What does that mean?
Hey, Yuma. Do you think you can do it?
I have to.
I don't know, but I'll try. Can you watch over my body in the meantime?
Yeah, you can count on me.
Go and investigate to your heart's content. We'll handle things here.
Understood.
Let's do it.
So much time. I need to proceed with the investigation and get everyone out of here. I have to do this for Chief Yako.
All right. Here goes.
Wow,
Whoa.
your soul actually came out!
I'm dead. This is weird.
So this is spectral projection. It's strange to see myself outside of my own body.
Booga booga ghost.
Let's see.
Ow! Wait, it didn't hurt, but it feels like I bumped into something. Is it because I've become a spirit like you, Shinigami?
Looks like I can smack you directly now. I'm loving this.
Of course. Maybe that's
Makes
why.
me feel really uneasy.
This is strange.
Lucky for you, I'm here. Now we're literally soulmates.
So that's probably why then he can see Shinigami in a way, maybe. Because of the whole, he literally becomes a ghost himself. So that's why he's always just laying around and being lazy. Because he can do literally anything he wants while asleep. Well, he can look at anything he wants. Probably reads in his sleep too. Oh, Vivia. I am still worried if... No, I don't know. Anyways.
His soul has probably left his body about now.
Thank you.
Really? He doesn't look all that different to me.
Looks like Tetsuhiko can't see me.
Hi.
I'm sure I can investigate without the Peacekeepers spotting me now.
By the way, Yuma, I'm sure you're hovering right above the floor near us. You're
Yeah?
only doing so subconsciously. Right now, you're truly free from the shackles of the laws of physics. Similarly, it may at first be difficult to pass through a wall due to the preconceived notion that you'll be blocked. To begin, try passing through a door. Your consciousness views doors innately as passageways. Why don't you try it out?
Alright.
I'm passing through the door.
I can walk through walls. Weep. What do you got to say?
This looks bad.
I'm counting on you, my man. You're the only one that can save the chief.
Yeah.
Got it. I'll be right back, Tetsuhiko.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are, Yuma. Well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Vivia, thank you. We'll definitely find a way. Please hang in there, Chief. It's on you, Yuma. There's not much time left, so make a clean, efficient investigation.
That's right.
We have to hurry to the doctor's room. Chief, please do not die on us.
Yeah.
I have to hurry with the investigation, for everyone's sake. What?
Wow. You really made it.
I'm a ghost.
This means I can freely go in and out of places I couldn't before.
This is weird.
Also, the hallway is brightly lit now. Seems like the regular power switched back on.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got to investigate the murder scene. We need to hurry up before more Peacekeepers arrive.
Yep, mysteriful.
All right. Hooga booga. What in the name is that?
Huge. I wonder how many people are in there.
Looks like we can't go this way. Let's look for another path.
What is that? We just gonna gloss over it? What are these? Hi? Friend?
What are those?
They're lost, wandering souls. They're your natural enemies while you're in ghost form.
Oh. So these are... Okay, so these are dead people. By the way, Shinigami, do you see these all the time?
Is this what Vivian was warning us about?
Yeah, just be careful not to touch them.
Why?
What happens if I do?
You'll be joining them! I can't wait to see that!
Don't even joke.
Why are you excited about that? Anyway, let's be careful and make sure not to touch them.
For the tutorial!
Watch out for wandering souls. We'll drag whatever it touches to see after us, so be careful. So spooky.
Alright, let's hurry.
Let's go!
How the heck? I'm gonna save. Cause, I can't save. The game's not letting me save. Let me through the wall. I'm not supposed to touch him, right? Oh, the game's not making it.
You
Okay.
can't go this way. Try looking for another route.
Oh, going this way then. I'm dead.
We have to hurry to the crime scene.
Go, go, go!
Oh, I have to actually dodge them. Ooga booga.
It's flowing like a waterfall. You can't go this way.
Ooga booga. Ah! I'm gonna be the one who gets ooga booga'd. Ah!
There's so many.
I can tell. crap! How did I avoid that? What is going on? The ghost dance.
Just a bit more.
Ah! Hello? Ah! Oh, I have to, like, actually very carefully maneuver this, don't I? Ah! Ah!
We have to hurry to the crime scene.
The ghost conga line.
Go, go, go!
Ah!
I was really sweating.
Oh, get it, 3 minutes. Oh.
We're here. I hope there's no one inside.
Or any
Who cares if
spirits.
there is? Not like they can see you anyway.
It's a matter of how I feel. Even if they can't see me, it'd make me uneasy if peacekeepers were there.
So that's how it is. I'm already used to it, so I didn't notice.
Whatever. Here I go.
Nobody's here. Guess the peacekeepers have better stuff to do than investigate after all that happened.
Isn't this literally their job?
I wonder if the doctor's body is still here.
Maybe the doctor's soul is still floating around here, unable to pass on. I just scared myself.
Hey, if we meet the doctor's soul, maybe we can ask him what happened.
Actually,
This may be weird coming from me, but I doubt it'll be that easy.
what do you mean?
I guess so. We'll just have to take this one step at a time.
Investigation. Begin.
Time to investigate.
Alright, let's start with the intercom.
This intercom is connected to the doctor's lab. I spoke to Dr. Weska a few times over this.
Yeah?
We were talking on the intercom when the incident started. Dr. Weska, I'll come get you. Can you shut off the security on your end?
Huh? Wait. What?
Dr. Weska? What's wrong?
Wait. Who are you? Help! Somebody come help me!
Doctor? Doctor! If the doctor was attacked by someone, that means the intruder was already inside at the time. So it has to have been the hitman. How did he get inside? The security system was still active, so it should have been impossible to enter. How did the killer get in? And where did he go after murdering the doctor?
Yeah? This is really weird.
This is the airlock. Let's check it out in case there are any clues.
Yeah.
This is the decontamination device. If toxic gas leaks from the other chamber, this device is supposed to ensure it doesn't spread.
I'm sorry, did I get a solution key from that? I don't even know if I read it. No, I didn't get a solution key from that.
What's inside the vents? I want to scope it out further, but I'm too short.
I'm small.
Master, did you forget you're a ghost right now?
Can I fly?
Right! I can just do this!
Whee!
I'm floating! Whoa!
I can finally see tall things that are high up.
No kidding. The spectral projection is such a convenient forte.
You already have it on at all times, basically.
If that anemic vampire joined the investigation from the start, this could have gone much faster.
Maybe, but there's no point in debating it now.
Yeah.
The vent has a cover with bars on it. It looks hollow inside. But it's too dark to say for certain. The cover has a hinge on it. It looks like it can be easily opened.
I can't open it.
Oh, that's right. I can't touch it since I'm a ghost right now, but there's no need to open it with my hand. I can just stick my head inside.
Whee!
There's a lot of space in here.
Hey, maybe this was the way out. The intruder must have come through here. So that's it, right? That solves everything.
No.
This is the main part of the decontamination device. During decontamination, the fins rotate to suck out air. The structure isn't built for someone to get inside. It's designed to filter air and nothing else. This couldn't be used as an escape route.
Well, having an easy escape out of a locked room is like covering your pizza in anchovies.
What?
How's that?
Because it'd ruin the whole thing!
Thank you, Shinigami.
Sure. The cover is easy to open and close. Probably for maintenance.
There's no harm in remembering this. It could be a clue for something else.
Maybe. This device exists to prevent leakage from the toxic gas chamber. Okay. And now to the toxic room.
It's the dangerous toxic gas chamber! Once it detects an intruder, it'll puff out toxic gas. It's a room with a terrifying contraption. Well, it's disarmed, so there's nothing to worry about. Also, you're a ghost, so it wouldn't detect you anyway.
Yeah.
Let's check this out too.
I'll find out for you!
Is there anything weird with it?
So this is where the toxic gas comes out.
It's supposed to be super fatal, right?
Yeah, the toxic gas is bacterial, so regular gas masks aren't supposed to work against it.
But they also mentioned that if it was like spread out or whatever, it wouldn't really do much. Ugh, I can't stop yawning.
Even if you hold your breath, it'll be absorbed through the skin. And there is no treatment for it in the world. The bacteria takes time to spread through your body, and you'll supposedly die after about 30 minutes. Someone said you need a spacesuit to move through here safely.
Such a scary trap. Whoever invented it won't have a peaceful death. Wait, that already happened!
There doesn't seem to be a secret exit, which makes sense, as it defeats the purpose of having a toxic gas chamber.
Ah, yes, you can escape the room that's supposed to kill you.
If that's the case, how did the intruder get through the chamber?
Right now, I have no idea.
The toxic gas is bacterial, so regular gas masks are ineffective against it.
Let's go to the next one! And we've arrived at the last room, the panel chamber. There are 9 panels divided in a 3x3 grid, and you must step on them in the order that the doctor set.
Yeah.
Make one mistake, and you get zapped with high voltage!
The high voltage isn't just a threat. We've seen what happened to Amapel.
Or Amapel.
It's not a problem since security is disarmed at the moment.
Also, you're still a ghost master.
That too. There are 9 panels in a 3x3 configuration. You must step on them in a special order to proceed. And thus we got... Door switch.
Here's what all that security was protecting. Pressing this switch opens the door to the doctor's lab.
Theoretically, if you could somehow jump over all of it, could you avoid doing the whole puzzle?
We managed to get this far earlier, thanks to Amapel and Fubuki's forte.
I see it all like it's flashing right before my eyes.
Looks like this is it, my man. Hurry up and hit that switch.
We just need to stretch Amapel's arm out to that switch.
We're in a hurry, but this door is moving so slowly. Yuma, that should be good enough. Hurry up and move Amapel through that crack in the door.
Oh yeah. Didn't the researcher mention when an arm's extended, no other controls will function? I guess I need to pull back the arm first.
Now we can move again. Hurry, Yuma.
I wonder...
Remember the trouble you had waiting for the door to open.
It opened really slowly, and we also had to retract Amapel's arm.
And you can't move its head. So someone could have left the room in that time.
We tried to hurry inside, but Amapel suddenly fell over.
There were no steps or obstacles, so why did that happen?
I'm sure it was pushed by the fleeing culprit.
That has to be it. Which means we passed by the culprit as he headed out.
They hid in somewhere, and I have a feeling maybe it's... I don't know, but they definitely had to hide in something. The door of the panel chamber is designed to open slowly.
We're not done investigating yet.
Oh, wait, you aren't?
This is the decontamination device in the panel chamber. It looks like it's here to purify any toxic gas that escapes from the chamber next door.
Yeah.
But the cover doesn't open and close like the decontamination device in the airlock. There's no way someone can fit through.
Unlike the decontamination device in the airlock chamber, the cover of the one in the panel chamber does not open or close.
I see.
Oh, the peacekeepers are here.
But they can't see me.
Don't worry about it. They can't see you at all.
I'm a ghost.
Still feels pretty weird. There's a small vent here. It's not large enough for a person to get through, and the cover is fixed in place.
The only culprits who could get through here would be fairies or gnomes.
Yeah. There is a tiny vent in the critical lab, but the cover is fixed in place and not large enough for a person to pass through.
There's canned food and water bottles here. This all looks like food. There isn't much left.
The guy wasn't right in the head if he was surviving for months on such plain food.
Yeah, it's fairly strange.
There are canned food and bottles of water inside the lab, however, not much of either remains.
The peacekeepers are still talking. I wonder what else they have to say.
By the way, do you know anything about this dead old guy?
Yeah, I worked security here. The geezer was famous in the worst possible way. He took advantage of people for his research and didn't care how many were sacrificed. He seemed to have gotten even more and more arrogant over the last few years. 3 years ago, the higher-ups canned his big project. He lived as a shut-in after that.
His big project 3 years ago?
A big project? Is it the same one Makoto mentioned?
What happened 3 years ago that changed everything, it seems? Seems like a lot of big things happened 3 years ago.
He was part of a big project that was canceled in the past. He's shut himself in here ever since.
There's really no way to verify now if that research was about homunculi.
Yeah.
The old man was hard of hearing, so he couldn't really hear what anyone said. When it comes to other people, their words literally fell on deaf ears. And that being said, he could read lips.
Oh.
Read lips? So we watched someone's mouth to figure out what they were saying?
Lip reading? So that explains what he said back then.
Who the hell are you? I refuse to speak with any disrespectful hoodlums.
Oh, he literally couldn't actually tell who Makoto was.
Either take off your mask or present someone whose mouth I can view.
So he can't hear. Interesting.
Back then, the doctor refused to talk with Makoto.
Which would also mean if someone were to sneak into his room, he would not have heard.
It was because he couldn't read his lips due to the mask he wore.
Between you and me, there were some suspicious rumors about the old man, too.
What rumors?
Yeah, I want to know.
They said he shut himself in here for research. He was plotting something bad.
Ooh.
What's that?
He was planning to flee from Kanai Ward.
Oh.
That's stupid. It's not even possible.
Well, it's just a rumor. After what happened, we'll never know.
Aha. So he was planning to flee the city. I guess that's what the geezer was up to.
Probably. Maybe.
Looks like he got some nice info since he turned into a ghost.
Yeah.
Trying to escape Kanai Ward would be considered betraying Amaterasu Corporation. Did the hitman go after him because of this? Someone in Amaterasu Corp who knows the doctor could have hired a hitman to kill him. But who?
The doctor had hearing issues severe enough that he could be considered deaf. He was also trying to flee Kanai Ward. I'm curious. Amapal, are you okay?
The Amapal we used is still here. I did promise to return it.
If I'm a ghost, can I possess robots?
Huh? What's this? Looking at it carefully, there's a mark on the back of its head. Is that a shoe print?
Oh.
What's a shoe print doing there?
Interesting.
I don't remember seeing this mark when we sent Amapal into the airlock. Could it have been from back then? When we tried to enter the lab, Amapal fell over.
The lean culprit kicked it! that's left is to figure out how the culprit managed to get through that perfect security.
That's the biggest mystery here.
I was about to say, that's the big problem. In the critical lab, there was a shoe print on Amapal's head. Interesting. Here's his bed, here's his body.
Dr. Weska. I never even got to ask him about the homunculi. And now he's dead.
That's interesting. He's got 3 stab wounds in total on his back.
He has 3 wounds on his back. A knife is still stuck in one of them.
There's also an F on the knife.
He doesn't appear to have any other injuries. It's safe to assume this was the cause of death.
I guess F for Fink the Slaughter Rat or whatever his name was.
I'm like an awesome detective's assistant.
Thank you, Shinigami.
You've been a great help.
Say it again. Compliment me more.
There are 3 stab wounds in Dr. Weska's back, with no other injuries. This appears to be the cause of death.
The knife is probably the murder weapon. It has a unique shape.
Yeah?
There's an inscription on it. I can see the letter F.
Hey, shouldn't we move the corpse out of here soon? They're always telling us to clear out corpses quickly since the rain makes them rot so fast.
Well, there's no rain in here, Bayo.
Nah, we leave it alone until we receive further orders. Did you see the knife stuck in his back? It's the one that Fink the Slaughter Artist uses, right? I've heard about his knives inscribed with the letter F. They say that's his proof to his clients that he was the one who got the job done.
Interesting.
So Fink the Slaughter Artist really killed the doctor? I thought those detectives did it.
Either way, it doesn't matter. Hey, don't you think a knife from a famous hitman would go for a high price?
Bro.
Huh? You thinking of stealing evidence? You better not keep it all for yourself.
Bro.
So that unique knife belongs to Fink the Slaughter Artist. Speaking of which, the knife near Chief Yako looked strangely similar to this.
Yeah.
So the doctor was, in fact, killed by Fink?
A knife with the letter F inscribed on it. This appears to be the weapon used to murder Dr. Weska. Alright. Besson.
The stuff here appears to be chemicals. There are symbols on each label. The one on the front is...
Oh, hey!
Oh, I know this symbol. It's probably sulfuric acid.
I was gonna say, the container looks the same as the one from the second case.
It's a highly acidic
Or
liquid that can melt
second chapter.
sulfuric acid. I better not touch it then. Then again, I can't touch anything right now.
Drink up. Please don't.
This is the doctor's computer. The screen looks like it's in sleep mode. I'm sure it contains some important data, but I can't touch it in ghost form.
Pity.
I wish there was a way to check it out.
It's so sad when you can't touch anyone. I totally know the feeling. I guess you just gotta give up.
Thank you, Shinigami.
There's an open notebook on the desk. Does it have to do with the doctor's research? It contains symbols and diagrams. Looks like he's splashing liquid on someone. What does it mean?
Is he splashing sulfuric acid on people?
Wait, I remember seeing this symbol on a shelf back
Oh
there.
god, he is.
I knew it. It's the symbol for sulfuric acid.
Why?
If that's the case, was he trying to splash acid on people?
Sulfuric acid would melt a person's clothes and skin. Why would the doctor want to do that?
Melting clothes and skin.
Note showing a diagram of someone being splashed with sulfuric acid.
I think that's about it.
Alright. Finished. But that doesn't
should
feel
do
like
it for the
enough.
investigation.
Taking a look around, there aren't any hidden exits or hiding spots.
Yeah. The only entrance and exit is that door. There isn't even a single window. There's a small vent, but it's not big enough to fit through. And the cover is fixed in place. There are no suspicious spots on the walls, floor, or ceiling. And no secret passages either.
Yeah.
Even if you got through the door, there's the dangerous security system.
Hmm.
Yeah. So how did the culprit manage to enter the lab? It's the perfect impossible!
Even if it's impossible, I have to solve it. For the Chief's sake and everyone else. For now, let's head back to the security room. I need to tell everyone about what I found.
Personally, I want you to gain the willpower to solve it on your own.
For now, let's just head back. Do we have to do the whole thing where we have to go through all the enemies again? Or the ghosts? Just let me teleport back, please.
Vivia?
Hi!
What's the matter, Vivia? Why are you in your ghost form?
I was wondering how your investigation was going. I grew curious.
Okay.
Did you come to help? I didn't expect your cooperation. Still, thank you. It's very reassuring.
Wait, Master. You shouldn't trust him.
I-
He's plotting something.
Yeah.
How could he be plotting? Aren't you overthinking things?
So, what will you do now? Are you still going to pursue the truth?
I don't like this, Vivia. I don't like this at all, man. Don't do this.
Huh? Why wouldn't I? I finished investigating the crime scene, so I was about to head back and report to everyone. We need to find the truth. Otherwise, the chief won't get treated, and everyone will be captured.
I see. So you won't be satisfied until you discover the truth.
Don't do this, Vivia.
What do you mean?
Master, watch out! He's plotting something!
Tell me, Yuma. Why do you seek the truth?
Huh? We have to find the truth to fight the Peacekeepers.
Well, the truth is like cracks in a mirror.
Huh?
They're all so small, you must squint to see each tiny crack. Most wouldn't even notice them. They think the world reflected in the mirror is reality itself. If you did notice the cracks, would you destroy the mirror to reveal what the real world actually looks like? Even if the moment the mirror is destroyed, it changes the world people can see forever.
What are you talking about?
And if shattering the mirror reveals nothing but darkness and chaos, even then, would you still seek the truth?
I don't know what will happen when the truth is exposed. But right now, we need the truth to save Chief Yako and everyone from the agency. Everyone, including you, of course. I just want to help others. Are you saying that's wrong?
And for that, what will you sacrifice? How much have you already sacrificed?
What are you talking about?
Huh?
I bet you're the type who's willing to sacrifice yourself for the truth. One day, it will ruin you. You will destroy the world for truth's sake.
Me? Destroy the world? That's impossible.
No, you've already stepped one foot into ruin. In fact, it's already up to your neck. If
What?
possible, I'd like to help you. You are a dear friend to me.
I don't feel comfortable now.
How about it? It's not too late. Why not turn back from this path?
You mean to let us be captured by Peacekeepers? That doesn't solve anything. I don't understand what you're saying, Vivia. Never mind. We need to report what I discovered to the others.
So you refuse to understand. You leave me no choice.
Vivia?
Stop!
He took out a blade! This guy is nuts!
I usually keep this in my pocket. It's not real. Like the ghost form, it's just a reflection of reality.
Huh?
So, slashing at you won't do anything. But I warned you, didn't I? While you're in ghost form, your physical body is vulnerable.
Vivia, don't!
You mean
I will simply return to my body 5 seconds before you do, and then I'll slice your throat open. Given I am more familiar with spectral projection, I'm positive I can return to my body before you can.
Stop!
Well, will you give up now?
Are you threatening me?
I only want you to give up on the truth. The truth you wish to expose is dangerous. I have a feeling that our peace and quiet will be pulled right out from under our feet.
Shinigami, I need you to open up the labyrinth.
If you won't stop, then I must stop you. For this world's sake. For the sake of peace and quiet.
You're not making any sense. You're gonna kill me because of a feeling?
I don't want it to end this way. I thought we could talk it out. That's why I came here. But you refuse to give up, which leaves me with no choice. So it looks like this is what I must do.
No!
Farewell, Yuma.
Wait!
Master, hurry back!
Hurry!
Hey, you two. Quit fighting.
Who is that?
Yako?
Yeah, the truth is cruel. Never in history has the truth been known to be kind.
That voice. Chief Yako?
Huh?
But you know what? Turning your eyes away from the truth and living a lie is harsh too. In the end, you can never look away from the truth. As long as you live, you must face that pain. So really, what's the point of worrying so much about it? When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
Chief Yako, are you alright? Where are you?
Impossible. There's no way he could have made it here with those wounds.
What?
Then that voice.
Perhaps it was his soul's voice as it separated from his body.
That means...
He's gone.
No way. Is
Oh.
he dead?
I don't know. We need to find out.
Hurry!
Vivia tried to kill me. Why would he do such a thing?
Also gotta hurry before he slits my throat.
You're right. Chief Yako is the main concern right now. Not whatever's...
Guys? Chief Yako? And of course, Vivia.
Chief Yako!
It appears his soul hasn't been severed yet. It's still connected to his body.
What the hell?
But the line is very thin. It could cut away any moment now.
Then why did we hear Chief Yako's voice back there?
I don't know. It seems there are many more mysterious things in this world that I don't know about. Well, since he went through the trouble of risking his life to give us a lecture, I will sheath my blade. When you're lost, you should believe in your own heart.
Vivia, I still have a lot I need to say to you, but solving this case is top priority. This is the only way to save Chief Yako and everyone else.
Please.
Fine. You can report to them once you return to your body. I have somewhere else to go.
What?
Where are you going?
After hearing the chief's words, I just remembered. There's something I need to do.
What's that?
I have a premonition.
Premonition?
In exchange for obtaining the truth, I sense that our peace and quiet will crumble away. But perhaps something entirely new lies beyond that destruction.
Something new.
In order to discover what that may be, I want to continue my investigation for a bit longer. It's not that I want the truth. I need to find an answer I can agree to with confidence.
I still don't understand most of what you say, but now I know we feel the same way about this. Let's investigate this together.
Come on.
As you wish.
Master, don't trust this guy. You can't erase the fact that he flashed a blade at you.
I know this.
I know. I'm not that naive.
You sure about that? After all, you're always so trusting and relying on others.
I'd rather be a trusting person than just be so, like, paranoid all the time, although I already am paranoid.
Bad feeling about this. That guy is dangerous.
Really? I want to believe that it'll be all right now.
Also, yes, I see that. That's where you go. Alright. Let's get out of here. So, where to next? Vivia?
Maybe you should wait to go until after you report back to the others.
But if I let Vivia go alone now, I get the sense we'll never come to an understanding. I'm sure Vivia has seen something. That's why he's afraid of the truth. I also want to see what he sees. It may help me understand better.
Yeah.
Are you alright? Did his cryptic way of talking infect you? I hope this isn't a side effect of your coalescence.
Isn't this your ability? I thought you said this was your ability.
I said I'd continue the investigation. But where do I begin?
Huh? I thought you already had a plan.
Nope.
You don't,
Nope.
huh?
If you have any expectations for my actions, then you're in for a disappointment. I'm good at avoiding trouble, but I'm terrible at handling it.
I tell you what, how about we just go together
I try
then?
to stay still and just let things pass. That's the kind of human I am.
Alright.
That's because spectral projection allows him to investigate without moving an inch.
Kind of the perfect ability for a lazy guy.
What have you learned about Dr. Huesca's death?
Well, I gathered some clues, but I still have no idea how the culprit entered the area.
I need something more.
There are only two reasons a mystery goes unsolved. Either there's not enough information, or not enough smarts.
Okay, thanks.
There's no point in crying over the latter. Which means there's only one thing we can do.
Should we search the scene one last time?
No. The missing piece might not always be at the crime scene. It could have been launched far away, like pieces of shattered glass.
Okay.
So you're saying we should check somewhere else?
I'll let you be our guide here.
Okay.
But I'd like to request minimal movement. The shortest possible distance.
Alright.
Hey, Master, are you sure there could be another key to the mystery somewhere else?
There's gotta be.
We did finish investigating the actual crime scene, so it could be a good idea to search elsewhere. We can use spectral projection to enter anywhere and look.
Might as well. Investigation. We might come to learn
We don't
something
have much
vital.
time. We have to check the rooms we can access.
And we don't have to worry about the ghosts.
And check everything.
With pleasure.
This is the...
Do. He's actually finally moving. It's still weird to see him moving. Says there's something here.
It says this is the electrical room. Maybe we can find the reason for the blackout here.
Yeah.
Let's check it out.
So why did this place go out?
There are a bunch of switchboards. Looks like the lab's power system. If this was shut down, there'd be a power outage in the lab.
All of the power to the lab seems to be managed here. Wait. I don't see a switchboard for Dr. Huesca's lab.
That reminds me. Dr. Huesca said the critical lab was on an independent system.
Yeah.
This critical lab operates on a separate power system. obviously includes its security measures.
I see.
That was a rather indifferent response from Vivia.
Maybe he's bored with the investigation?
The Critical Lab security system operates on a separate power system than what is managed in the electrical room. Hello there.
It's really true. I saw someone suspicious right here.
Really?
Was it before or after the blackout?
Right after the blackout. I happened to be nearby when the lights went out. So I came here to turn the power back on. And I saw a dark silhouette pass right through the shadows.
That doesn't really tell me much.
Please believe me, it must have been the hitman.
So someone suspicious was wandering around here right after the blackout.
Yeah?
Does that mean it was caused by the hitman? Why would he do that?
Right after the blackout, a researcher witnessed a dark silhouette pass through the shadows.
This is...
I wonder what this device is. It's way bigger than one we saw in the lab.
It's probably a machine for recording research logs, right?
There's no way I can find that out right now. Let's look somewhere else. Says there's something above too. Hi.
Sorry about threatening you with the blade earlier.
Please don't do it again.
I was so scared. I thought you were going to kill me. You weren't serious, were you?
Right?
Why wouldn't I be?
What?
Huh?
To tell the truth, I wouldn't know if I'd actually slash your throat until I was about to do it.
Oh, is that supposed to give me comfort? Because I don't know if that does.
Although, there's a good chance Laura and the others would stop me.
That's what I would hope.
So, you were serious?
I don't want to kill anyone if possible. I don't like seeing blood. But yes, I was serious.
Gosh dang it.
This guy is dangerous.
Why is it the tired guy so scary?
Yep. Use the stairs so you don't get fat.
Thank you, Shinigami.
I see.
Hello.
Hey, is it true that Dr. Wesker was killed?
Yeah, just like that note said.
But why send a death threat? It'd be a lot easier to take someone out if you don't announce it beforehand.
It's a hitman we're talking about. Maybe it's his policy or something.
That's a good point. What was the purpose of sending that note? Plus, not only was it sent to the targets, the doctor, it was also sent to the Peacekeepers and our detective agency.
That's the weirdest part. Why was it sent to multiple places?
Doing that would just increase security around here, making it even harder for the hitman to do his job.
According to my research about Fink, the slaughter artist, he's never sent a note like that in his previous cases. At the very least, it was not his MO.
Oh, really?
So, this time is special?
Well, who knows?
That's strange. I didn't even read the key. Whoops. Let me reread that. Death threat. The death threat was sent not only to the target, Dr. Huesca, but also to the Peacekeepers and the Nocturnal Detective Agency. However, according to Vivia's investigation, there's never been a case where Fink the Slaughter Artist issued a death threat. Perhaps the case is special.
Oh.
This lab seems like a private room.
You know,
Even though there's been an incident, nobody seems to care.
They probably care more about the research than people. Come on, let's look somewhere else.
Okie dokie. Don't think there's anything else in here. What about... what the heck? What are you doing in there? This inspection equipment looks like it's meant for use on humans.
Yeah, that's
Body mods are so exciting!
I'm not excited at all. It doesn't look like it's been used recently. Probably unrelated to the case. Eavesdrop.
This reminds me. You went inside Dr. Wesker's lab before, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, just once. I was forced to help deliver some food to him. I think it was about 3 months ago.
And he's been shut in there since, right? I'd go insane.
But the doctor was famous for being antisocial.
It was probably the perfect environment for him.
Yeah?
Still, this is a bit extreme for the sake of avoiding people.
Anyway, when I brought in the food, he made me check inside those boxes repeatedly to make sure no one was inside.
Maybe he was trying to avoid... Maybe he was paranoid someone was out to get him?
Not that there was any space for someone to hide in. The guy was just paranoid like that.
Large machine. It's a machine with space for something to be placed inside. I have no idea what it's used for.
Well,
If only you were in ghost form, you could touch it and find out.
Even if I have my body, I wouldn't touch this. I might break it. Looks like we discovered everything here. Yeah, I hear you. Let's go this way. I think this would be right where Yako was stabbed. Yeah.
Chief Yako was attacked in this hallway. Let's see if we can learn anything.
It looks like his blood, it goes up to the
Bloodstains
plants.
are still here. They're from Chief Yako. This is where he was attacked by the Hitman. Damn it all! If I'd only gotten here earlier, I could have changed his fate.
Yuma, did you see the hitman's face?
No, unfortunately not.
Not clearly.
They were wearing some sort of big coat.
Then how do you know it was the hitman?
Because Chief Yako said so himself.
The hitman. Think. The slaughter artist.
Yako testified the hitman attacked him.
Also, the knife which was used to stab Chief Yako has an F inscribed in it.
Yeah?
Ah, the murder weapon always used by Fink, the slaughter artist.
You know about it?
I did some research after we got that note from the killer. I am still a detective, I suppose.
Surprisingly.
He uses this knife to prove to his clients that he committed the murder. Setting that aside, don't you think these bloodstains are unnatural?
Yeah.
You're right. There are some strange marks, like something brushed against it. Considering the chaos of the time, I don't think it's odd for a mark like this to be here.
Look closer. This mark appears to have been made with someone's bloody fingertip.
Oh?
Is it a dying message?
Could the chief have done it? Was he trying to tell us something?
No. It's more like he was trying to reach for something, rather than write out words.
What could he have been reaching for?
Master, maybe it's that houseplant over there.
That's what I was wondering. Why is it the plants?
Maybe there's something about this plant. Vivia! Something's hidden behind the pot! A photo and a map?
Oh.
Isn't this the map of this lab?
Interesting.
A map? Why would there be a map here?
As for the photo, I have no idea.
Huh. Is this Yako? Who is that?
The photo shows a young man and a woman.
I can see the woman clearly, but who the heck's the man?
The
It
woman looks
might
like
be
she's wearing a
Yako.
lab coat. Is she a researcher here?
I don't know.
The man is covered with blood. I can't see his face very well.
You keep staring at that photo. Did you fall in love with the woman? You really fall for every girl, huh?
Shut up, Shinigami!
I'm just checking for clues.
This is a clue? You don't know the connection between the case and this photo?
I don't. But it has to be a clue.
There's blood on it after all.
This bloodstain was made by Chief Yako as he tried to hide this behind the pot. He left this clue and made sure the culprit didn't find it.
By using the last of his dying strength?
He's not dead!
A floor plan of the lab. It was found hidden behind a houseplant. A photo of a young man and a woman. How curious. Hello.
So, what room is this? It seems to be locked.
I told you, it's just storage. They keep it locked up because there are some confidential documents inside. Among us researchers, we treat it as perpetually sealed off.
Okay.
Well, unlock it right now. We need to see if the detectives are hiding inside.
The only key is held by the Peacekeeper's director.
Oh, Yomi.
What? Director Yomi has it? Aren't there any other keys?
No. The Peacekeeper's director personally manages this area, so he has the only key.
I see. Guess we don't need to look inside. This conversation never happened.
Bro.
Right.
Peacekeeper Director Yomi holds the key to the storage room.
Only the director has the key to this room?
Strange that he would have it, but...
There's gotta be some kind of secret here.
Right, let's take a look inside.
Here I go! Whoa.
From the look of it, it seems like ordinary storage space.
Yeah.
Files lining the shelves appear to be mostly old research logs.
Everything else is just junk and experimental tools. Guess this has nothing to do with the incident.
Nothing here seems to pertain to homunculus research or Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Hmm.
How do you know that?
There's a section with a missing file. He probably already disposed of anything he didn't want others to see.
Oh.
The secret we're looking for won't be here anymore.
Pity.
So, the evidence has already been destroyed. After we finally found the secret lab, too.
By the way, what made you suddenly decide you wanted to take part in the investigation?
Yeah.
Can I just tell you why? There's no mistake that the truth you seek is dangerous. Our peace and quiet may crumble away. But I remember the chief's words. Beyond the truth, may be something far more important. I must see what it could be.
Sheesh. I don't get it. What in the world is he talking about?
I don't know, but hey, it means he's helping. Also, he totally just heard you there, I think.
Huh? There's a folder on the desk. The desk is covered in dust, but the folder isn't. Amaterasu lab map. Huh. I guess it's a map.
So someone wasn't here to grab the map.
But it's...
And we have it.
Maybe the map we saw outside could have been taken from here.
Yeah.
Why would it be left out then?
There's nothing else here. Seems like we weren't able to find anything of note. Sheesh. I was hoping this suspicious experimental lab would have a hidden passage or two.
Why?
For now, let's finish our investigation here and go to another room.
Such a pain. But I guess we have to.
Do your job. A section of the files on the shelf is missing. Whatever he didn't want others to see has already been disposed of. Here I go. I want to see something. Let me look at that map. Okay, I just wanted to see if there was a way to get to, like an easy, quick way of getting to the, you know, the lab that the man was in. Where the person died. I go through you.
This is the robot lab where we picked up Amapel. Let's look it over again.
Amapel! I'm sorry I can't return you to your owner.
Hey, listen up. The reason Dr. Wesker died is because he deserved it. It's called karma.
Damn.
He always insulted my research.
Serves him right. Serves him right.
Are you kicking your robot? What the hell?
Sorry, that must have hurt. This is also his fault. They still haven't come back with that Amapal I lent them. I'll take a bath with it once it comes back to me. Oh, but that means I need to start research on waterproofing it.
Okay, this guy evidently has his own problems. Let's move on.
I've seen something I shouldn't have.
Yep.
He certainly has a grudge against Dr. Wesker.
I guess it's easy to find out what people are really thinking when you're in ghost form.
Yeah.
The Forte exposes anyone's inner life and encourages them to tell the truth. That being said, it's thanks to this ability that no one comes near me anymore.
Aw.
Which is what makes you special, Yuma.
You think so?
You're way too naive, Master. It's pretty much a sickness at this point.
Whatever.
I'm getting excited here.
Pal.
There's a manual for Amapal. I already know most of the controls, but I should read this. Amapal can be controlled via a special tablet device. Watch the camera feed from Amapal's eyes while you use the key buttons to control it. You can also use the mic to communicate via voice. For safety, the ends of the arms are ball-shaped, but can still be used for actions such as pressing buttons.
Yeah?
However, while extending or retracting an arm, the controls for the camera and body do not function. This is to prevent the arm's wires from being tangled when children handle it roughly. It has a load capacity of 100 kilograms and is durable enough to withstand most falls. The sales pitch does say, withstand play with your rowdiest kids and tough enough for an elephant to stand on.
Okay.
It's exactly as the researcher told us.
Yeah?
Yeah, there isn't much other information.
Amapal certainly has many features.
Oh.
I don't think there's anything else.
I think that's about it.
Yeah. So how many solution keys does that leave us with? 21. Would that be enough to get into the mystery labyrinth?
I think I've checked everything I could.
I knew it. You didn't get any clues for the case.
We have learned a lot here.
What?
But what did we learn?
That's all I can do to help.
What?
After all, I'm more interested in the story than the truth. I think we should return to our bodies soon. There's not much time left.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll go back too.
Wait. Wait. Oh boy. I get the feeling we're about to be attacked by Yomi. Oh boy. Back into my body I go. I swear to God, Vivia, you better not attempt to slit my throat here. Get away from me. Hi.
Hey, you're back. How'd the investigation go?
Semi-okay.
Well, I managed to get a lot more information thanks to Vivia's help.
Whatever, just tell us what you found. We don't have time.
Sure.
And that's about it.
So nothing you found leads us directly to the culprit. Oh, damn.
Yeah, sorry.
If only we could get a glimpse of Dr. Weska's computer.
What could we learn from that?
The security logs. They should be saved on the doctor's computer. If we could check the logs, we could clearly see the security system status.
Yeah.
With that, we may be able to figure out when and how the culprit entered the lab.
Can't you check the logs with that computer instead?
I can see that the log file exists, but you must log onto the doctor's computer to see what's inside.
You were in the doctor's lab. Why didn't you check his computer?
You don't think I did it?
You cannot touch anything while using spectral projection. So obviously, we couldn't mess with a computer either.
Well, why didn't you possess a peacekeeper in the room and make him order the others to do it?
I don't think that's how that ability works.
Don't be unrealistic, please. The ghost form isn't all-powerful like that. It cannot take over someone else's body, nor can it be heard. In fact, you weren't able to hear the conversation between Yuma and me when we were using spectral projection.
Master, I think you should carefully remember that spectral projection trait.
Huh? Why do you say that?
Yeah.
I just have a feeling.
Ghost form traits as heard from Vivia. There are several limitations.
since it can't be done with spectral projection, someone has to go back there and look at the doctor's computer, right? That's basically jumping right into enemy territory!
You think I don't know that?
This is bad. His heartbeat.
No.
Are you serious? Is the chief gonna be alright?
Don't just stand there!
Right.
Chief, please stay with us! It was only a matter of time to begin with, but it looks like that time has come.
You got me.
No! What should I do? At this rate, it'll be over for everyone!
Open the labyrinth.
Alara, Fubuki, Tsuhiko, and even Vivia. I refuse to let it end without saving anyone!
To be honest, even if you want to go to the mystery labyrinth, you don't have enough clues.
So you're saying we can't do anything until we check the doctor's computer?
Hey, Master.
What?
You've always been relying on others until now. Isn't it time for you to do this yourself? You may be a trainee, but you're still a detective. Try to save everyone on your own.
It's dangerous.
On my own?
Nah, I guess you're not the type. Just teasing ya.
All right. Here I go.
Yuma, what's wrong?
I'm getting that information.
I'm heading back to check the doctor's computer. We have to find the final clue.
Wow.
Wait, are you heading in there as yourself?
Of course I am.
Do you know what you're doing, Yuma? It's all
Yes.
over if you go out there and get caught.
Of course it is.
Thanks to our investigation while in ghost form, I have an idea where the Peacekeepers are located. Now is our only chance before Yomi comes back with more Peacekeepers.
All right. I'll leave the investigation to you, Yuma.
Hey, are you sure about this?
Our hands are full just trying to treat the chief. We have no choice but to leave it to Yuma. The doctor's computer should have the security log and other important data hidden inside.
Right, I'll see to it.
I shall join you. That way, if you get caught, I can use my forte.
No, Fubuki. Please save your power for when everyone is in danger.
Please.
Fine.
Reversing time takes a lot of energy, right? It should be saved as a last resort.
All right.
I'll stay here as well.
Why? You should go.
There is nothing for me to do. Besides, even if we found the truth, it would not improve the situation here.
So you're just gonna give up? You gotta be kidding! Fine, I won't waste time asking you anything anymore. Just go to sleep or whatever. Yuma, you're our only hope. Show him you're no longer just a rookie.
Right, I'm heading off now.
Here I go.
Master, you're acting pretty cool.
Thanks, Shinigami. Now's not the time.
After all. Well, a trainee one.
Seems like my training is working.
Job.
Oh, and Master? Regarding the clumsy girl's time rewinding power, you should probably keep that in mind too.
Oh?
Huh? Why?
It probably has nothing to do with the case. Just a feeling. You know, just in case.
Sure.
Okay. Ibuki's forte can turn back time. It was used while controlling Amapal. Alright, here comes, definitely a, quick time event thing, isn't it?
Alright, let's move carefully so the Peacekeepers don't spot us.
Master!
I don't know where to go. Run! Hurry! There's two peacekeepers in the room itself, though. This is pointless. Unless they've already left. I don't know if they've left, though. If they haven't, I'm screwed.
I managed to get here without being seen, but there should be more Peacekeepers up ahead. I better keep moving and stay out of sight.
Okay, come on.
What if some toxic gas is still lingering around?
Don't even joke about it.
Nah, just kidding.
They're right there.
I knew it. There are still some peacekeepers. But once I'm at the computer, I'll be in their blind spot.
How are you going to get past them?
I just need to reach the computer without being seen.
This mission is impossible. Master, you gotta make sure you don't get clumsy.
I know that.
There's no time. We need to hurry up and check the doctor's computer. All that's left is to check the computer.
No, no.
Who's there?
Oh no!
Jeez, I told you not to get clumsy.
You're that terrorist detective. How did you get here?
I'll catch you and report to Director Yomi.
Master, you'll have to take a chance in the mystery labyrinth.
Wait, I didn't check the computer yet. I have to do that before going to the mystery labyrinth.
Then what are you gonna do?
What do I do?
Help?
Just come quietly. Resistance is futile.
What's the matter?
Yeah.
Livia!
Sheesh. What a pain. I want to die someday.
I think you're killing people before you can reach that.
Vivia, you came to help me?
I always like to keep this syringe in my pocket.
That's scary.
He walks around with a syringe. He's like a walking cop magnet.
He is.
I know I should leave you alone, but curiosity got the best of me. You are like death itself.
You said that before, but I'm not the death detective.
No matter. I will be a witness to the end. Once you obtain the truth, I'll see if you choose to scream or fall silent.
I don't get what you mean, but you really saved me. And now I can check the doctor's computer.
All right.
Vivia really helped us out there. Let's rep... It's not locked. Oh, thank goodness.
No one could enter this room, so you didn't need to set a password.
Time to check it out. Let's see. Security log, reference folder 1, folder 2, folder 3.
Well, what are you looking at? And what did you find out?
Well, basically, when the security system is turned on or off, it automatically records the date and time in the log. So if someone cut the security and entered this room without permission, it would be recorded in the log.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't really get it. I'm not into modern machines and stuff.
Of course.
Huh? What's going on here?
What's wrong?
The only instance of the security being switched off was an hour ago. It hasn't been turned back on since. So that means this must have been when I used Amapal to disable the security.
Right. So what?
Well, the last time security was cut was 90 days ago.
Oh.
90 days?
Which means that security was up for at least 90 days before I disarmed it. There wasn't a single moment that security was cut during that time.
Records show the security system was disabled an hour ago. The last time it was disabled before that was 90 days ago.
This old man was cooped up in here for 90 days? He's a bona fide shut-in!
That's not the problem here. There's no record of anyone coming in and out of this room. There should be a log of the hitman entering before we did. Since there isn't, the doctor couldn't have been murdered here. It's the perfect, impossible crime.
From the looks of it, it appears we have strayed further from the truth. The files are formatted to prevent editing. There doesn't appear to be signs that the log was rewritten.
We've checked the data, but it's just made the crime even more impossible.
And thus, the mystery deepens. Mysterious.
Now's not the time.
It's not over yet. There could be more secret data. Halara even mentioned it. His emails haven't been deleted. He's been communicating a lot with the same person. One message is fairly recent, too.
From to Doctor. Doctor, we have trouble. Someone has discovered our deal. You should go into hiding for the time being. It appears it's time to call quits. We've profited enough from this already. It's too dangerous to leak research and confidential information any longer. I shall fully withdraw from here. With this money, I will fund my new research. Are the rumors true? You intend to leave Kanai Ward? Doctor, don't tell me you're plotting to take the research and run. I hope you already know this. You have nowhere to go. What's the matter, Doctor? Are you ignoring me? I will not permit any betrayal. I've told you before, but you have nowhere to run. Prepare yourself.
This is...
Quite a suspicious exchange. I'm
Yeah?
sure Doctor refers to Dr. Huesca, but who is the anonymous person?
The address is just random characters jumbled together. It'd be hard to figure out who the person is just from this.
The doctor spoke to a mysterious person about leaking research and confidential information.
Speaking of which, Makoto mentioned something similar.
Well, this is just a rumor, but someone in Amaterasu Corporation is working behind the scenes with Dr. Huesca. I don't know what they're plotting, but if this rumor is true, they must be dealt with eventually.
So his suspicions were right. Searching through the backlog of the emails, this appears to have been going on for over 5 years.
Damn.
But it seems like their relationship soured about 6 months ago. I guess the doctor wanted to cut ties.
6 months ago?
The doctor plotted to leave Kanai Ward, and this anonymous tried to stop him.
It's more like he directly threatened him, if you ask me.
Yeah. The email records of Dr. Huesca and Anonymous. There was regular communication between them until just recently.
Could Anonymous be the one who hired the hitman?
It seems like it.
The doctor betrayed him, so he sought to kill the doctor. Makes sense.
Yeah.
The doctor didn't shut himself in here just for research. He did it to protect himself.
He felt Anonymous posed a threat, so he barricaded himself in a lab with impenetrable security. That also makes sense.
Yeah.
He sure didn't act like someone living with a death threat, right?
Either he was that confident in his security, or it was just a facade. Regardless, this Anonymous is very suspicious. If only we could find out who this is.
Even if that person hired the hitman, we still don't know how he got inside.
Yeah.
True, that is the biggest puzzle here. How did the culprit get through such perfect security and murder the doctor? If we don't figure that out, the case can't be solved and our innocence can't be proven.
Huh?
Uh-oh. We're in trouble, aren't we? Crap!
What are you doing here?
You again? What are you, anyway? Were you born just to get in my way? Or was this all fated from the very beginning? No. Fate is just an excuse for defeatists. Alright, fine. You're not just some shit in my path. You're an obstacle in the way of my ideals. A piece of trash. Trash must be dealt with properly before you rot and start to stink!
Shinigami, now's the time!
Yuma Cocoa Head.
I see. I'll make a path through Kanai Ward's sewers with your name on it. Of course, it'll be named after your bones once they're dumped there. Hey! Capture these criminals! I'll execute them on the spot!
Shinigami!
Shinigami, can you do it?
Of course, Master!
Let's go in!
We're finally acting like partners! And of course, it's all thanks to my patient training!
Here we go!
To the mystery labyrinth!
Mystery labyrinth!
Alright, it's about time. Alright, Vivia. Now it's your turn to enter. You still don't seem all that concerned, although considering you probably already know, I don't know. Oh boy. This is going to be one screwy labyrinth, isn't it? So, Vivia?
This. I see. So this is your true power.
Hi.
Yuma, I knew you were dangerous.
No matter what you say, it's already way too late.
Ah!
I want to die someday.
Stop it!
Down the rabbit hole we go.
Ah! Oh boy. Time for what I am going to presume to be an incredibly weird labyrinth. Alrighty. So, it seems like the game's saying this is enough clues to solve the crime, and I'm very scared about what the possible answer is, as well as I don't exactly know how the labyrinth's going to behave if the answer is what I think it is at this point. What is... Was that, like, weird green screw-looking thing always there? It probably was, and I just only now noticing it. Alright, Vivia. I don't even know if I have to explain things to you. Although, you would forget your memory. Well, I don't...
Again with the falling. Why can't it ever be a gentle landing? Oh, Vivia. This is called the Mystery Labyrinth.
So, this place is a physical manifestation of mysteries from the case?
You already know.
You can tell? Oh, well, anyway, this actually isn't my forte. It's...
Due to the power of death. Her, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
So you really could see me this whole time.
He could?
It's due to my spiritual affinity. Ever since I was young, I've been able to see otherworldly things.
I figured it had to be due to his forte. It's the only thing that made sense as to why he would be able to see Shinigami.
My forte was gained through training that innate talent. Though, I wasn't able to see her clearly like this before.
Well, you probably only saw her as the orb thing.
I could tell you were talking to some haze following you around, but that was it. Until one day, I used my spectral projection at the agency, and saw that death got clear as crystal. After that, I did some research. I discovered that the WDO Underground Book Vault held something called the Book of Death.
Yeah?
And also, that someone had taken it.
Listen, I don't know. Ask past Yuma. Oh wait, I don't know past Yuma. Ask Shinigami!
Did I take it? Before I lost my memories?
I don't know. Since you're a rookie, I doubt you'd have access to the book vault. Only a handful of people have WDO clearance for that.
Just a handful?
Anyway, you've been using this ability to solve the other cases up till now, haven't you?
Correct.
Yeah.
So, this is also related to the mysterious deaths of all those culprits?
Listen, I didn't have a choice.
My guess is, clearing a labyrinth, a materialization of a mystery, causes its true perpetrator to die.
Yes.
If that's the case, you've killed a lot of people with your own hands, Yuma.
I don't like it either, okay?
Well, I didn't really kill anyone. It's just what happens when...
Nope. I may be the one reaping their souls, but the blood is still on your hands.
You're not making this easy for me, you know.
Hey!
No point in pretending to be a goody two-shoes. You're risking your life to solve these mysteries.
I see. So you're determined to do this, huh? Sorry, but I don't think I have that kind of conviction myself.
Bro!
So, I think I'll take a nap here while you go and risk your life.
Bro, really?
You can sleep if you want, but you won't be able to get out.
Is that so?
If you're not with Master when and if he solves the labyrinth, this place will collapse around you. Well, if you don't have any regrets in the real world, you're free to die here.
Regrets. I don't have any of those. But there are still some things I've left unfinished.
Get up.
Especially after you exposed the mystery of this case.
Vivia.
What do you mean by that?
I'll be perfectly clear. I'm just going to tag along. I'll leave the heavy lifting to you.
I don't care what you do, just don't get in our way. Well, Master, let's do the usual.
Yeah, give me the sword.
Yeah, okay.
Master,
Vivia's just there
ready
like,
to
what?
give your life for the truth?
I am.
Always gotta do this now, don't we? Whee! I do wonder what Vivia's reaction is. I mean, I assume he's not gonna have any reaction considering it's Vivia. Shinigami, does it hurt when I... On second thoughts, I don't want to know. Just keep your weird things to yourself. Just give me the sword. Here we go.
Is that sword for cutting through mysteries? This place must be pretty dangerous.
You don't seem too impressed.
Here you go, Master. Here's your solution key.
Thank you.
Is that key something like a clue for the case?
Yeah.
Wow. Looks like you're ready to go.
Could you be more of a doubter? Whatever. I'm gonna ignore you. So let's go and unriddle this mystery labyrinth.
All right.
Let's hunt down this culprit who preys on the truth.
We have to walk? This is unbearable.
I was wondering how he was going to react to having to walk.
Come on! You're bumming me out here.
I thought you were going to ignore him.
Yeah. I think Vivia's just a hard presence to ignore. All right. Let's begin. Into the labyrinth.
Say, Vivia, do you remember anything about the case?
You mean Dr. Huesca's murder? Or are you talking about when Chief Yako was attacked?
Huh? You remember? Everyone else that came here lost their memories.
That further supports the idea that I'm worried about.
Pretty rare. Must be because of his whole spiritual thing.
So the others lost their memories. That's why no one remembers this death god.
How rude of them. It's thanks to yours truly that those cases got solved.
That reminds me, I used my coalescence with Fubuki before Vivia. But Vivia is the only one who came into the mystery labyrinth.
Oh, yeah.
I guess coalescence got overwritten. Maybe it only takes the most recent ability.
Probably.
I don't know either.
You don't know? But coalescence is your power, Shinigami.
Relax, will ya? Minor detail.
You would have been better off with Fubuki. She would have been far more useful for this case.
It doesn't matter anyway. No one can use their forte here.
Yeah.
Oh. So now I really don't have to do anything. Thank goodness. What a relief.
You still have to help me during combat.
Jeez! You ever think your lack of motivation could be contagious?
Hey, relax.
Ay. Let's just keep her going. Here's the door. Here we are. So, what's the first thing it's gonna ask us to do? Oh, a simple door.
Ooh, there's that mystery!
Alright. Get me.
I wish they wouldn't spring out of nowhere like that.
Game? Is something supposed to be there, or is that normal?
I thought this labyrinth would only require your wits, but it looks like it's going to take more than that, Yuma.
Well, he doesn't have a whole lot of wits, so he doesn't have a choice.
What? That's new? Shinigami?
Why didn't a problem appear?
Not only was there no problem, no choice appeared either.
That's not okay.
Master, maybe you don't even know which mystery to start with to solve this case.
Yeah, there's so many unknowns. I'm honestly feeling lost right now.
Come on! You gotta know where to start with this stuff, or you won't be able to solve a single thing. Let's decide that for now. What's the first mystery of this case?
The first mystery is the fact that Dr. Weska was murdered in a completely locked room with no way in or out. The doctor was located deep in the critical lab, behind layers of security. And yet, he was found stabbed to death. We were the first to discover the body. At the time, we were controlling the robot, Amapel. Because of that, we were thought to be the culprits. But we obviously aren't.
Yeah.
So how did the culprit get in and out of the doctor's lab? That's what I don't know.
But the culprit is definitely the hitman, right?
I think so, but I'm not absolutely sure. Besides, even if the hitman did it, there's the question of who hired him. But there's no doubt the hitman stabbed Chief Yako. That's the only thing I'm absolutely certain about.
Yeah. What the? Oh no.
Kanai Ward's garbage. What are you doing here?
Phantom?
Yomi Hellsmile.
So the director of the Peacekeepers is here.
Yeah, but he's just part of the mystery lab.
I figured. In other words, he's a monster created from the labyrinth, right?
Correct.
Right.
You pieces of shit.
Uh-oh.
Disturbing the peace of Kanai Ward.
What the?
This guy doesn't seem like he's involved.
But we have no choice.
Holy.
For Chief Yako. For everyone.
You killed Dr. Weska, didn't you? Turn yourselves in so I can torture you to death!
This is completely different from how the other Phantoms looked. Why the hell are you so different? Oh boy. There's not even rainbow coloring with you, buddy. Oh, it's a different song too. Here we go. Yomi Hellsmile. Toxic gas properties and shoot around Amapal's head. In the critical lab, there was a shoot print on the lab.
You're the ones who killed Dr. Weska. You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab.
No. Infinite worms.
And then murdered him inside. Until you actually entered the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active.
True.
It's impossible to bypass the system while it's active.
Are you right?
In other words, no one can enter the doctor's lab. There couldn't be an intruder.
There is evidence.
When the body was first discovered, Amapal was about to enter the doctor's lab, but something bumped into it and knocked it over. In fact, there was a mark on Amapal's head, like someone kicked it. That mark wasn't there when we borrowed it. It's proof that someone else was in the lab.
You call that evidence?
What do you mean?
Is bullshit the only thing that comes out of that mouth? Don't make me laugh. Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible!
Oh, I thought I could dock you for some reason.
And in fact, you proved that yourself!
Huh? What do you mean?
intruder. You still don't understand? Don't make me laugh.
Come on. Lab map and the airlock decontamination device.
If there was an...
That's not the right button. Floor plan of the lab is supposed to be a top secret file, but it was found hidden beside a house plant. Fine. Device to prevent leakage from the toxic gas. The lid is barred, but has a hinge to make it easy and open to close.
Intruder. And where did they go? By the time you arrived at the scene, there was no one else, right?
Okay.
There's no place to hide in the critical lab.
You gotta head there.
Mystery.
There's a hiding spot. It's inside the airlock's decontamination device. The vents cover can be easily removed, and there's just enough space for someone to fit inside. If they hid inside the decontamination device, we wouldn't have seen them when we arrived at the scene.
So what? You've got it all wrong anyway.
This one's really damn persistent, isn't it?
Everything is wrong. Your existence is all wrong. Have fun chasing that fake truth you found.
This one's gonna be a pain. Oh. The locks are gone.
We managed to defeat him this time, but it's not over yet.
There's still no question.
Sure is persistent, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway, there's no doubt someone else was inside the doctor's lab.
It's also interesting seeing how his phantom was so different. All the other phantoms usually have some sort of like commonality of them with them, like it's like that weird like rainbow coloring, but there wasn't any of that on Yomi. It's just black and white and the gold hair, really.
So let's unravel each mystery one at a time.
All right, we'll get it this time.
All right, try again. Was there an intruder?
Come on, why does it have to be so sudden?
Okay, now that we've wedged our way into this mystery, we just gotta head through the labyrinth and reach the truth!
Well, there had to have been an intruder. He saw someone else. That much cannot be denied.
We're just now getting to the point. What a pain.
It's never been this bad before.
Hey, don't sigh, this is a good thing!
Sorry.
He did not listen.
Anyway, let's head inside.
Alright, let's move on. Whoa.
There's an intruder for sure. We know someone bumped into Amapal.
The culprit probably hit Amapal on their way out. After that, they must have intended to leave the lab. They couldn't because we were in the front chamber. So they hid inside the decontamination device to avoid us.
So, if we checked inside the decontamination device on the way to the scene,
you probably would have seen him.
Have caught the culprit then and there.
Yep.
Yeah, but it was an emergency and we had no idea they were in there.
I was about to say.
Super lame to make up excuses, Master.
Bro.
It's not an excuse, but it is true. If I had thought about why Amapal was knocked over at that time, I would have realized the culprit was in there. We could have waited in ambush or searched for them. And if I'd caught the culprit then, Chief Yako wouldn't have gotten stabbed.
Master, wallowing in regret is even lamer. If you have time for that, you have time to keep going.
I'm walking here. Interesting what this room looks like. Are those... It looks like radio towers or something? Alright, what do we got now? Oh.
Really? Another fork in the path.
Alright, what are our options? How did the culprit enter the lab?
Seems like we're finally at the central question.
Deactivated the security by cutting the power, never entered in the first place, or invited in by the doctor. It's impossible for it to have been the deactivated security by cutting the power, because even if the power is cut out, we know that it's a separate system. Plus, I get the feeling it would have been mentioned in the system if it was, you know, another thing. Invited in by the doc?
This is the first step to solving how the culprit committed an impossible murder.
I leave the rest to you.
Bro.
I'm going to read a book or something.
You can bring your own stuff into the mystery labyrinth?
That's also curious.
He's just special.
Bro. I'll leave it to you to solve this one, Yuma. So it's obviously not number 1. So that only leaves never entered in the first place or invited by the doctor. This is weird. How would they have gone in from an impossible crime? The only thing I can think of, which is weird, it's the only thing that might make sense. They had to have been invited in. Come on. Seemed like it's worked.
The doctor invited the culprit in? But why?
Things are so muddled now because we're assuming the culprit forced their way inside. If the culprit was invited to the lab, then he easily would have been able to enter.
Ah, so you think the doctor disabled the security? He wouldn't need it if he was expecting a guest.
Oh, I was about to say. Oh boy.
Guess you were wrong, Yuma. Well, I already knew that before you entered.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
You wanted me to tell you? You should have said so earlier.
You're an asshole, Vivia.
People only grow by learning from past mistakes, which is why I purposely...
Master, we have to get out of here!
How do we get out?
Use logic to show how this route is the wrong one!
All right, I'll try.
Why is invited in by the doctor incorrect? The security log. It would have had to have been the security log, right?
The log on the doctor's computer didn't show any signs of security getting shut down. If that's the case, he certainly didn't cut security just to let someone in.
But that means none of the answers are right. Does this just take us back?
Well, I may have messed up, but at least we got a little closer to the truth.
Maybe, but if you hadn't messed up in the first place, you wouldn't have to come up with such a lame excuse.
Shut up.
I know. I'll do better next time.
Ay, ay, ay. Alright, here's the door. Are we gonna be sent back to the room with choices? Or is this a different room? Yep, back here. Then he couldn't have entered. That's the only other thing. They could not have entered. But I don't understand. You can't enter?
Culprit never entered? But you said there's no doubt the culprit was in there.
Perhaps the intruder is not the culprit after all.
So you're saying that the doctor committed suicide?
No, that doesn't make sense either.
If the doctor committed suicide, then the culprit wasn't the intruder, but the doctor himself.
Yeah, but he was stabbed in the back. I don't know if you can do it that well.
There would be no intruder. The doctor was already in the lab.
This is also a trap. I already know it. I was about to say.
This route is wrong too? Again?
Not to worry, Yuma. I don't mind it at all if we can't find a way to move forward.
Shut up, Vivia.
Sheesh. Even I'm losing motivation.
She got me, no!
You can take care of this on your own, can't you, Master?
Don't let him influence you!
Stop this! Ugh. Why is it not correct? He got stabbed into his back. Shinigami, don't do this.
That's right. The doctor was stabbed 3 times in the back. One stab would have indicated that he held the knife in place, then fell on it to kill himself. But he couldn't have made 3 wounds like that. There's no way it was a suicide.
No excuses, Master. Do it again.
You're tired, Yuma. Why don't you lie down for a bit?
Would you two stop it?
Resting here wouldn't help me at all.
This is worrying. This is very, very worrying. Well, that leaves obviously one solution, but it doesn't make any sense. You're telling me you deactivate the security by cutting power. We already... That one's obvious. I mean, all of them are obvious. None of them are right. This one's also wrong.
The culprit used the blackout to slip past security and into the lab.
No.
That answer is pretty simple. Almost too simple.
It's in fact incredibly stupid. Alright, just get me the solution key.
Huh? What? This was the last route!
This labyrinth is a tricky one. It's like one of those old detective novels. Perhaps you're the real culprit.
Oh, shut up, Vivia.
Really, Master? Of course not!
You would know if I was.
We need to get out of here!
Okay. Not correct. It's separate. It doesn't matter if it's shut off. It didn't shut off the main one that we're concerned about.
The critical lab was on a separate grid, and the lab switchboard wasn't in the electrical room. The security wouldn't shut off, even if there was a blackout in the building.
So all the answers are wrong.
What's going on? Were all 3 routes wrong?
I wonder what it means.
It's worrying is what it means. And I get the feeling something's about to come and rub it in my face. Oh? What's this?
Hey! There's another door!
I get it! Since we proved that every possibility was wrong, a new one has appeared!
Interesting. The mystery labyrinth not only materializes the case, but also changes based on your investigation.
Right. Something felt off about those other routes. It's almost like we were forced to choose the wrong way.
But by eliminating each wrong answer one by one, you opened the path to the right answer.
You sound disappointed.
Who cares? Let's just see what's in the final route!
Alright, got me open. Entered in...
They use spectral projection to enter and kill him?
I was worried. I was really worried. And it seems my worries were founded.
Then the culprit is... I can't believe the culprit entered the labyrinth with us. That's never happened before.
How does that even work?
How dare you trick me! There is no escape! Once the mystery labyrinth is solved, the culprit will be judged! Master, let's finish up this mystery labyrinth and boom kill this dude!
Hang on.
Hold on!
Not okay. Oh, great. Now this is wrong, too.
That's why I said to wait. There's no way Vivi is the culprit.
I won't be convinced until you do!
Ghost form traits.
To begin with, nothing can be touched while in ghost form. He couldn't have held the murder weapon, the knife. So it's not possible that he stabbed the doctor. Now do you trust Vivia?
Master, I've said this 1,000 times, but a detective must suspect everything. Besides, it's his fault for being so sketchy. The way he looks, how he talks, everything is super suspicious.
Listen, I won't deny that, but still.
Sorry. I do try to stay out of sight.
Anyway, let's go back.
Surely there's another door, right?
If he's not the culprit, then we're back to square one.
Let's try going back to the fork in the path. Maybe something else changed.
This labyrinth is stressing me out because it don't make sense to me. Everyone's suspect.
It's changed.
Oh, you're kidding me!
There aren't any new doors. What? There's nowhere to go? What was the point of eliminating all the other paths?
Come on.
Don't start with that again. How about you help us for a change? You better cooperate, unless you want to get chopped up by Master Solution Blade.
Don't threaten him with a good time.
Hold on, Shinigami.
I don't want to get chopped up. I dislike pain immensely. But you know, the journey up to now wasn't a waste. We did eliminate many possibilities.
But that means nothing if we can't reach the truth.
Nothing? Why do you want the truth in the first place?
Huh?
It's easy to say you want the truth. But are you sure you can handle it? No matter how cruel the truth may be.
Can I handle it?
I'm still not sure if you're the kind of person who can. I bet you're not sure either. That's why you're still so hesitant. This mystery labyrinth also reflects your reluctance. Maybe that's why you can't reach the truth.
What are you talking about? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I won't hesitate to expose the truth.
So you still haven't realized it? Guess you're not quite there yet.
What do you mean?
That's fine for now. But eventually, you'll be forced to make a choice. When that happens, you have to prove your conviction and expose the truth. Like you said.
Enough nonsense. Let's find some clues.
As an apology for the distraction, Let me tell you something. This labyrinth appears to change shape by reflecting our investigation.
Eh?
So, instead of following the revealed path, isn't it possible to carve your own path?
Carve your own path?
Carve my own path? That's right, Shinigami! We can create new routes with our own deductions. Maybe we can do it here.
Sometimes, just a slight change in perspective is enough to completely change how you see things.
So if I change my perspective here, I might see something new. I see. I was so focused on how to overcome the security system. But that's not right. I need to change my perspective and think about who could have overcome it.
Don't box yourself in with your own assumptions.
Ooh.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
I hate when the anemic vampire tells us what to do. But if Master wants to, then fine. I'll lend you my power. Lay it all out, Master.
Here we go. Give me the barrel. Oops. There. Here goes nothing. Whee! Shinigami puzzle. Who is capable?
Are you just gonna leave me here? Are you just ignoring me now?
Who? What?
Twirling, twirling.
Wait. I'm a pal. Pal is able to get through the system. I was about to say, wait. Ooh. Okay. A staircase.
A new route appeared.
This is all thanks to me.
Perhaps I said too much. Well, nothing has been solved yet.
I wish you'd express yourself a little better. How can we tell if you're happy or sad?
I've never been happy or sad in my entire life.
That's depressing.
I want to die someday.
Could you stop saying that?
This guy's hopeless.
Anyway, let's explore this new route.
All right. A bit of the wild card route, but the only thing that makes sense is they had to have used an Amapal at some point somehow.
When you think about who could get past security, the only option we know of is Amapal.
True.
Yeah.
And that's how we were able to get through security ourselves.
Yeah.
But it's just a toy robot, right? How is it related to the case?
I don't know yet, but since Amapal can get through security, it must be important.
Here we are. Oh?
It's sealed off here, too.
Yeah.
There's an intercom. Maybe someone will respond if you use it.
No way.
Huh? Doctor?
Huh? Wait. What the? Wait. Who are you? Help! Somebody come help me!
Isn't this the footage of when the doctor was attacked?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, great.
The mystery materialized. It must be related to what the doctor just said.
So you got me, hurry! Who Are You was directed at who?
So the question is, who did the doctor say? Who are you?
Could you not?
I'll leave it to you.
I don't get how you can keep reading at a time like this.
Oh, bro. It had to have been an Alma pal, right?
At this point in time, you still hadn't borrowed Alma Pal. However weird it may be, and normally, I don't...
Was it directed at no one? What? It was... What?
The trap didn't activate. Does that mean we found the right answer?
It was... no one? What? Then why?
Huh? So the right answer is no one? Why would the doctor say, "Who are you?" if no one was there?
What?
The security was still active at the time, so no one could enter the doctor's lab, right? That
Yeah.
was before I borrowed Amapel. So the only explanation is that no one was there.
What was the doctor's motive?
Why would he say that if no one was there?
I think if we go there, we'll find the answer.
What? But that route's obviously just a side road. Who cares what the old geezer was thinking anyway?
I do.
But it looks like this is the only way we can go. Besides, I am curious about what was going through his mind.
In that case, would he have been trying to deceive us?
It could be an important factor in solving the mystery behind this case.
Still, being forced to take a side route is too much trouble. Makes me wish I was dead.
I know, you've told me 100 times already. Alright.
So, Master, do you have an idea about what the geezer was thinking?
Not a clue. Why would he just suddenly say that to no one?
Not yet, but I think it has to do with why he said, "Who are you?" I think the doctor was putting on an act.
An act? Really?
The doctor put on an act for a reason, but I have no idea why. We have to figure that out by going down this doctor's motive route.
Why would he just suddenly decide to act like he's being attacked? We know he was paranoid. Could the paranoia have simply just gotten to him? Uh-oh. Hello again, Yomi.
He's here too?
You rats keep scurrying around. Do you really think you'll discover Dr. Weska's motive this way? Good luck with that, morons! He had no motive at all!
Well, he said there's nothing here. Let's head back.
Baby, stop giving up so easily.
We can't do that! If he's trying to block our path, then this route must be important.
Nah, fine.
I'm only here because you maggots piss me off.
What is going on with your design?
So, I'm gonna end you here and now!
It's almost like half of it is trying to be angelic, while the other half is pure demonic. Here we go. The photo in the doctor's email records.
This was all part of the doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all. exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood.
Misunderstood?
You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well.
No. Don't know how the doctor's research was going, and refuting the signal will help find the culprit. That solution key seems important.
Yeah.
He wasn't loyal to
This was all part
Amaterasu?
of the doctor's plan. He didn't have a plan at all. That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood. You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well. The doctor was loyal to Amaterasu.
No, he wasn't.
No, the doctor was planning on betraying Amaterasu Corporation. He was trying to escape Kanai Ward.
Do you think maybe he was trying to get people killed?
He said so in the messages he wrote.
You little...
There we go. Now we got him a bit pushed back. He definitely wasn't loyal. Maybe he was trying to get them killed.
Yomi's rebuttal? What was that? What was he trying to deny? Why was he covering up the doctor's motives?
It seems that this case involves the inner workings of Amaterasu.
Right. The doctor was going to betray Amaterasu. And whoever he was emailing knew that. So the doctor locked himself in the lab to protect himself from that person.
Yeah.
Perhaps the doctor's act had something to do with that.
Ah! Oh, hi. When did you two get here?
It's the security gate. Everything's locked up.
Alright, what do we got? How did the doctor plan to escape Kanai Ward?
Which means this is a complex problem. We have to choose the right door and insert the correct solution key.
This is way more hassle than before. Guess I'll leave it to you.
As always.
I was about to say, that's not changing anything, really. Blackout, swapping places, or terrorist bombing? It's not terrorist bombing, let's just get that out of the way. We're not going back to the last case. Blackout. This device exists to put a event. Doctor's notes. Swapping places? Wait a minute. I don't think he would make someone unrecognizable with acid. and make someone...
The door actually opened. I knew I could let Yuma handle it.
He was planning on killing somebody else. By using acid to make someone unrecognizable, that he could probably disguise him as well himself, or whatever.
Are you sure you aren't a phantom?
I don't know at this point. Honestly, Vivian might be a phantom. I don't know. I was wondering why acid also, you know, the weird acid just seemed to be important.
So the doctor tried to swap places with someone else to escape from Amaterasu.
Yeah.
The notes he left behind in the lab hinted at his plan.
You mean the diagram with the sulfuric acid being poured on someone?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was going to swap places with a corpse, then melt it with acid. He wanted to disfigure it beyond recognition. That's how he planned to fake his own death.
At the very least, did it buy him enough time to escape Kanai Ward? Or so he thought.
Yeah.
Wow! Melting a corpse with sulfuric acid? Yay! So cool and grotesque!
Thank you, Shinigami.
So who was the substitute supposed to be?
That's the question.
Maybe the Hitman.
Maybe he was banking on killing the Hitman. You know what? That would actually maybe explain why there were so many upgrades to the system. It was mentioned before, by Makoto, that the poison trap was supposed to be sleeping gas at one point, and that the electrical system was supposed to just be a slight shock. But if he upgraded it to those extremes, then yeah.
The doctor was under surveillance by Amaterasu, but he was still looking for a chance to escape. When he learned a hitman was after him, he figured his chance had arrived. The doctor was hoping to use the security system to kill the hitman and use the body as a decoy.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, the doctor did seem to be waiting for the hitman to arrive.
They did mention that, actually.
The hitman hasn't arrived yet. When will he show up?
It was weird. It was like he was taunting him.
Don't tell me this so-called first-rate hitman was captured by peacekeepers.
That explains it, though.
The hitman never did show up. That's why the doctor had a sudden change of plans.
And that was the act he put on by asking you, "Who are you?"
Perhaps that was a trap to lure you in, Yuma.
He was trying to lure Master?
That would have been a horrible cover-up. I don't care how much you use acid to make Yuma look unrecognizable. His size difference would give away any criminal.
He considered taking advantage of the detectives, since the hitman never showed up. So if he called for help, he would charge into the lab, not knowing anything about the security system, and thereby acquire the corpse he needed as his decoy.
Yeah.
That seems overly complicated. Like those guys who overthink asking girls out.
What? Oh. The elevator.
Well, he couldn't have used another researcher. Someone would have noticed their absence.
Would have had to been an outsider.
He needed visitors. People from outside to pull it off.
Hmm.
So if I didn't know about the security and had rushed into the lab,
I would have died.
You'd be a super sexy skeleton right now.
Shinigami, don't do this.
Aw, so close.
What?
You want that? But the doctor's plan failed, and he actually got boom killed by the hitman. I get what he was trying to do, but what about the impossible murder?
assuming the attack on the doctor was just an act when we saw him through the intercom, we at least know for sure the real attack hadn't happened yet.
So that changes when the murder had to have occurred.
In other words, the culprit entered the lab after that exchange. So the problem is, when did they actually enter?
Well, let's see where the Mystery Labyrinth takes us. See where we go from there. Light too bright! I can't see! Eh? Oh. What the heck happened?
Where are we?
Why are we?
This place is a real mystery. Then again, I suppose that checks out.
Vivio, what's happened to us?
Huh? Shinigami?
Yeah! Master, this looks like an important turning point!
Help! Why have we turned to...
Is that your final answer?
Why did we turn to cardboard? Or whatever. What happened?
I haven't said anything yet.
The culprit entered the lab before Amapal.
Master, you need to narrow down the timing for when the culprit got inside. Now then, here's our fateful fork in the road. It's life or death! We're at the crossroads of mystery and solution. This earth-shattering choice may be your last. Now, Master, which one will you choose?
The culprit entered the lab before Amapal. I don't think so. Never mind, I'm wrong.
When I directed Amapal to go into the doctor's lab, he already had a knife stuck in him.
I guess that's also true.
Which means he was murdered before Amapal entered the doctor's lab.
Your answer?
Well, we already know it's correct. I already hit the wrong answer. Don't do this.
Is correct!
Also, why are we doing this? What
Would you like to double down?
the hell are you talking about?
Talking about? Anyway, let's keep going.
What the hell is this? Why are we cardboard? What just happened?
Little by little, we're narrowing down when the culprit entered.
Yeah, but we still don't know how yet.
I don't know why we were cardboard.
It had to be between when we spoke to the doctor over the intercom and when Amapal entered his lab.
I'm so confused.
During that time, the culprit entered the doctor's lab and murdered him.
So the most likely time would be when you went to borrow Amapal, Master. The culprit had to have entered the lab then.
Yeah?
But Fubuki waited at the front chamber while Desuhiko and I went to borrow Amapal. She said no one entered or left the lab.
I don't... No. No. Stop making me doubt things. Stop making me doubt people.
Huh? We're back on the original path.
Maybe you're supposed to try opening that door now.
I'm sure that from here on out, it's not just about when, but also how the culprit got in. Yuma, there's no need to push yourself if things get too hard.
You're scaring me, but for completely different reasons now.
No, I can do it. I'm going to solve it.
I don't like this. Where was the culprit before the crime?
This is a map of the critical lab.
I don't like this anymore.
So we have to determine where the culprit was before the murder.
We'll have to solve them one at a time. Let's start with this mystery.
If we know where the culprit was before they got in, this route will be clear too. Do you know where, Yuma?
I really hope I don't. I really hope I select this and I just get insta-killed and get a game over. Just don't do this to me. Please, just give me a game over when I select this. Just give me a game over. I don't... Okay, good.
At least one detective was always in the front chamber. So the culprit couldn't have been there.
Right. Here.
I guess here, yeah, because they could hide, but...
Culprit must have been here.
Aha!
Yay! It opened!
After the exchange on the intercom, given there was always a detective at the front chamber, when we went to borrow Amapal, the culprit had to have already made their way inside. But the airlock is the only location that isn't affected by the security system. There. The culprit had to be inside that decontamination device before committing the crime.
But that itself still doesn't make sense to me, because wouldn't they still have gotten poison on them?
But I thought he
Oh,
was just
what the
hiding
heck?
in there to avoid being spotted after the crime. So you think the culprit was in there before the crime too?
Yeah. The culprit was waiting for their chance.
What's up, Ad?
But we had no idea when we sent Amapel into the airlock.
And from there, Yuma, you guided Amapal to the doctor's lab. So the culprit entered the doctor's lab before them? How would that be possible? Only Amapal could get past security, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the next big question.
How the heck could the robot?
Maybe the culprit used another Amapal unit.
No. The researcher mentioned there was only one functioning Amapal.
Yeah.
Which means the Amapal Yuma controlled was the only one that could get past security.
Yeah.
The culprit must have taken advantage of Master's Amapal to get into the doctor's lab.
But how?
Yeah, that's the only way. But how did they use it? There's no solving the doctor's murder until we figure that out.
Well, I have an idea. Will you hear me out?
Sure.
What is it?
How about giving up?
You're useless.
I'm getting tired.
Nope, motion denied.
Thank you. What just happened? Where am I? We're back here?
Another fork in the road? Such a complicated mystery labyrinth.
This one's twisting my head backwards. Alright, cut me open. How did the culprit use Amapal?
Beyond each problem lies the truth. We're definitely getting closer to the heart of this mystery.
As a weapon, as a shield, or as neither? What? It doesn't make sense for as a weapon. Neither? I don't even know if this makes sense.
Neither is really the right answer?
I'm gonna be honest, no.
Given the process of elimination, that must be it. Amapal's hands aren't designed to hold anything, so it couldn't use the knife to murder the doctor. Which means Amapal wasn't the murder weapon. And
Yeah.
it couldn't have used it as a shield. It can't neutralize the toxic gas, and the high voltage shock would destroy it.
So then, how did the culprit use Amapal?
I think we'll find out if we continue down this path.
I don't know if we will, honestly. I had a feeling!
That was the wrong answer! Come on, Master!
Ow.
Huh? We're...
This is different.
We've been here before. It looks like we've been brought back.
But the door we opened earlier is closed again. Why's that?
Yeah, I wonder why.
Alright, let's see it. Where was the culprit before the crime?
Huh? Even the question is the same. Does that mean we gotta do it all over again?
No.
Well, the logic is still sound. There's no other hiding spot for the culprit besides the airlock.
So you want to choose the same answer and keep going?
I don't think so.
If you do, you'll just repeat the whole process again.
Yeah.
We'll just be brought back here if we can't figure out how did the culprit use Amapao. And I refuse to walk any more than I have to.
Don't curl up into a ball.
Hey, don't sit down!
Get up.
What should I do?
Stand up! Stand up right now!
Stop it. Leave me alone.
He's just annoyed.
If you want me to leave you alone, then help my useless master out!
Oh, shut up!
Fine. Just one thing then. We're back at where was the culprit before the crime? Because you're stuck at how did the culprit use Amapao? With that in mind, these two questions are connected.
Connected? Both the culprit's location and how Amapao was used?
Help him out more! More!
Stop.
The culprit was hiding in the airlock, where you also left the robot, right? At that moment, only the culprit and Amapao were there. So maybe the culprit did something.
The culprit did something to Amapao?
Clues are always there, right under your nose. It's a detective's job to notice them.
Wait, you're right. Something weird did happen when we first started using Amapao. I completely forgot about that. But when we first started using Amapao, there was this weird interference. Why was that?
Did you notice anything strange back then? Any tiny detail? Try to remember.
Yeah.
Something strange.
Why was there interference?
Hey! Now that you mention it, back then...
Oh hey, the screen lit up. So this is what Amapao sees. It's like the cockpit of a mecha.
Whoa, what was that?
Did it break already? I thought it was state of the art.
No, it's alright. It's stabilized. There was a moment when the camera stopped functioning while I was controlling Amapao. It returned to normal pretty quick, but maybe...
See? I told you it was right under your nose. You don't need any additional help from me, right?
I don't know about that.
Was a clue to help solve this mystery?
Actually, everything in this world is a key to solving mysteries. You just haven't noticed them. Perhaps there is more you're overlooking. Was there anything else unusual?
I mean, obviously the blackout, but...
Something unusual. Something I missed.
Anything else? It's not like Amapao's camera showed the culprit.
Wait, that's it!
Huh?
Now that I think about it, wasn't that strange?
Wait, who kicked Amapao then? If the culprit wasn't in there... Or wait, how was the...
The culprit must have gotten ahead of Amapao, but why didn't they ever show up on the camera?
Yeah.
If the culprit went past Amapao to enter the doctor's lab, they would have been spotted for sure.
Now that you mention it...
But nobody showed up on camera. How did the culprit manage to pull that off? How can you move from the airlock to the doctor's lab without appearing even once on Amapao's camera?
Hey,
What?
aren't you just adding another mystery?
No. All the pieces are here.
Huh?
Yuma, the mysteries you face now can be solved with a single answer.
A single answer?
A single answer?
Sheesh. I talk too much.
What? Whoa, whoa! How did the culprit use Amapao? Why didn't the culprit appear on the camera? Where was the culprit before the crime? And what caused Amapao's malfunction in the airlock? All of this can be answered with one answer.
Pandora's box of mysteries!
Let's stay calm and think about it. There's plenty of time.
There's not plenty of time.
Or not. I'll keep reading while you wrap things
Stop reading!
Remember what he said, Master. All it takes is one answer to solve these mysteries. Use those weak brain cells of yours and think!
Shut up!
Culprit's location. Amapal's usage. Its malfunction. Why didn't the culprit appear on camera? All this can be solved with just one answer?
Where was the culprit before? Inside? Ah! Oh. Oh, they used it to stand on it. They jumped on it. Why didn't they appear on camera? They were on top of the head. On top.
On Amapal's head, using it as a method of transportation.
Get it!
The door opened!
And there would be a way of actually getting through the poison room then. And Makoto did say that if you wanted to, you would have to have a spacesuit, which it does imply that there is a way of wearing something that could prevent you from dying.
With every open door, it will be harder for you to turn back. Are you sure you want to keep going?
And there's also the fact that, well, the whatchamacallit, so obviously, of course, if you have enough, wear enough, like you can avoid the poison, or the toxic gas. And of course, wouldn't a hitman be very, like, careful? Like, wouldn't they do everything to make sure the job's done right?
Absolutely. I will find the truth no matter what. This is for the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Eh?
Hey, you said the culprit rode on top of Amapal. What did you mean by that?
Well, what do you
Literally
think?
I said. The culprit rode Amapal and used it to get through. After we left Amapal in the airlock, the culprit came out of the decontamination device.
Hello?
Then they jumped on Amapal's head. The disruption in the footage was from the impact.
That's insane.
Is it? I think it's fairly reasonable. Amapal can withstand up to 100 kilograms of weight. So, someone riding on it shouldn't affect its functionality.
Yeah.
The shoe print on Amapal's head wasn't caused by someone kicking it. It was left there from the culprit hopping on and off.
After that, the culprit simply rode on it as it moved toward the doctor's lab. By doing so, the culprit was able to evade the camera and remain hidden as they made their way through the lab.
And that's why it's important that Amapal's head can't move. Once Amapal hit the button, they had to wait for the door to open, right? And Amapal is not allowed to move or anything during that time. And meaning the culprit could have easily just jumped off and killed the doc during that short amount of time. And the doc can't hear. So they wouldn't have any reason to, like, turn around towards the door and fight back.
You're right. If it's true, it does solve all of the previous mysteries. Imagining the culprit riding on a robot makes me laugh.
It is kind of funny.
But have you not realized it? You're still missing something. One major mystery remains.
What's with that huge sigh?
The greatest mystery of this case should appear soon. Just the thought of it gets me feeling down.
What are you talking about?
Greatest mystery?
Uh-oh.
This is the panel chamber.
Yeah.
That means the doctor's lab is just beyond it. If we can get through here, we'll reach the goal, yeah?
Yeah. When did the culprit get off Amapal? That one's easy enough.
Is this the greatest mystery you mentioned?
not exactly what I was envisioning.
I was about to say.
Well, this is the mystery to be solved, so let's clear it out.
This one seems pretty obvious enough for me.
Beats me.
When would it have been possible for them to get into the room ahead of us? When opening. At this point, the traps.
The culprit
I'm sorry,
murdered the
so
doctor before Amapal entered the room, which means the culprit had to have gotten ahead of Amapal at some point. It was when the door first opened. At that moment, the culprit snuck into the doctor's room.
Yeah, when the doors were slowly opening, just like this. That's when the culprit took their chance.
Right. The moment there was enough space for a person to slip through, the culprit hopped off and went inside.
Like this?
Ah, help! Uh-oh. I know that stack anywhere. Alright, Yomi. Come on, show yourself.
We still haven't reached the goal. I thought we could get into the doc's lab now.
Is this a joke to you? Your deduction is full of holes.
We'll begin.
If this is a joke, it's not very funny.
Master, you know what to do.
Of course I do.
I'll take your garbage deduction and toss it in the trash. I am the saint of Kanai Ward, protecting it from filth like you!
Here we go. Mugi's Sword Brute and Amapal's design.
The culprit hopped off Amapal as the door opened, then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible, even for Think the... Slaughter Artist! Think about it.
Think for me.
Amapal's line of sight changed. Just a bit. The camera would have caught it. No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky.
Had a feeling I was going to mention this. Oh, never mind. I'm stupid.
What does that mean?
Say.
The culprit hopped off Amapal as the door opened,
Ow.
then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible, even for Think the Slaughter Artist. Think about it.
Think for me.
If Amapal's line of sight changed just a bit,
It can't change its line of sight while using its arm.
Amapal is designed so that when its hand is stretched out, it won't execute any other inputs.
Otherwise, it risks destroying itself.
That's why when it was pressing the button for the door, the culprit didn't show up on the camera.
You little maggots. Don't get so full of yourselves. You're not getting out of here alive.
I honestly could have believed Fubuki being the answer. Like, they would have had to know about Fubuki's ability.
So Amapal couldn't move while the door was opening. That's when the culprit took their chance.
Since the door opens outward, it's possible to take advantage of the blind spot it creates.
Yep.
That's how the culprit managed to stay outside the camera's view as they entered the doctor's room.
So it's an elaborate murder that took advantage of Amapal's design, and even the direction the door opens.
The murder is clearly experienced.
Whoever planned this must have really wanted the doctor dead. I guess you can call it an obsession. How scary. Just like this passageway.
I think it's kind of cool.
Where will it take us? Perhaps a suite with the culprit's obsession in full display. A room of nightmares.
Knock it off with the weird soliloquies. Let's go.
You're really going?
Huh? Uh-oh. Wait.
Hey, Yuma. When the culprit entered the doctor's room while the door was open...
Huh?
At the time, the doctor was in the room, right?
Well, what do you think?
If the door opened and an intruder entered, how could the doctor not have noticed?
Oh, glad. I'm more than happy.
It's not a big deal.
Yes, it is.
It would change how the wound appeared.
If he had noticed an intruder, the doctor would have turned to face him, which means he wouldn't have been stabbed in the back.
That piece of trash is right. Your logic is flawed.
No?
What are you, on the Phantom side now?
Listen to my incredible words of wisdom. Your crappy deduction is worth less than shit! Everything you do is a fucking mistake!
Come on. This one I'm more than happy to reason against. Because this one's obvious. The doctor's deaf. Of course he wouldn't hear it. What, you expect a deaf person to suddenly get in hearing and just so they can prevent their own death?
Damn it! Your deduction is inconsistent. It's full of inconsistencies. By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind. That's all impossible!
Master!
Yeah.
Damn it! Your deduction is inconsistent. It's full of inconsistencies. By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind.
That claim doesn't hold
What do you mean by that? Start explaining.
No, the culprit did stab the doctor in the back. That's how the body was discovered.
That's why I'm saying your deduction is inconsistent. By your logic, the doctor couldn't have been murdered in that way!
Well? Here we go.
Culprit quickly entered the lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right?
Correct.
There's no way he missed an intruder. Running is noisy.
Oh, what? But that literally well, whatever.
Yeah.
The culprit quickly entered the lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way he missed an intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back. Unless you think the doctor was asleep. Is there any trace of him being drugged? Even if he didn't look back from his desk, He would have heard someone coming.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. He's deaf, you idiot. He literally cannot hear.
Wait, the doctor had trouble hearing. That's why he didn't notice the intruder.
Now you're spouting nonsense. Say whatever you want, it won't save you. There's a gaping hole in your logic. And there's no way you're gonna fill it at this rate.
And what is it?
Because you, more than anyone else, you're the one refusing to see the truth right before your eyes.
How about you stop being so vague and answer it?
What? I refuse to see the truth? Vivius said the same thing, but...
It's strange, don't you think? Isn't it about time you noticed that something's off here?
Huh?
You've solved many mysteries up to now, yet none of them are directly connected to the culprit's identity.
That's because the culprit is the hitman.
If that's the case, why haven't you reaped the hitman's soul? And that would end the labyrinth.
It's not that easy. The culprit will fight back, unless we solve all the mysteries first. Hang on. What are you getting at?
What?
In my eyes, the reason a single mystery hasn't been directly connected to the culprit is because of Yuma's reluctance. It's pushing away the mysteries that lead to the culprit.
I'm worried. I think I may have just gotten what he meant, and it makes certain things make more sense now.
Huh?
Subconsciously, you're closing your eyes to the truth. That's why you haven't touched on the hole in your reasoning.
There is something that I just remembered that seems weird.
Whatever, that's enough. Just ignore this guy and keep going.
Hey!
I really hope that's not what I'm thinking, because that's actually really depressing in that case.
Yuma.
Vivius, stop.
Jeez, go away!
You know what I'm talking about, don't you? The huge hole in this investigation.
What are you...
Just ignore him.
No, he's right.
Let's review your deduction, shall we?
Do it.
The culprit took advantage of Amapau's locked position and entered the lab. And before the robot entered the room, that person stabbed the doctor from behind. However, they bumped into Amapau while escaping, causing it to fall over. That was obviously a mistake, but since it wasn't captured on video, they were able to avoid detection. After that, the culprit went inside the decontamination device in the airlock to hide from you.
Yeah.
That's correct. So what's the hole in my deduction?
It's before all of that. It remains the case's greatest mystery.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Which is?
How did the culprit get past security?
What?
We already told you that. The culprit rode on top of Amapau as Master controlled it and was taken all the way to the doctor's lab.
Not that security, though.
But if someone was riding on it, how did they get past the high voltage shocks in the panel chamber?
Oh.
Yep.
This is the end for you! You have nowhere left to go!
No.
Come on, why now?
Things are starting to worryingly make sense then.
I won't let you maggots ruin the peace of Kanai Ward! As the king of Amaterasu Corporation and the guardian of Kanai Ward, I will stop you here and now!
Perhaps this too is an obsession. Why does he insist on covering up the truth?
Eh?
Tell me, what will you do, Yuma? Are you going to stay willfully blind?
No, I'll fight.
Come on.
Whether it's subconscious or not, I won't look away from the truth. I'll find the truth no matter what. This is for the Chief and everyone at the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Good luck. You'll never find it. You'll scurry around this labyrinth forever, like blind mice. You'll rot away, looking for an answer that will never come.
Come on. Bring it, Yomi.
Keep playing with your shit deductions. You still haven't solved the greatest mystery. How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was always live. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shocks would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it.
Fubuki can. They knew about Fubuki's forte. The culprit knew about Fubuki's forte and used it so that, knowing that they wouldn't get shocked.
A human could get past the panel chamber by using Fubuki's forte. In fact, that's how we got past the panels. The high voltage shocks kept destroying Amapel.
It doesn't matter how many times the criminal would have gotten shocked or killed. They would know that Fubuki would just turn back time, knowing they were perfectly safe on top of that robot.
But we reversed time every time that happened.
Correct. So whenever it was struck by the current, you went back in time. But
yep.
While that was occurring, the culprit, a human, was riding on top of Amapel. That person was burnt to a crisp every time you failed.
But...
Which means you killed the culprit over and over again.
Vivia...
If only you had chosen to remain ignorant, I would have walked beside you in silence. But if you intend to seek the truth, then I must stand in your way.
Vivia?
What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
He's going to betray you, Master.
Betray me?
It's up to you, Yuma. This is your final chance to save the world you believe in. What are you going to do?
Don't do this.
It's time to decide your past and your future.
Why, Vivia?
Vivia. All right, fine.
Me ask you.
Yeah?
How did the culprit bypass the toxic gas chamber? It's impossible to avoid the gas.
culprit would surely die. Already know this, right? The gas is a special trait. The gas can see through even a gas mask.
Yes.
No ability can nullify its toxicity. Once it hits you, you're done for. You die before reaching Weska. No way to
This is the truth.
You're scaring me. Stop this. They still would have lived for 30 minutes. What if someone was willing to die to do it?
If you pass through the toxic gas, you'll die. But you'll have 30 minutes before it kills you. Which means you could survive for 30 minutes.
What? Don't tell me.
The culprit was willing to die.
There are no gas masks here that can block this toxic gas. And no fortes that can nullify it. There's only one way you could get through it. You do nothing. You endure it in hopes of Amapal taking you to the next room.
Then the culprit didn't do anything to counteract it and just passed through the toxic gas?
Yep.
It's the only explanation that makes sense. This is the truth. I can't believe it. But if the culprit really did just endure the toxic gas,
Then they...
the culprit, this...
It appears you finally glimpsed the truth.
Vivia?
How does it feel to have your world shatter before your eyes? Isn't this what you wanted?
What's he talking about?
Yomi's mystery phantom and Fifia are both right. Subconsciously, I didn't want to know the truth.
Huh?
Up until now, the Mystery Labyrinth was withholding the mysteries that led to the culprit. And that's because it's a reflection of my own reluctance.
Master, what's wrong? Do you know who the culprit is? It's the hitman, right?
Yeah.
The truth is worthless. Nothing has less value in this isolated, rainy city. No one wants the truth. Not even you! Now, rot away and die right here! No one will get in my way. Kanai Lord, Amaterasu! They both belong to me!
Oh boy. Come on. Come on.
If the culprit carried out the crime like you deduced, then they should be dead from the toxic gas.
Correct.
But no one at the scene has died from poisoning. If you can understand that much, then what are you still doing here?
You're right that no one in that lab died from that toxic gas. But that was part of the culprit's plan from the beginning. They planned to distort the facts of their death.
Yuma, are you sure you want to face the truth? Your world will fall apart. The world that you believed in.
I don't like this. But I have to do it.
Your deduction is wrong. Don't disturb the peace. It's not even worth debating. Is this the best you can do to refute it?
give up and die!
They used the hitman.
The culprit misrepresented their death by using the hitman. The culprit realized their plan would be exposed if someone in the lab died from toxic gas. So they used the hitman to cover up their own death.
Yeah.
The hitman?
Meaning, the hitman wasn't hired to assassinate the doctor.
It was to assassinate the murderer.
They were hired to cover up the culprit's death by toxic gas.
Huh? The hitman's target was the culprit? Not the doctor?
I don't like this.
But the doctor was stabbed by the knife with the inscribed F. Doesn't that belong to the hitman?
All you would need is a similar knife.
Yeah.
The story of Fink the Slaughter Artist using a knife inscribed with the letter F is well known.
Nah, we'll leave it alone until we receive further orders. Did you see the knife stuck in his back? It's the one that Fink the Slaughter Artist uses, right? I've heard about his knives inscribed with the letter F.
So it was all a ruse? The real culprit made it look like the hitman did it?
Yeah.
Stop. Stop, 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 stop! You useless garbage! To hell with detectives and the truth! I won't let you have your way in my city! There is no real culprit! Dr. Wesker was killed by the hitman!
Huh? What's going on? Who's the real culprit?
The real culprit. The real culprit is...
The time has finally come. Yuma, it's time for you to acknowledge what you've known all along. If the tiny crack spreads any further, the mirror will shatter, exposing the chaos of the real world. Knowing this, will you still expose the truth? Then, show me your conviction.
The clues pointing to the identity of the hitman's target. I know. I've known all along.
Yeah.
Expose the truth. Do it. If you want to burn the world down.
Defeat Yomi with the key. What was the clue leading to the true culprit? Yako. Why?
The bloodstained photo found in the hallway near the lab. There was a person pictured with a woman. That was the hitman's target. The real culprit behind this. The blood obscured the person's face. But I know who it is. It could only be one person. It could only be...
How do you know? That person in the photo is the hitman's target. And who is it?
It's...
No! Stop! Don't you dare say another word! No one wants the truth!
I don't understand, but good luck, Master. I'm always by your side, haunting you.
Who is the true culprit? Yako. The true culprit is Yako.
Huh?
Chief. Yako.
Why?
Huh? Why? Why is Fuzzhead here?
Chief Yako was the only person attacked by the hitman in the lab. In other words, the Chief was the hitman's target.
And he was ready to die just to kill that man.
But Chief Yako tried to hide that photo by tossing it behind the houseplant. He hid it knowing it'd be an important clue. And that's because the person in the photo is Chief Yako himself. It was given to the hitman so he'd know his target. And the Chief tried to conceal it. Which means the blood covering the face on the photo was likely done on purpose.
Hold on, Master!
Yeah.
Are you serious? You're really saying Fuzzhead is the culprit?
It's the only thing that makes sense. Because of course he would also know about Fubuki's ability. He could put full faith.
Really? I don't buy it. You think he actually put together this elaborate murder?
Of course he would. He's a detective. He knows the inner workings of a criminal.
He's knocking on death's door just for this?
I don't want to believe it either. But there's no other way.
Don't forget this stuff.
He's gonna throw questions at you back to back. Press the correct button when you think you've got the correct answer. You'll take damage if you avoid all assailing assaults. Why did Yako send a death threat? Vivia.
The phantom vanished. The truth has been mostly exposed, and the labyrinth cannot function much longer. Anything I do now might not matter, but I'll do it anyway.
Go for
Because
it.
it's something I must do.
Fine.
While the Chief takes his final breaths.
Vivia.
Yuma. If Chief Yako is the culprit, then what about that death threat? Why would the Chief send it if he was the killer? Answer me, Yuma.
By sending that note, everyone would believe the doctor's life was in danger, which was necessary for this sequence of events to take place. All the master detectives headed to the secret lab because of that note. Chief Yako brought them here to take advantage of their abilities and murder the doctor.
Yeah.
Huh? Their abilities?
But the death threat wasn't sent just to the detectives. The peacekeepers received it too. What was the point of that? Why put them on high alert? What is the truth behind it all?
He used the disguise ability.
The note was sent to the peacekeepers because they were also part of the plan. When the peacekeepers received the note, They dispatched a lot of their personnel to the scene. The master detectives were able to take advantage of the commotion to enter the facility. They did it by disguising themselves as peacekeepers.
It would be convenient to have a lot of peacekeepers around if you want to get into the lab disguised as one.
This is why the peacekeepers also received the death threat.
Yeah.
Hey, you still want to do this? It's not too late to give up.
I am well aware of the danger.
Please.
I haven't gotten this much exercise in a long time.
Just stop this.
This is something I must do. I can't leave the chief like this.
Vivia.
Let's continue, Yuma. So, everyone disguised themselves as peacekeepers and entered the lab.
Yeah?
You were already at the lab, and that's where you met up with the chief, right?
Yep.
Yes, but we decided to split up after the blackout occurred.
Wait! That blackout should have caused a commotion. If we leave now, the peacekeepers will see us. I knew it. This place is crawling with them.
What do we do?
I'll draw their attention to buy some time. In the meantime, you two hurry to that doctor.
The chief said he'd buy us some time, but he actually went and hid inside the airlock.
Yeah.
Was the blackout part of the plan? So the one who caused it, was that also the chief?
No, that's not it!
I thought I was supposed to hit Y on everything.
The chief said he'd buy us some time.
Not,
That's not it.
It's not Fink either. Come on. Not the first.
No, that's not it.
Oh, it was Yako. Okay, hit it on this one.
No, that's not it.
Did I not hit it on the third one? Because I'm almost positive I did, but I guess I didn't. I guess the game's saying I didn't hit it on the third one, but I'm almost positive I did. It must have been on like the very last second or whatever. Alright. The assist.
The chief was with me in the security room at the time of the blackout. It's impossible for him to have caused it. So the only person it could be is the hitman. It must have been part of the job. He instructed the hitman to cause a blackout at a specific time.
But why?
It made us think the doctor was in danger, so we'd go check on him. We used Amapal and Fortes to get through the tight security system. Chief Yako had it all planned out from the start. He used us to break through the security so he could kill the doctor.
Yako.
So, Master using Amapal and the Sheltered Skank's time rewinding ability at the panel chamber? That was all part of Fuzzhead's plan?
The only way to get past security was to use both Amapal and that Forte. The chief knew we'd figure that out.
I think it's more like he trusted us.
Trusted?
He trusted that we would arrive at that conclusion.
He knew that we would figure out it was him.
I'm counting on you both. See you later.
Trust? How could this be a trust thing? He was clearly taking advantage of you all. He gathered the master detectives using a fake death threat, then used their fortes to commit murder. What a scumbag! He used you all to get away with murder! Out of all the criminals I've ever met, he's the worst coward of them all! Master, grab that coward and...
Shut up.
Why did it have to come to this? Chief Yago saved me. He took me in. I had lost everything, even my memories. Sure, he may have been a little pushy at times, but still, I really admired him. So, why? Why did you do it? Is this about the woman in the picture? Chief, please tell me! Or...
There's no point in asking. That's just a mystery phantom. It's not the real Fuzzhead. Master, watch out!
Yako?
The phantoms are a reflection of the same people in the real world, right?
Yeah.
Which means he should hold the same thoughts. The photo behind the houseplant. I don't know what the chief was hiding, but that photo must have been dropped by the hitman after he was done with it. The chief picked it up and used his own blood to obscure the face. He knew the truth would be exposed if that photo was found. So, he hid it behind the potted plant. He left his blood on it, almost like he wrote a dying message. But in truth, it was actually a secret he wanted to keep hidden.
Master, I think you know this, but to exit the mystery labyrinth, you will have to eliminate the culprit.
He's going to die anyways.
Eliminate the chief?
Are you really going to do this? After all the mysteries are solved, the chief back in the real world will die.
And yet he'll die anyways. The poison, it's only a matter of time.
But you saw yourself, Yuma. The chief is already knocking on death's door.
The question is, do we want to let him die just a sudden, maybe peaceful in a way-ish? Just cut his misery end short? Or do you just let it happen?
Will you still bury him in the name of truth?
The chief took me in when I had no memories, or anyone to turn to. I trusted him from the bottom of my heart. Now, I have to end his life?
You know, I liked it, surprisingly. The little bit of peace and quiet I found at the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Vivia, you knew the truth behind this case from the very beginning.
Of course he would.
I had a hunch. Because of my spectral projection, I knew the chief had been planning something for quite some time. But I pretended not to see. I admired him and the world he had made.
That's why you threatened me, and were so uncooperative in the investigation.
But that also explains why you became so willing when you heard the chief's words.
I knew you would reach the truth eventually, Yuma. But I tried my best to keep you away.
You only listened to the words of the man who you were trying to protect.
Exposing the truth won't save anyone. Neither the chief nor you.
Master, you've already come this far. You've got to finish this. What'll happen to the other master detectives if you die here? Didn't you say you wanted to expose the truth and save everyone?
Vivia, you told me that the time would come when I'd have to prove my conviction. The conviction to accept the truth, no matter how cruel it may be. Now is that time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. And yet you intend to continue.
It's the only way forward.
If you're prepared for it.
It's the only right thing to do.
Hey! You better not get in Master's way again!
Yuma, do you remember when the chief's soul called out to us?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, the truth is cruel. Never in history has the truth been known to be kind.
And that's why you seem to get so worried about it.
But you know what? Turning your eyes away from the truth and living a lie is harsh too. In the end, you can never look away from the truth. As long as you live, you must face that pain. So really, what's the point of worrying so much about it? When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
I always averted my eyes from the truth. For my own sake. My own peace and quiet.
Vivia.
But I could never say with confidence that I was proud of myself.
You just didn't want to be hurt.
In the end, I was just running away from everything. That's why I entrust this to you, Yuma.
Entrust what?
You signed a pact with the Death God in your desire for the truth. I want to see your conviction. As long as you don't stray from exposing all truth, I believe you'll be able to face it, cruel as it may be. I want to see it through to the end. It's why I followed you here. In that sense, we're accomplices.
Vivia?
If you must bring down the chief, then I will lend a hand. I won't avert my eyes any longer. I, too, want to live with my head held high.
Thank you.
Because I, too, am a detective.
Aww.
Vivia.
When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
I understand, Chief Yako. Thank you for everything you've done for me.
Now. Come on. One thing left for it. It's time for the deduction denouement. The imperfect insider. Knife, intercom. Where is the secret lab located? And also, how did Dr. Huska communicate? Using that. Where did the culprit hide? They used Omapal. A knife was used to kill. Go back. Death threat was sent to the Peacekeepers. Secret lab is in the Amaterasu Corporation area. Where'd the culprit hide at the decontamination device? Whose power was used in the panel room? The Bookies. Who killed the culprit? Fink. But the culprit is Chief Yako. The mystery has been unraveled.
Step right up, step right up! Peacekeepers, a CEO, a research doctor, a hitman, and master detectives! 2 dead bodies, but lots of shady characters!
Yep.
Truth bombs are about to be dropped! Time for the deduction denouement!
Let's begin.
The victim in this case is one Dr. Weska. This incident features a sinister and meticulously detailed plot centered on the doctor.
Yep.
The old geezer was holed up inside a lab at Amaterasu HQ. He was a total hermit in the critical lab with a totally overkill security system.
The culprit made thorough preparations beforehand to break through that system.
Boom killing a shut-in is hard work. The humane thing to do is to reintroduce him to society first.
Yeah, with that out of the way.
I was about to say.
Posing as a hitman, the culprit sent a death threat to the Peacekeepers, the detective agency, and the research lab. At the same time, they contracted a real hitman and had him infiltrate the research facility.
They spilled the beans about Gramps being in danger to lure both the Peacekeepers and the detectives to the lab.
You see, the master detective's presence at the scene was an indispensable part of the plan. It was how the culprit gained access to the research facility, after all.
Yeah?
The hitman infiltrated the lab exactly as planned. And we arrived with Makoto at the same time.
Stuff went down, blah blah blah, and Master got locked up by that Yomi guy.
Correct.
I was rescued by Desukiko and the culprit, who were disguised as peacekeepers. With the real peacekeepers rushing around, the culprit took advantage of the turmoil to sneak into the lab. But after catching up with them, the power suddenly went out,
Yeah.
separating the culprit from the rest of the group.
The blackout itself was caused by the hitman, right? And getting separated was all part of the culprit's plan.
Smart.
They used the blackout as an opportunity to hide in the vents in the airlock chamber. Afterwards, we headed to the critical lab to check on the doctor's condition, just like the culprit directed us. But since that lab used a separate power supply, nothing strange had happened.
Yeah.
His whole "the doctor's in danger" spiel was an act, huh? He made a fool of you, Master. What a dick!
Another time.
But then, someone attacked the doctor while we were trying to talk with him over the intercom. We had to get into the doctor's lab.
At that time, the old geezer was playing games with us.
Yep.
He even tried to kill you and the others with a trap. That bastard wanted to use your dead bodies.
Come to think of it, if it wasn't for Makoto saying any of those things, we probably would have just ran in.
He really got you there, Master.
I don't see why you're so happy about it. The doctor's sham made the case even more confusing. Even if we tried to get to the doctor, the critical lab was guarded by tight security. The only way through was by using an Amapal. The culprit rode on it by emerging from their hiding place in the airlock vent and jumping onto the robot's head.
All aboard the Amapal Express. First stop, a shower protect themselves against the gas, but since it's not instantly fatal, it wasn't a problem. Next up, the panel chamber and high voltage shocks! One wrong move, and it was insta-death. But thanks to that showman's game, we got all the continues we could want.
Yeah.
So we managed a perfect clear! The critical lab was finally breached!
The culprit had anticipated we would get through this way. They also knew they would die over and over as a result.
They were so willing to do this, they were willing to try it.
The camera feed was affected when the culprit jumped on. I should have realized what was happening.
God.
No use crying over spilt blood. On to the next thing. Where were we? Oh yeah! To open the door to the doctor's lab, Amapel had to reach out its arm and hit a switch. And when the door opened wide enough for a person to squeeze through, the killer snuck inside.
Amapel can't follow any new commands while its arm is extended. So the culprit didn't show up on the camera.
Then the culprit boom killed the old geezer using the same knife as the hitman. Grips was pretty much deaf, so a backstab was easy peasy.
Then, the murderer tried to leave the room before Amapel entered.
He didn't even go for just a single backstab. That would have been more than enough, probably. He went for 3.
They knocked the robot over on the way out.
They then went back into the airlock chamber vent to wait for you and the others to go by.
They entered the critical lab and found the doctor's body. The culprit used that time to get out of the vent and head for the hallway.
And
That was when they were found by the hitman. And stabbed.
They had already been in contact with a toxic gas, so death was inevitable. However, dying by gas would expose them as the doctor's killer.
Yep.
So they hired the hitman to kill them, thereby concealing any involvement.
I guess that means the killer completely trusted in the Master Detective's capabilities.
Of course he would.
They knew those powers would get them close to the doctor. But why were they willing to die to hide the crime?
I can't say for certain. Was it his pride as a detective? Did he simply not want his friends to know? Whatever it may be, I'm prepared to face the truth.
Yeah.
The culprit who murdered Dr. Weska, and even included his own death in the plot.
This good old him.
It was you!
Our friend. Yako. And that is the truth. End it!
I will expose the truth!
Yako. Why?
But why? Chief Yako, why? Why didn't you ever talk to us about this? Why did it have to end this way? Why didn't you tell us? Is this really what you wanted? Can you even hear me?
It doesn't matter who it is. Exterminating the real culprit's soul and destroying the mystery labyrinth. That's why I'm here.
Shigami. Very well.
Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair.
It's time to leave.
The brilliant soul of Shinigami. Shall expunge this cursed case. Death into all deplorables. To the final mystery labyrinth.
Time to destroy it. Goodbye, Chief Yako. What? Shinigami. Thank you. Aww. What did you do so differently? Whatever. It was a nicer end for him.
Master's naivete must be rubbing off on me. I mean, not even I hated Fuzzhead. That's weird. This mystery labyrinth is falling apart slower than usual.
Strange.
I wonder why.
We shouldn't let our guards down yet. Do you really think we're done here?
Huh?
Vivia?
Do you have all of the fragments of truth that you sought? If so, we could just leave, right?
Are you talking about the slaughter artist? Some mysteries remain.
No, we haven't uncovered everything yet. No, there are still some mysteries remaining.
Huh? What's remaining?
Slaughter artist.
I reaped the culprit's soul already. I know it's slow, but this place is starting to come down.
Maybe it's not directly related to this case. I don't want to leave any questions unanswered. For Chief Yako's sake. Please, help me, Shinigami.
Just a little more.
Oh, fine. I can't say no to you, Master.
Thank you.
You know I can resist helping you when you rely on me. First, we need to reveal whatever mysteries are left. That should open up a new path. Lay it all out, Master!
Alright. Get in the barrel. It's kind of weird to still be going on, but it makes sense. There are still some oddities.
Are you ready to play the Shinigami puzzle?
The remaining mystery is Dr. Huesca's... Oh. I don't know what letter to start with.
Swirling to right. Nice. Go, go, go. Nice.
Email. I was about to say, I couldn't think of the word, but it had to be 5 letters. I just started thinking, anytime I saw a letter, I was just like, what letter is it? Their main mystery is Dr. Huesca's email.
Laser beam.
Alright. Secret dungeon!
Oh, it's a secret dungeon!
It is a secret dungeon!
The labyrinth must be breaking down so slowly because the identity of the culprit isn't the only mystery. But it's still definitely coming down, so you better hurry, Master!
Okay.
Yuma, I'll follow you to the end until you reach the truth.
Thank you, Vivia.
Thank you.
Let's keep going. The hidden dungeon.
Do you regret this, Yuma?
I'd be lying if I said I didn't.
I've been thinking. Remember what the Chief's soul said? If you keep that in mind before knowing who the true culprit is, doesn't it seem like he wanted you to find the truth?
It does.
Even though he was the culprit himself.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Maybe there's a hidden truth behind this case, and the chief wanted us to find it.
I knew that Yuma would be the only way.
Person involved.
If Anonymous is part of this case, they must have a motive for killing Dr. Wesker as well.
Yeah.
The doctor knew about the secret dealings and was planning to flee from Kanai Ward by himself, after all. Could it be that Anonymous took advantage of Chief Yako by instigating him to commit murder?
Yes. It's unlikely the chief just happened to kill Dr. Wesker right as he was planning to flee.
Yeah.
If that's true, Anonymous isn't just involved in the case.
They started the whole thing.
Could be the mastermind, the Grey Eminence.
Yeah.
Gray's my 13th favorite color.
13?
Why are you telling me that now?
Also, that's also true.
The case is already solved. All these crimes were committed by Yako on his own.
Who's speaking?
Now, get out of here.
What was that voice?
Someone's trying to stop us from solving this mystery. Now we know. The mastermind is somewhere within this labyrinth.
You gotta keep going.
Out. Get 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 out.
What's with this guy? Creepy.
Can't even see anything of him, really.
Can't let this stop us. There's one more truth still hidden here. We have to find it. We need to know why the chief committed this crime.
Right. We'll figure this out.
For Yako. Whoever you are, you're not stopping us. Come on.
Get out. The case solved. Solved.
My claim doesn't hold
What do you
up.
mean?
No, it still isn't solved yet. I will discover who the mastermind is. I will solve every mystery. I will not turn away from the truth.
You will answer me. Death Threat and Lap Mat and the Fink the Slars are the Slars. There's never been a case where Fink the Slaughter Artist issued a death threat.
Culprit.
What?
Everything was done by Nako alone. He hired Fink the Slaughter Artist. He prepared the murder weapon. He even killed the doctor. Yako acted alone. So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are. There's nothing connected. Connecting Yako to Anonymous.
I don't know why I thought to do that.
Speaking of which,
She hit something in the corridor. Wait a minute! The map! The mastermind. That's why. It makes sense if you count him.
There's the murder weapon. We even killed the doctor. Yako acted alone. So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are. There's nothing connecting Yako to Anonymous.
Blast through this mystery.
Why did Yako have a map that only Yomi could
He tried
access?
to hide this floor plan along with that photo of himself. It was strange for him to have this in the first place. This is the link between Anonymous and the Chief.
Kill you in the name of justice. Kill you.
It's... so that's why. The photo, storage key, security log. So that's who you are.
Anonymous doesn't exist! Yako wanted everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing!
Not specifically that, I guess.
Say,
Right.
Yep.
Anonymous doesn't exist! Yako wanted everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't
Come
prove a
on.
damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor's murder!
I keep hitting the wrong statements. Ow. Ow.
Anonymous doesn't exist! Yako wanted everything!
who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor's murder!
This... Anyone can find it!
There's what I was looking for. Only Yomi could access it. There you are, you bastard.
Was from the lab's storage.
But that room was locked. No one could enter it. It was completely sealed off. Only the director of the Peacekeepers had access. So, the only person who could have gotten that floor plan was Peacekeeper Director Yomi.
It's Yomi.
The famous person who gave Chief Yako the floor plan and pushed him to commit murder was you, the director of the Peacekeepers, Yomi Hellsmile.
There you are. Monster.
You were the mastermind.
You made the chief kill. You used him.
You were pulling the strings from behind the scenes. You instigated the chief to commit murder.
I never thought someone as empty as me could feel so much emotion. This is the first time in my life I felt this angry.
How did you do it? What did you do to drive the chief to murder? Answer me!
I'm not telling you anything, idiot.
Huh?
So what if you figured it out? Who cares? It's too late now, you pathetic ingrates. Everyone died just as I planned. Now no one can stand in my way. No one can lay a hand on me. You should be grateful. I'm cleaning up this city.
Gaia!
What did you say?
Master, I hate to admit it, but Yomi's right. You can't do anything to him here.
Why not?
He manipulated Fuzzhead from behind the scenes, but he wasn't the one who murdered the doctor. This mystery labyrinth is for the murder of Dr. Huesca. You can't punish Yomi.
Then what can we do? He has to pay for what he did!
We can't do anything! That's why I'm freaking out too!
So, exposing the truth would be pointless? Then why have we been seeking it all this time?
The truth is meaningless. I'm in charge in Kanai Ward. I have to laugh. Who could have guessed things would go so well? Yako Furio was a pain in the ass. The only reason I kept him alive is for this moment. He didn't even realize I was manipulating him into killing the doctor for me. How stupid can you be?
You'll pay for this.
Master, time's up. The mystery labyrinth is about to be destroyed.
If only we had found out what he was up to sooner, we might have been able to stop him. Still, I should be able to bring this memory back into the real world. I'll remember this confession.
I don't know if you can.
I'll interrogate him once we return to the real world.
It doesn't matter. I'll cover it all up. You're all nothing but scum beneath my feet. I'm untouchable. And now, I'm gonna dispose of you like the trash you are! Damn it!
Damn. So what do we do? I don't know. Things really will just pan out as he wants them to. Nothing's changed.
Hey, hurry up! Execute these scumbags immediately! Criminals have no rights!
You will pay for this!
What's with that look? Are you seriously going to defy me?
Of course I am.
Well, I don't care. You're all going to die now.
This is real bad, Master! He's serious!
Wait, Director Yomi Hellsmile. We know all about your secret dealings with Dr. Huesca.
What? Did you say something? Maybe I'll kill the loudest one of you first. If you have something to say, go ahead. I can't hear you. Come on, who wants to be the first to die?
Damn it.
Forget it. I guess I'll just kill both of you at the same time.
This guy isn't listening to a thing we say! If he was the real culprit, I'd boot kill him!
It's all going exactly how he wants. Solving the case didn't help anything.
Goodbye. Hope you enjoy the worst nightmare of your life as you die.
The only one who will be having nightmares is you.
Makoto!
You! I thought you went back to the surface! What are you doing here?
Makoto!
Well, Yomi, there's something I want you to see.
What?
What do you think of this?
It's the folder with the map. Isn't it? Oh, Makoto, you just saved us. And this puts him in a very compromising position. Oh, thank you, Makoto.
How did you get that?
Oh, there's the look I wanted to see.
Most of the secret deals you've been making over the years are listed here.
Oh.
Looks like someone's been cooking the books.
Oh.
You conspired with Dr. Huesca. and leaked Amaterasu's technology to other national enterprises.
You're screwed.
And with the money you obtained, you bribed the right people to control this city.
Lies! You made that all up!
You're screwed.
Hey, I don't care if he is the CEO. Arrest this masked freak! We can't let this outsider barge in here and take control of this city! Capture him, execute him, chop his head off, crush his skull! What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? If you're scared, then I'll offer a bounty. Whoever kills him gets 100 million shin!
Oh!
Why won't you obey me? He's using false information to tear the Peacekeepers apart! You want that? You'll all be out of a job!
Oh, I don't think they care.
Hollywood is better off without people like him! This city's fallen into ruin ever since he showed up! Now follow my orders! This city doesn't belong to him. It belongs to me, the great Yumi!
I'm sorry, Director Yumi. This city doesn't belong to anyone.
What? Huh?
You... Martina, you're alive?
Oh, it has to be disguised. I
Makoto
refuse to believe.
stopped the execution order you issued.
Oh!
I am here today thanks to him.
Thank you.
Martina is right. Kanai Ward belongs to everyone who lives here. It doesn't belong to you!
Shinigami?
Probably best to stay quiet and watch for now.
Agreed.
So, you're on that freak's side now? I won't stand for this. You're a member of the Peacekeepers! I won't allow such insubordination!
Director Yomi, there's something I'd like to say to you. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to consult with a lawyer.
What?
Your reign is over, Yomi Hellsmile.
Yes!
Now, everyone, arrest the offending suspect. Please, do not be too rough. Even criminals have rights.
Yes!
Damn it. Damn you!
Finally.
Mark my words, you masked bastard! Yomi Hellsmile will be back! And when I am, I'll kill you! I'll rip you to pieces for taking everything from me!
I can't wait to see you try.
You're all dead! I'll kill every last one of you!
Bye!
As we discussed before, upon receiving his punishment, I hereby resign from my role in the Peacekeepers.
Wow.
You don't have to.
I must. This is my way of taking responsibility as his accomplice.
I respect it.
Well, Chief Executive Makoto, I hope you will see to the rest.
Oh, Makoto, I love you. Thank you for saving us.
Sorry for causing so much trouble.
You saved us. I don't care.
What's going on?
While the Peacekeepers had their hands full with the lab incident, I snuck into Yomi's room and looked around.
Oh, yes!
And there, I found this file. It's all thanks to you.
Don't tell me. You meant to bring us here to be a decoy from the start?
Smart, because he wouldn't have been able to leave either.
It was all just a series of coincidences.
Looks like I wasn't able to die once again. Well, at least things worked out.
And you remembered Vivia.
That was really dangerous.
Holy crap.
You were done for.
Yeah!
I'm sorry about what happened to Chief Yako.
No.
With Yomi gone, there's a change in the winds of Kanai Ward, even through the endless downpour. I will rebuild this city from the ground up.
Thank you.
Because I love this city more than anyone else.
I see.
By the way, how did your investigation at the secret lab go? Did you find what you were looking for?
Oh yeah, we were supposed to be doing homunculi stuff.
You know, the so-called immortal monster, the homunculus.
Well...
No, I didn't find anything.
Maybe homunculi are just rumors.
Maybe.
But let me know if you'd still like help in your search.
Okay.
If it's within my power, I'll permit you detectives to search anywhere in Kanai Ward.
Oh.
Thanks.
Well, I need to get going. You should return to your friends. I'm sure they're worried about you.
Plus, you need to tell everyone what happened to Fuzzhead.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing. I have a gift for you, my friend.
Eh?
To express my gratitude.
What's this?
A gift?
Kanai Ward will be reborn, thanks to you.
Looks like a box for jewelry.
Anything?
No, that's not true. Please, accept the gift. We're friends, aren't we? Oh, but don't open it yet. It's a bit of a surprise.
Well, now you've got me
Okay.
scared.
See you later.
Well, stop.
He's back!
Are you alright? We saw a bunch of peacekeepers heading that way.
Well, how did the investigation go?
The case is closed.
Closed? Really?
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Now the chief can rest without any regrets.
Rest? Wait. Do you mean the chief?
About that.
Wait, you're joking, right?
He passed away quite a while ago. I was hoping he would live until Yuma and the others returned, but there was nothing we could do.
A while ago? And that means he was dead before the Mystery Labyrinth.
Yeah.
No, it can't be. Chief Yako, please, tell me you're only sleeping. I will turn back time now, so please, open your eyes.
Stop it. There's no need to keep pestering the chief.
But...
I wish I could do something too. But he's dead. As a detective, you should understand that. Don't sob like a baby. I want to cry too, but...
Yeah, I was about to say,
was he
just...
already dead? Or was it due to the Mystery Labyrinth? We'll never know.
I think I'll head home now. My business here is done.
Pivia.
So cold-hearted. As usual. He's like an emotionless robot.
Vivia, we should head back too. With the chief, of course.
Shouldn't we tell the others about the truth? I'm glad to have seen that scumbag get what he deserved. But feels wrong to have lost Yako out of all of it.
Master, how long are you gonna let this get you down? I know you're shocked that Fuzzhead was the culprit, but you and I solved it together, so shouldn't we be celebrating?
Solved it? Yes, we did learn the truth. But it didn't resolve anything. What's the point of solving something if it doesn't save anyone? In the end, we still don't know why the chief did it.
Yeah.
How could you even consider it solved?
I understand why you're upset. Alright, I'll leave you alone for now.
Rumi.
I thought you'd be here.
Hey. Alright?
Kurumi,
I just promised I'd give him some alone time!
are you sure you should be walking around alone at this hour?
I heard about Chief Yako.
Yeah.
Hey, Yuma. Did we make a mistake? If we didn't try to find that secret lab, maybe Chief Yako would still be alive.
I don't think so.
I don't know if what we did was right or wrong. But either way, I think it would have ended like this eventually.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that you've returned safely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To tell the truth, while you were at the lab, I looked into Chief Yako's past a bit.
You did?
Huh?
I was just curious. Do you remember that talk on the submarine?
To me, this town is my life. My bitter past, my fun memories, they're all right here. I just wanted to protect the happiness I found within arm's reach.
Wanted to protect the happiness I found within arm's reach.
But it wasn't easy. It was too much for me to handle on my own. And as a result, I lost everything. I was an empty shell until you all came along.
In short, the chief lost his wife 4 years ago. She was a researcher at Amaterasu's lab.
Oh.
The chief's wife was an Amaterasu researcher?
Really now?
On top of that, his wife's death was declared an accident.
Really?
But there seems to be more to the story.
Why?
At the time, the lab's head researcher was suspected of leaking technological information. It was the chief's wife that blew the whistle. If what she said was true, he would have been removed. But on the day before the commission came to investigate, an experiment went wrong and exploded, killing her.
It's obvious that someone was trying to silence her.
Yeah. Chief Yako probably suspected that too. He was conducting his own investigation.
I wonder if that's related to everything else then.
In the end, I don't know what conclusion he reached.
So that's who the chief wanted to protect most. It's what he meant when he said he lost everything.
And the person his wife accused was Weska.
Of course.
Dr. Weska.
Do you know who that is?
No, it doesn't ring a bell. It's getting late. Let's head back to the detective agency. The chief's final words. I think they were actually meant for himself.
Yeah, the truth is cruel. Never in history has the truth been known to be kind. But you know what? Turning your eyes away from the truth and living a lie is harsh too. In the end, you can never look away from the truth. As long as you live, you must face that pain. So really, what's the point of worrying so much about it? When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
But I think he was wrong, because everyone is mourning you, Chief. Chief, I've made up my mind. No matter how cruel it may be, I will expose the truth hidden in this city.
Yeah. For Yako.
Hey, did you come up with this dish yourself? I've never had anything so tasty.
Thank you. Cooking is all I'm really good at.
Are you hungry? Can I make you something at the agency?
Well, I guess I haven't eaten in a while.
What?
Yeah.
This Splatty is gonna mix something dangerous into your food.
Hey, it's probably something safer than what I would have made.
I suggest you stay far away. Alright. What should I make? I need to cheer you up.
Amazing physique. He may look wizened, but beneath his robe is a muscle-bound body compared to that of a youth. Slurred with scars following his encounters with a variety of criminals. Why did I just get that info game? Vivia.
I'll go on ahead and make something in the kitchen.
She seems rather considerate. She's a nice girl.
Yeah.
I wish you'd be more considerate to me.
Be more considerate to me. Anyways, I think we need to talk, Vivia.
Yuma, does light shine into your world now that you've obtained the truth?
I don't know. It's like you said. I feel as though the world's ended. I tried so hard to find the truth. Should I not have done that?
You should ask yourself that. Tomorrow. The you of tomorrow. will have an answer for the you of today.
As
Aw.
usual, I'm not quite sure what you mean, Vivia. What's that?
It was hidden in the drawer of the chief's desk. It seems like a letter from Anonymous.
Oh?
You mean Yomi?
Of course, he didn't know Anonymous was Yomi. This letter mentioned the truth behind his wife's death 4 years ago.
Wait, really?
Truth?
It
Let's see that.
describes how Dr. Weska conspired to murder her. The facts were laid out, cold and calculated. I wonder, how did the chief feel when he read it?
Probably just rage. It's the only emotion I can imagine.
It's not hard to imagine him burning with a desire for revenge against Dr. Weska. By the way, this letter arrived right after I was dispatched to Kanai Ward.
Really?
In other words, the motive and means were both in the chief's hands.
So the letter was the trigger.
In my ghost form, I've seen the chief staring at this letter in secret many times. Back then, I didn't know what he was reading, but I know the chief was thinking about it constantly. Perhaps the map of the lab was sent together with this letter.
Yeah.
If so, then it was a total setup.
I'm sure the chief deeply regretted using our fortes as part of his crime. Or maybe that's just the truth I seek. Maybe it's nothing more than wishful thinking.
You might be right. I think the chief wavered back and forth the whole time.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Some people think Vivia is cold-hearted, but I think he cared deeply for the chief.
He definitely did.
He really did admire him.
He was even willing to cover up the truth that would paint him as the murderer.
Well, I think he's terrible at showing it. He needs to work on his facial expressions at the very least.
Maybe a slightish agreement on that.
By the way, Yuma.
Yo.
Yomi definitely was the mastermind who worked in the shadows to put this together. With that aside, there's one more person I'm curious about.
You mean Makoto Kagutsuchi? I know.
Yeah?
Do you think it was a coincidence he brought me to the lab today? Or... Oh, the phone.
It's a call from the WDO. We should go back inside.
Alright. This is kind of worrying because the last time we got a call was at the beginning of the game and it was from number one himself. So, what exactly is the problem now? Hey, number one.
I know about Yako Furio. Who
Hey.
could have suspected that a proud detective of the WDO would commit murder?
He doesn't know anything.
If
No.
only the World Detective Organization had sent support to Kanai Ward sooner.
Stop it. There's no point in saying that now.
I can hear you. Enough idle talk. Focus. The only thing a detective must do is solve cases. Concentrate on solving mysteries. Emotions will only shackle you as a detective. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. I know you're suffering from the loss of your chief, but the investigation must continue until Kanai Ward's ultimate secret is revealed. The great global mystery will never be solved. These
What
are
is
heavy
it?
responsibilities. It demands your complete attention.
We still don't know what this
Please
is.
tell us. What is the great global mystery?
We still don't know what this is.
Many master detectives have already been killed. Keeping us in the dark could lead to more deaths.
Just tell us, please.
Like what happened to our chief.
Very well. The great global mystery is a mass kidnapping case.
What?
Huh? Kidnapping?
Yes, countless people from around the world have been kidnapped and taken to Kanai Ward.
Really?
We are searching for the heinous criminal responsible.
Heinous criminal. Lots of people have been taken to Kanai Ward?
Why the hell would someone want to bring someone to Kanai Ward?
But where could they gather that many people in this city?
That too.
Well, I have an idea.
Homunculi.
Huh? Seriously?
Alara seems to know something. You'd better go have a chat, Master.
Lara.
The restricted area. They could gather all the kidnapped people there.
You're right. That would be the perfect place to hide them.
Yep.
I was planning on discussing it later, but there is some new information about that place.
Lay it on us.
It appears that the restricted area does in fact have a corpse disposal facility.
Oh, great!
However, there are lots of rumors about the restricted area. For example, they even say it's a corpse disposal facility where bodies from Kanai Ward are dumped off. What? That rumor was true?
In Kanai Ward, corpses rot easily due to the humidity from the rain, so they are quick to retrieve bodies. The corpses are then loaded onto trucks and transported to the restricted area for disposal. That process is managed by a department with a handful of people working directly for Amaterasu's CEO.
Kodo.
On top of that, they are only involved in transportation. They aren't aware of what happens afterwards. How the bodies are buried and who buries them is a mystery.
All of this secrecy around the burials. It's suspiciously cautious.
Yeah?
The CEO is that Makoto guy, right? Does he have something to do with the corpse burials?
I want to believe that he's innocent considering he saved our lives and really screwed over Yomi, but...
But how is the global kidnapping case related to a corpse disposal facility?
I know! They are forcing the kidnapped people to bury the bodies!
I doubt it. Why bother kidnapping just for that?
Anyway, there's definitely something happening in the city. Something sinister.
We just don't know what it is.
While we're at it, perhaps I should share the information I've obtained as well.
Yeah?
Huh? You got something too?
That anemic vampire knows something. I sure wish we'd gotten the whole story.
What up?
I don't know if it has anything to do with what's going on here, but while I was using spectral projection to search for the secret lab, I kept hearing about a strange rumor in town. There's a taboo among Kanai Ward's residents. Something they must never discuss in front of outsiders.
Oh?
Taboo?
He's probably the only one who could have learned that. I doubt anyone would mention it in front of detectives.
You're right.
So what was it about?
The Blank Week Mystery.
The Blank Week?
The Blank Week Mystery?
Unfortunately, all I know is its name, and that it's taboo to mention it in Kanai Ward.
That's definitely a very curious name.
Huh? That's it? I don't get it.
I don't think he does either, honestly.
Well, it does sound ominous. Maybe it has something to do with the mass kidnapping and the restricted area.
But all we have to go on is the term.
The Blank Week Mystery is taboo in Kanai Ward. I wonder if Kurumi has heard about it. I should ask her after this meeting with number 1.
She's an informant who may be hiding information. If that's true, we'll have to torture the info out of her.
Stop it, Shinigami.
The Great Global Mystery in the restricted area, the Blank Week Mystery, and a heinous criminal pursued by the WDO. After coming this far, we're still discovering more mysteries. How are they all connected? What is going on in Kanai Ward?
Listen closely, detectives. If this case is ignored, more people will fall victim. You are the only ones who can stop it. The World Detective Organization never overlooks a mystery. Any and all truths must be exposed. As always, we are aiming for a perfect solution. Now that I'm involved in this case, I will guide us to that end.
Oh.
Go forth, proud detectives. Eliminate all
Oh!
What?
Oh!
What's going on?
What was that flash?
He just died. Not
Number
good.
one, I heard an explosion.
Yeah, he just died.
What's that? Another branch.
Huh?
A news flash. All right, give me the video feed.
All right.
We bring you breaking news. The WDO headquarters has been struck by a terrorist bombing.
Oh, you're kidding
Here's
me.
live footage from the scene. You can see the fierce fire consuming it. For those of you just tuning in.
Terror attack?
The WDO. What's going on?
Not good.
What is this? What is happening? Master, this is...
Huh? Oh! That's a bomb!
What is this?
Oh no, it's sleeping gas.
Must rewind.
No, it's gas. Everyone, hold your breath.
I wanna
Stop!
someday.
Bad!
Hey, Master!
Great, so Makoto just... The imperfect insider. I probably did awful on this one. Somehow still did decent. What? I don't understand. Anyways, I think this is going to be where I ended up for today. That was an amazing case. A depressing case, mind you, but an amazing case. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And hope to see y'all later. Also, I should mention, in case I don't stream for a couple days or make any recordings, I do have to do college work and a bit of it, so apologies if I don't come back. I should be good and within like give me like till a week's worth at the very least. So 7 days. Give me at minimum, give me 7 days. So sorry about that, but anyways, hope y'all enjoyed and hope to see y'all later. Peace.